health defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the Council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अधम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the Council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge, empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the Council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all. Since ages, the world has faced its worst wars. Natural disasters, epidemics, and pandemics. We are constantly fighting malnutrition, hunger, lack of education, women and child health challenges, child mortality, climate crisis. Amidst all the struggle, collective efforts and shared responsibility in every facet of life are strengthening us to survive all battles and fight pandemics. India, the first country to mandate CSR law in the world, bringing about genuine social change with the focus on good health. Government organizations, corporates, small and medium organizations, and even startups are doing commendable work in building communities and societies in various segments. For the last 1 decade, IHW Council a responsible health and well-being organization, is bringing these responsible champions together for sustainable development and positive health impact in the country. The Corporate Social Responsibility Health Impact Platform, CSR Health Impact of IHW Council, one of the flagship initiatives dedicated for the CSR impact makers, is bringing thousands of people from many organizations together to share their passion, life-changing ideas and initiatives which are transforming societies and building communities. It's an honor to reward more than 1,000 outstanding, life-changing health initiatives and individuals in the past 8 years. Being a responsible health and well-being organization, it is delighted and heartwarming to see the impact of health growing more sustainably among our responsible CSR champions. Welcome to the 9th edition of CSR Health Impact Summit and Awards 2025. Join the movement, be responsible, and make a difference.
We would like to kickstart on an auspicious note and seek divine blessings. I would request our dignitaries in the inaugural session to please light the lamp and kickstart this program on an auspicious note. I would request Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, to please accompany our dignitaries. Our jury chair, Justice Patantra Kumar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal. Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Health Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, Advisor and Governing Board Member, Health Sector Skills Council, Governing Board Member, Life Sciences Sector Skill Council. Mr. Amitabh Dubey, Country President and Managing Director at Novartis India. And Dr. Charulata Pamnani, Director, Medical Services, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. I request all of you to please light the lamp, and with this we will invoke divine blessings for this event. I would also request Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Medical Director, MP Birla Group of Hospitals, to please light the lamp. Please give a round of applause. Thank you all for initiating this auspicious beginning to the event, to our summit. The lighting of a lamp is the traditional way we start all events so that they are completed successfully. The light of the lamp takes us from darkness to light, just as knowledge removes ignorance. Once again, I would like to thank all our dignitaries for lighting the auspicious lamp, and I request our dignitaries for the inaugural session to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, our jury chair, Justice Swatantra Kumar, former judge, Supreme Court of India, former chairperson, National Green Tribunal, Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Healthcare, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, Advisor and Governing Board Member, Health Sector Skills Council, Governing Board Member, Life Sciences Sector Skills Council. Please welcome on stage Mr. Amitabh Dubey, Country President and Managing Director at Novartis India, Dr. Charulata Pamnani, Director, Medical Services, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, and Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Medical Director, MP Birla Group of Companies. Please give a huge round of applause to all our dignitaries on stage. To begin, may I invite Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, to deliver the welcome note. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Kamal Narayan.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Justice Swatantra Kumar ji, our Chief Jury Head for the 9th CSR Health Impact Awards, and also a mentor for us in developing a climate conscious movement. We have been spearheading a movement called Good Air, where we have been getting his blessings very regularly. Sabnam ji, Amitabh ji, Dr. Maheshwari, and Charulata. Thank you so much, our esteemed dignitaries, for sparing time. I'm not, have been under the weather for last 2 days, so not in my best of health, but the important is that it's a celebration of health and the impact which are hundreds of corporates, organizations very painstakingly and diligently ensures over the year, and that too towards the area which is not only close to my heart, not only close to the philosophy of IHW Council, but also which we believe is the fundamental of life. Health and environment is something which is the very, very foundational aspect of how we humans, how people can not only live a healthy, happier life, but also how they can optimize their life's potentials. As you saw in the video also, and we have today several dignitaries from various corporate institutions. Also, we have several students who come from the social science studies, sustainability studies, and also health related, public health related studies, and they will be the leaders in the future who will plan how to build social impact through their work, whether it is the social work which they take up or the health related policy space they join, they will also be important contributor to what we intend to achieve. For last 12 years of ISW Council and especially last 9 years of this very specific movement of CSR Health Impact, we have been trying and encourage or build an environment where health takes a priority of not only government, not only in policies, not only in budgetary allocation, but also the budgetary allocation and the CSR allocation from our corporates, from our businesses. And not only that, we even intend that health and preventive health, how you can ensure healthy nutrition, how you can ensure all that supports your health and well-being becomes the priority of even a life and even an individual spendings. That has been the philosophy which we have been living, we have been promoting, we have been propagating for last nearly a decade. And we have seen there has been a very positive push, positive move, uptake on that. If I take the specific, the figures which has been reported last financial year, India saw a CSR spend of nearly 35,000 crore, 24,908 crore very specifically, I think, and out of which health and education were the nearly 50% or more than 50%, they accounted for more than 50% as the areas of priority. Education remained the top, but health was the, and to our, satisfaction, to our happiness, it became and it remained the number 2. At a time when we started with CSR Health Impact, we saw not that much investment going towards health. There were a lot of other areas, there still continue to be a lot of areas, and they have to be taken care of. But as I said, since health is something which defines how you will access, avail and achieve in all other areas, that's where we believe that health should take the priority. Out of 35,000 crore last year, nearly 7,500 crore were spent in health. And if I put together other areas which are, the important contributors to health, whether it is environment, forestation, water and sanitation, nutrition, and many other, complementary areas, we have seen a very important and remarkable uptake in the corporate expenditure of CSR in the clean energy space, clean mobility support, and all that we believe as part of building a healthier environment, a healthier, all that which contributes to the health of the people. And we look at the holistically on that, maybe nearly 15 to 18,000 crore might have been spent in all these areas put together. This is a great, I think, indicator that our corporates are looking at what is most important, and they continue to invest in that. I believe with their positive outlook and positive intent towards making a difference, this will keep continuing, and we will see a bigger, better and more impactful investment going forward. There are many areas which require immediate attention. We have seen within the health there are a lot of diseases, and specifically one of the area which I feel is requiring maximum support, and since we have the head of Reliance Foundation also with us, and I would like to bring into the notice of everyone, the rare disease area is one of the major cause which I think, really looking for support from our corporates. And within the rare disease, which is not that rare in India, there are several diseases, and we have a massive number of people. There is one specific disease, and I believe many of you would have heard. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy. I think that's the full name of the disease. The treatment alone costs nearly 15 to 17 crore rupees. But this, while it sounds like such a big number of a treatment, it's many times it becomes news. We deal with news every day, so many times it becomes news just because of the cost of the treatment. But understand that this treatment can save a complete life for all the years to come. Since this is a disease impacting children, and the treatment can also be done at the early age only, just this one treatment can make such a big difference of ensuring a life to have all that it can do in the entire span. Now, these are the areas which, when a disease of this kind impacts a family, this is absolutely something which is very, very, we see a treatment cost in cancer and many other areas, which it cost much, much lesser, can lead to poverty, lead to, devastation of families. Consider the cost of like this. But we have seen in our own country, we have seen a lot of crowdfunding supporting it many times when we see the appeal going to the public from such parents. We have seen some of those platforms, the online platforms, being able to support them. But I think corporates can do much better in that. With such a large pool available with corporates, it is very, very possible for them to at least contribute a part of it for such areas where the many other funding falls short. The government of India has tried its some of the efforts. They have put a crowdfunding mechanism for rare diseases to be supported, but I think corporates can make a lot of difference, and I would request all of you to look into this cause as well as you move on, and as you keep contributing, keep adding to your contribution to the to make a bigger impact to the society and to the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamal. I hope this appeal will be met with support from corporates. We now have the pleasure of hearing our jury chair, Justice Patantra Kumar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, and former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal. Please give a round of applause to Justice Patantra Kumar.
Good morning to all of you. My esteemed friends on the dais from distinguished fields of profession and lives, ladies and gentlemen, and of course Mr. Kamal Narayan of IHW, who has been behind all these events. These are great events, like they don't only make you share your ideas or share your expertise in the field with people, but at the same time you get awarded also. So that's a great thing to do. So it's my heartiest congratulations to you for doing this dual good job in the field of humanity. When I read the program that was sent to me. So that gave me 5 minutes to speak. So I thought it's so beautiful that, that before I even get up and say hello, the 5 minutes will be over and I will say thank you. But as it is, one must do the little formality of sharing certain ideas which come across in this field. See, today, in the way one looks at it, the role of CSR has to be in the domain of precautionary principle instead of curative factor. With greatest respect to all concerned, it's a very important and significant decisions to be made by the society. Whether you want to have 5-star hospitals to treat you when you fall ill, or should you be spending your money on taking preventive and precautionary factors which ensure that you don't fall sick? It's a very big decision to be taken by the government, particularly the bureaucracy, and of course the citizens. Just to give you the flavor of the rights of the people in India to environment under the Constitution of India is something which is of top priority, and find the space on the highest pedestal of the Constitution, where in terms of Article 21 of the Constitution, you are given a right to have a clean and decent environment. Take it from me, gentlemen, that not many countries in the world provide it as a fundamental right to the people of the country in relation to environment, and it imposes a duty on the citizens to, and the government, to keep the environment clean, and most importantly to ensure that it does not degrade. So there is a kind of dual responsibility placed upon the state as well as on the citizens. As far as the corporate sector is concerned today, it is obvious that the corporate today has shifted its thought process exclusively from its own interests to the interest of the public at large. Maybe it is financially sound, maybe it is supported by virtue of income tax exemptions, but at the same time, the very thought in the corporate sector today is tilting towards and in favor of environmental protection. There are cases where the courts, the tribunal, have interfered and requested the big corporate sectors to initiate water supply. There's a village in Madhya Pradesh where the underground water was being given to the people and which was rusted. And it was chemical discharge of the industries which had probably affected adversely the groundwater. And it was very happy note to share with all of you that not only that particular industry, but all industries of that village got together and they put a fresh water supply to the entire village. So it's a matter of having intent, a mindset. And that mindset, one could say with certain sense of responsibility, finds enhancing in the management of the corporate sector. The role of corporate sector is multifaceted today. It is not only with regard to benefits of its employees or benefits of its management system or its lifting its business style in a global or a national dimension. What really matters is where thing starts. If you know, our Constitution talks of social, economic, political freedom. Now, social freedom cannot be there if you do not have good health of the people. So, helping, providing the poor strata of our country by process of CSR is a very positive effort, and which I think most of the industries are making in a voluntary manner, and that would be a great asset for our country and for the better health. Now, health, whether we talk of natural disasters, whether we talk of man-caused disasters, whether it is change in sea levels, whether it is change in temperature because of climate change, whatever be the factors, but ultimately it hits the human health. Even if there is devastating destruction, majorly it will impact the human health. And human health, as I just mentioned to you, is about the poor section of our country. And we are a huge country, culturally very diverse, but at the same time, we do have people below the economic line, which does impact on their health, on their standard of living, and if you strictly ask for it, it is in violation to the basic human rights. That is how the scenario today is. So multi-contribution or multifaceted contribution by the corporate sector today can achieve much larger goals than what we are seeing today. But at the same time, one cannot shut his eyes that yes, the corporate sector today is contributing substantially to the human health. And for prevention of, and greater factor may be that you ensure protection and of environment, natural resources. If you are able to do that, indirectly you already have served the cause of humanity, because that will protect and give good health to the people of any country, any society. So we all together must have this. You must have heard of what we call, even in business parlance, is the differentiated responsibility. When we talk of differentiated responsibility, it originates from fair distribution of natural resources. So to look at that is the principle of common but differentiated responsibility read together with the right to equal opportunity to environmental resources automatically provides for equity in terms of sustainability. Sustainability is a concept, applies on principle to every facet of human life. Whether you talk of health sector, business sector, production, nuclear power, solar energy, hydro projects, whatever you may talk about, the sustainability is the key for any success in the field of environment. And that is why you see that Gandhiji very well said that the principle of intergenerational equity demands that you don't pass the earth to the next generation in a condition worse than what you received, at least, if you can't make it better. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Amitabh Dubey, Country President and Managing Director, Novartis India, to please give the keynote address. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Amitabh Dubey.
Honorable Justice Swatantra Kumar Ji, Dr. Shamnan Singh, Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Dr. Charulata, Kamal Narayan Ji, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning. It's an honor to be here to speak to all of you at the CSR Health Impact Summit. Today, we are here to speak about the power of corporate social responsibility initiatives that bridge gaps, uplift communities, and create a lasting change. I truly believe in the transformative power and potential of CSR, not only for the beneficiaries, but also for organizations and society as a whole. CSR is not just a tick mark activity or a measure of compliance anymore. It's responsibility, an opportunity, and a privilege to contribute to the long-term holistic development of lives and communities. As Kamalji said in the beginning, India spends roughly 30,000 to 35,000 crores on CSR. In fact, there has been almost a 50% increase in the spending since 2018, with health, education, livelihoods, and alleviating poverty as the most popular thematic areas. Yet, healthcare disparities persist on the ground. At Novartis, we are deeply invested in shaping a better future and advancing healthcare equity. The question that drives us are what kind of impact we are creating. Are we truly driving meaningful long-term transformation? Or are we merely scratching the surface of the challenge communities face? And most importantly, how are we measuring the impact of what we do? For us, inclusive health goes beyond the mere distribution of healthcare resources. We are focusing on creating an environment and opportunities where individuals can thrive, where people have access to clean water, nutritious food, proper sanitation, and safe living conditions. Inclusive health is not merely the absence of disease. It is presence of opportunity, dignity, and hope, particularly for those who have historically been left behind. In short, we are focusing on championing sustainable livelihoods. Let me talk about 3 flagship projects that have impacted more than 150,000 individuals that I'm very proud of, and that brings this vision of championing sustainable livelihoods to life. Health equals clean water. Without water, communities remain trapped in cycles of illness, poverty, and limited opportunities. Recognizing this link, our first project on watershed management has adopted a 360-degree model of water sustainability. This project has allowed us to meet our 2030 goals of water neutrality early, making Novartis India operations water neutral, all while positively impacting lives of more than 20,000 individuals. The project addresses the immediate need and long-term health of the communities we are a part of. This impact are evident. More than 50 lakh microfinancing for women has seen 30 plus businesses started in this community. There has been installation of clean drinking water stations and hand washing stations in that village. More than 13,000 trees have been planted in the community, and there has been an average increase of 10% of income of people in that community. This has led to healthier families and happier communities overall. As a course of this project, one story that has really stayed with me And that story is of a homemaker called Divya. Divya, a mother of 2 girls. Through this program, she was able to start a small tailoring shop, a business, and now teaches tailoring to other young girls, empowering and uplifting them. Both her daughters today are going to school and college. She went from not earning anything to having an approximate income of 30,000 a month. And now she's speaking of going and fulfilling her dream of studying for an engineering degree. She spoke of her husband, who is a farmer, making more money for the same amount of work and a healthier children. This is not just a story of Divya. This is a story of future generations, of her family and others in the community that will be able to break the cycle of generational poverty. Our second project, I'm very, very close to it, and it's a very close project to our heart. It focuses on non-communicable diseases. I've spent more than 3 decades in this industry. I have seen a time when non-communicable diseases were not taken very seriously. But now, every second person is having either diabetes, hypertension, LDL cholesterol, or one of the non-communicable diseases. Unfortunately, these conditions are silent killers. Despite that, there is an inadequate testing, screening, and awareness about these non-communicable diseases. Our project began with a simple screening initiative for diabetes and LDL cholesterol for better healthcare outcomes. However, as we engaged deeply, we realized real change would only come not just from diagnosis, but from empowering people to change their lives. Since then, this project has evolved to include building healthy habits, continuous monitoring, and personalized interventions. Today, the results speak for themselves. Let me talk again about a story of a person called Reena. She's a house help who once was on the verge of losing her job because of her high diabetes complications. When she first enrolled in this program, her blood sugar levels were dangerously high. With guidance from Arogya Sakhi, a trained healthcare worker, and ongoing care through mobile health van, she has not only followed the prescribed treatment, but adopted to regular exercise and dietary adjustments. In a last report, her blood sugar levels had dropped from critical levels to healthy levels. And Reena is now back to work, stronger, healthier, with a renewed confidence. Now multiply this story by many. People achieving a more than 50% reduction in their diabetic parameters, in their LDL cholesterol levels, and have better control on the NCDs, reclaiming their health and productivity. And this does not just reduce the disease, it prevents loss of work days, improving productivity and economic resilience for the families. My last story is a story of transformation. And this is our third keynote project. Novartis has a very long-standing commitment to leprosy. 100% of our leprosy medicines that we make goes to WHO free of cost. We realized that giving medicine is just half the effort. Those affected with leprosy always carry a deep social burden, isolating those affected from education, social acceptance, or employment. They find it very difficult to integrate into society and have very limited opportunities. We decided to change this, and that is our third flagship project. Through vocational training initiatives, people affected with leprosy were offered government-accredited National Council for Vocational Training courses, from mechanics to electrical skills. We coupled this with job readiness programs, soft skill training, and focused efforts to connect them with employment opportunities. Today, I'm proud to share the results. 80% of the participants have found jobs or have started their own businesses, leading to threefold increase in their livelihoods on an average. Beyond financial independence, these individuals report something even more life-changing: improved self-esteem and social acceptance. They have no longer defined by their illness. They hold their heads high as a contributor to the society. The third example is of a person called Ravi, a participant in our training program. Once hesitant to even leave his house, Ravi is now employed as an electrician and is a proud father who can afford to send his children to school. His journey is a proof that interventions today can ripple into generational changes tomorrow. For us, CSR has been a journey. We have moved from just giving to giving with intent to drive impact. We have taken a consolidated approach and looked at 3 meaningful causes to drive sustainable long-term impact and truly make a change in the lives of patients we work with. Meeting global and national challenges require collaboration, innovation, and above all, compassion. At the heart of these efforts lies a vision to not only tackle issues at their root, but also empower communities to take ownership of their future. Innovation isn't just about how we design projects. It's also about how we collaborate. Developing thematic areas, funds focused on specific outcomes, offers a powerful model for enabling organizations to unite around larger causes to drive greater impacts. Kamalji touched about it in his talk today. Take example of rare diseases. As incidences rises due to better diagnosis, there is an increasing need to establish a sustainable funding mechanism for those affected and need access to necessary care. Here, collective action of all of us, by contributing a percentage of our CSR, will really go a long way to make an impact on the lives of these people. Another example, an opportunity for collaboration could be in the area of water. India has 18% of the world population, but only 4% of water resources, making it almost most water-stressed country. Per capita water availability is declining, with projections indicating a further decrease by 2030. The crisis is driven by factors such as climate change, overpopulation, over-extraction of groundwater, and pollution. And there could be many more. The question that we need to answer is that how can we all come together and deliver meaningful change and bring shared goals to life? This is where CSR can become a framework for collective action fostered through public-private partnership. Governments play a very pivotal role and a vital role in healthcare delivery by designing policies and building large-scale infrastructure. The private sector can come and bring complementary capabilities such as agility, innovation, funding resources, and technology-enabled solutions. When we combine forces, we enable solutions that are scalable, sustainable, and also impactful. Let us harness this moment, the passion in this room, to continue challenging ourselves, expanding our communities, and unlocking the potential of CSR as a catalyst for inclusive health. Together, we can build a healthier, more resilient, and an equitable future. Together, we can drive change where every village has clean water, every individual has health, and no one is left behind. We can move towards one life, one community, one nation at a time. With this food of thought, I'm wishing you a very, very wonderful day full of interactions and learning at this summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for detailing for us the good work being done in health and well-being of many individuals. Thank you for highlighting that for us. I would now request Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Healthcare, Confederation of Indian Industry, Advisor and Governing Board Member, Healthcare Skills Council, Governing Board Member, Life Sciences Sector Skills Council, to please give the keynote address. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Shabnam Singh.
Namaskar. Good morning to everybody. I'm truly humbled and stunned by what I've heard. My compliments to Kamalji for putting this together, and I'm truly humbled by our august colleagues on the table and Justice Saab being here. Students, I'm going to be very short and quick, but there's a lot of material in what I want to share with you, because this perhaps may help you to look at whatever has been discussed with a different lens. So it's about 42 years since I graduated as a doctor, and the change that has happened in the way we approach health, from just being taken care of like a sage on the stage. आप क्लास में गए, प्रोफेसर ने बात करी, आपने सुना, नोट्स लिखे, घर गए, नोट्स एक कोने में रह गए, कितना गया अंदर भगवान जाने, बट कुछ तो गया है ना. Today it is an ecosystem. It has changed dramatically since I joined medical school. Today, as mentioned earlier, it is an ecosystem. Then about 25 years ago, I had the opportunity of being the first founder member of a group of hospitals called Max Healthcare. Us samay, there was only one corporate hospital of repute, rest of them were all trust hospitals. तो सबके दिमाग में था कि ये सब पैसा बनाने आए हैं, right? सही था, आफ्टर ऑल कर्ज लिया था, कर्ज वाले को तो पैसे वापस देने ही पड़ते हैं. पर उस पूरे रास्ते में जब हम इसको डाले थे, the challenges that came about, the learnings that came, and honestly speaking, we all learnt it on the job. कोई भी नहीं था उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्लिनिशियन के अलावा जो जानता था कि ये जो हम हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, what are we doing by providing health care, is just the tip of the iceberg. This issue will never be solved until whole of society does not lift itself up like Noah's Ark. And it coned into the fact that each one as an individual, the entire citizenry is responsible for their own health. And if they don't respect each other, they don't respect the environment, they don't respect that this is one life, live it well, as clinicians, there's very little we can do. And that's how the journey started for us in preventive health and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to leave you with those opening remarks. But I'd like to quickly, which side should I point it? This way, Kritika? Right. So I start with my first slide. Every investment in communities is an investment in markets. Why am I saying this? Because time again, it has been mentioned in the first two discourses that if you cannot scale and you cannot sustain yourself, wo reh jayegi. And for scaling and sustainability, you have to make sure that you have to grow. And to grow, you need to transform. All of them are linked together. So please remember this. It has moved from being ek danda sir pe hai to becoming a competitive advantage for each one of us. In health, as a clinician, as an allergist, if I don't tell you कि भैया अपने बिस्तर के चद्दर हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन आप धो लीजिए, जितने भी एंटीहिस्टामिनिक्स मैं लिख दूंगी, कोई पेशेंट ठीक नहीं ठीक होगा. Next slide, please. It's not. Can you just tell me that? Okay. So it has shifted from philanthropy to impact investing. And why did this impact investing happen? It happened with COVID. जब हर घर में, हर बिजनेस में, हर शख्स को ये पता चल गया कि भैया अगर मैं सफाई नहीं रखूँगा, मैं मास्क नहीं पहनूंगा, मैं तो मरूंगा, लोग भी मरेंगे. It moved. That was the critical lever, right? So now it has moved from donations to community programs and, very importantly, equity. Equity which is not defined by social determinants, gender or anything else, because each one was affected by this. So this was a huge game changer. I remember in CII how we had to run around changing FMCG trucks to be able to give oxygen across the country, how we pulled out small town technicians to fix the oxygen cylinders. I don't want to go into depth and detail, but these are just examples of how this entire thing changed. This is something I want all of you to please understand. You will hear time and time again that for every $1 spent in healthcare, you will get 4 back. Now this does not translate, and today, luckily, and I know Reliance has done a fantastic job with their employee engagement and health initiatives, having been a jury member for healthy workplaces, and I've evaluated them. It is part and parcel of now the DNA of organizations to take care of their employee health. Yes, it does translate into a healthy population which is working in their industries, which means productivity, which means a very positive effect on our GDP. Sabko ab malum hai, we are 6+ percentile in GDP, but we need to be at 8 and 9 if we need to be the 3rd largest economy in the world, as our Honorable Prime Minister says. But CSR is not this, ladies and gentlemen. CSR is not what you spend on your employee health, right? Next is health infrastructure. The health state of the health infrastructure in our country, honestly speaking, we've been blessed. Government has spent crores and crores building it. Unfortunately, most of them have become decrepit, right? And they need immediate, urgent attention to be able to turn around, as Justice Saab said, to be able to take care of what is a fundamental right of our country. We are blessed today that we are in literally at the north point of digital and innovation. All of you are getting awards for that. Day before we had at CIR Public Health Summit, and I cannot tell you the joy I got from what was the impact of what these people had done. Cross-cutting benefits, right? If people invest, corporates invest in CSR, it is society as a whole that benefits. And that is why today CII is not an industry association. It carries the tag, but we have now evolved into a developmental agency, and I'm very happy to share with you that we have started a vertical called purely solely on public health, which is called One Health. All of you are most welcome to join this, guide us. It's just 2 months old. We'd be very happy to take your inputs as to what has to be done in this part. So what are the impact? Where do you go? Oh, CSR, 50% of it is going into health and education. Where do I need to put my money into? So there are a huge number of places. I don't want to go into the depths and details of it. You can choose any one of them so as how you would like to have your impact on society. Because when you partner with people, you foster an expansion of knowledge and influence. People always, social media, influencers. Don't we keep saying? Influencer ne ye bola, ye khareed lo. So you all can be influencers so long as you believe in cooperation and collaboration. Some examples: primary care, digital skill building, preventive health, CSR. Since skill building is very close, I've spent 17 years of my life only because one's personal experience in running out, making Max Healthcare happen, that the one thing that we thought was a given in India, and that was manpower and skilled manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, it was not. Everybody knows a doctor and nurse, but forgets that for every doctor you need 20 other people to make it happen. And the people that we trained prior to COVID, the 10 years prior to COVID, the multi-purpose workers, the general duty assistants, actually came out and the Prime Minister gave them all awards for the fantastic work they did. They were marginalized youth, children who couldn't afford to go to school and colleges, who had been trained as this, and they saved the day for all of us. So the sustainability in CSR ensures change rather than short-term fixes. The model has economic, social, and environmental impact. Extremely important. And I'll just take 2 seconds here and quickly wrap up. Again, a learning. If you were to take healthcare as a country, it is the 5th largest polluter in the world. Can you imagine? The very thing, as Sir also said, pollution, water, etc. But healthcare, which is to solve for the problem, is actually the 5th largest polluter. So we all need to introspect and see how we stick to the piece in CSR of economic, social, and environment. Lastly, you must measure impact. If you do not measure impact, nobody will follow you. ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, right? So the crucial steps, the key components are here. The presentation is here. Please go ahead, take it and see it. Our geography, I've only focused on health here, but we are in all 38 sectors as far as CSR is concerned. We believe that white papers don't solve anything, right? Giving lectures and giving policy recommendations don't have an impact until you're not on the ground making things happen. So as an organization, for every policy that we recommend, we first test the waters, make sure it's working on the ground, and then go with that evidence to government. So we have turned around maternity wards, we have strengthened the public health system in Kerala, in the entire skilling ecosystem which is supported by us, and now focusing in all 27 states where we are present. We have 68 offices all over. Each one of them are focused on this. The future direction is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. We have to change from focused episodic projects to systemic changes. Leverage digital health and ensure we have a sustainable financing and green healthcare. Then we are true to ourselves for healthcare. Partnerships is the way to go. Invest in health, invest in the future. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, investing in health has huge payoffs for the entire country. I would now request Dr. Charulata Pamnani, Director, Medical Services, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, to please address the audience. She's going to be speaking about inspiring health, empowering communities, RFH's vision for the future. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Pamnani.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, I promise to be brief. I'll stick to 10 minutes. I heard that you have to leave early. Thank you, Kamal Narayan ji and IHW, for giving us this opportunity to showcase the work that we do. It is, though it may be part of CSR, it is truly done with a lot of commitment and heart. It is my privilege to share with you the transformative journey that we have undertaken with the forward-looking vision of our promoters at Reliance Foundation, particularly our healthcare initiatives that embody our commitment to include health for all. At the heart of this commitment stands HN Reliance Foundation Hospital, which is our flagship institution and a beacon of clinical excellence, where we monitor outcomes along with providing compassionate care. We work under the stewardship of our CEO, Dr. Tarang Chandani, and we work with the forward-thinking vision and the commitment that the foundation has given us under the leadership of Mrs. Neeta Ambani. While we may be a quaternary care center, where we set benchmarks in clinical outcomes, we also ensure that we are not just a hospital, we are a hub of precision medicine, we are a hub of digital innovation, and we deliver outcomes that matter. Behind our success is the relentless drive to attract and retain top medical talent. Madam herself mentioned that it is very difficult to get one doctor. There are so many that we need to ensure are working in tandem and are skilled equally. Also, we need to nurture clinical excellence and foster a culture of empathy-led leadership. Shri Anant Ambani, who leads the healthcare initiatives at Reliance Foundation, continues to reimagine the future of care that we provide, which is rooted in India, but yet it is global in its ambition. The defining chapter which brought us into, while we already had a CSR initiative, we already had an outreach program where we were tackling with a lot of NCDs in the community. What actually became a defining chapter for us in this journey was the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Through Mission Vaccine Suraksha, Reliance Foundation administered over 1 million free vaccine doses, reaching Mumbai's most vulnerable populations and communities with last mile access. At the same time, we augmented the city's capacity with 875 dedicated COVID beds, including ICU care, quarantine facilities, and uninterrupted oxygen supply. Nowhere in our whichever beds we were managing did we ever have to face shortages in terms of medication or oxygen, which at that point in time were critical for these patients. Together, these efforts, I think, stand amongst the largest philanthropic contributions during COVID care in Mumbai. Beyond the pandemic, we completed a decade in October 2024 as an organization, as a hospital. To commemorate that event, Mrs. Neeta Ambani launched the Health Seva Plan, which is a sharp focus on women, children, and the most vulnerable groups in the community. This program covered 50,000 free congenital heart disease screening in children, and any child identified to have congenital heart disease has been treated and operated free of cost at our hospital. 50,000 free breast and cervical cancer screenings for women, and any woman identified with a cancer of the breast or cervix has been investigated and treated free at the hospital. 10,000 HPV vaccinations were given to adolescent girls from marginalized communities. Beyond health outcomes, these initiatives have also delivered a significant economic impact, with substantial savings in out-of-pocket expenditure for the patients of over 4.6 crores. This is in the last 1 year alone. We have given about 1.69 crores from pediatric cardiac surgeries for 41 children identified thus far, around 35.4 lakhs for investigations and treatment of 42 women identified at high risk for cancer, and 2.55 crores for cervical cancer vaccinations for adolescent girls. In addition to these initiatives, we are also offering 500 free surgeries across various specialties, like orthopedics for joint replacements. We have even offered 5 free bone marrow transplants in the pediatric age group, vascular surgeries, cataracts, and other urological procedures, all aimed at improving the lives of the underserved communities. Many of these surgeries are conducted over the weekend with a dedicated team. Since we are a 360 bedded hospital and almost full at all times, it becomes very difficult for us to manage these huge volumes. But we are willing to go the extra mile to do it, and so is our staff, including our doctors. So a lot of these surgeries are done over the weekend. We also have a health outreach program, which remains the cornerstone of our last mile healthcare delivery. We have mobile units, we have static medical units and community health centers, where in the last 1 year, we have served around 2.17 lakh individuals across Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Raigad, Pune, Valsad and Jamnagar. This ecosystem ensures that screenings, vaccination and community health education are seamlessly linked to advanced tertiary care at Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, ensuring that no patient is left behind and they get the same care from the doctors who otherwise operate on our paying patients. As we look to the future, we are preparing to scale up with innovation at the core. We are coming up with a 2,000 bedded medical city in Mumbai, which will integrate AI diagnostics, robotics, sustainable infrastructure and advanced medical training. Jio's digital ecosystem and 5G network are enabling expansion of telemedicine, AI-assisted triage, and remote diagnostics across rural and remote India. Our initiatives reflect a philanthropy, philosophy, compassion strengthened by technology, and accessibility empowered by innovation. By complementing government schemes like PMJ through awareness, enrollment, and scalable delivery, Reliance Foundation is determined to bridge the health equity gap in India. Under the visionary guidance of Shri Mukesh Ambani, these efforts reflect a deep commitment to healthcare accessibility and the social impact, setting a benchmark for compassionate leadership in the community. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our doctors, our nursing staff, our outreach team, which works tirelessly, our community leaders, and the change makers. Together, let us continue to amplify, impact, architect care, and uphold health as is every Indian's right, not just a privilege. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for your address detailing the good work being done by the Reliance Foundation. I would request Kamal Narayan to please present our speakers with a small token of our appreciation. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to present a planter and a memento to Justice Swatantra Kumar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal, who is our jury chair. I would request Kamal to please present a planter and a memento to Mr. Amitabh Dubey, Country President and Managing Director at Novartis India. I would request Kamal to present a plant to Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Healthcare, Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, Advisor and Governing Board Member, Healthcare Skills Council, Governing Board Member, Life Sciences Sector Skills Council. I would request Kamal to present Dr. Charulata Pamnani, Director, Medical Services, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, with a planter and a memento.
some of those rare disease cases, really needs some strong support.
I request Kamal to please present a memento to Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Medical Director, MP Birla Group of Hospitals, and a plant. We want to thank all our esteemed dignitaries for coming here this morning, gracing us with their presence and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries. I request you to please take your place off stage. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. We are continuing with our sessions, and now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day, the CSR Revolution, India's journey from regulation to responsibility. This session will explore how Indian CSR has evolved from being just a mere compliance requirement to becoming a true catalyst for national health and development. Our distinguished panelists will share insights on how organizations are going beyond the mandate to drive real impact on the ground. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers in this session. Please welcome Dr. Bipin Sapra, Partner, Leader, Indirect Tax and Economic Policy, EY. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Dr. Bipin Sapra. Please welcome Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Medical Director, MP Birla Group of Hospitals. Please give a round of applause and welcome our speakers on stage. Please welcome Mr. Sharat Goswami, Senior Director, Global Policy and International Public Affairs, Pfizer. And Mr. Khurram Nayab, General Manager, CSR and Head Governance for Anil Agarwal Foundation, Vedanta. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Prabhat Sinha, Director of Government and Public Affairs, Boehringer in Ingelheim. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. I think one speaker will join us, but I request you to start with the discussion, Prabhat, and then they can join us midway.
Great. Good morning, everyone. There's no energies. Good morning. Yeah. So after this inaugural session where we have got a glimpse of some of the best practices from free institutions, we also heard about what the Act says and a lot of stuff. I think now we have a full panel. So what we are going to discuss in this panel about, and we have heard that how from whether it's a responsibility, whether it's a compliance, how this whole thing is moving. And what we will also try to ensure that we get 10 minutes for an interactive session before we end this discussion. And in between also, I'll be coming back to you for a few hands up or few comments from you as well. So let's try to make it interactive. If you have questions, please note it down so that towards the end you put those questions and we will ensure that we come back to you with the answer for those questions. So welcome to each one of you on this panel. And I think the first question I would like to start with the comment what we heard is, and we will focus our conversation around health exclusively for this session. And we have heard that the spending on CSR on health is around 35,000 crore rupees or something. Sorry, the total spending is 35,000, out of which around 20 crore comes on healthcare. The health and education, the data was suggesting that around 20,000 crore, which is, if we see the total health budget of Government of India, which is around 99,000 crore, it actually makes a significant contribution. It is not a small contribution. And the total union budget is also a budget between state and center. So there is a third contributor to this, which is from the corporate. If we see the overall data, it may vary. There are a lot of, the way it is reported and all, there could be discrepancy, but ultimately it's a significant contribution which is going from corporates on health or complementing health or supporting health initiative. Now, the first question I would like to come to the panelists, and I'll start, sir, from your side. Now, this has been a journey. In our country, CSR is not, it has started when the Act came. We are a country where a lot of companies were doing philanthropic activities since long. Lot of companies where I also worked in past were doing more than 2%, and even they do more than 2% currently, if we see the books. There are a lot of global initiatives, there are a lot of things. But still, when we put our question that how far we have moved since the Act has come, it's over a decade, and it's a journey we are moving towards in that line. I would like to take a comment from each one of you as a first question, that where do you see we have reached on this journey, how we are moving forward, and then we will go to the next question. So first question, sir, to you.
Hello. Yeah, well, good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be part of this particular event. Thank you, organizers, thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thank you. Like way back in 2014, when the Act came up, in fact, by that time, India is not really, the CSR is not really new to India. The only thing is that it changed the nomenclature, in fact. Earlier, companies like Tata's, Birla's, and some of the other companies, they were doing those philanthropic initiatives. So, which was beyond the 2% thing which the Act says, in fact. So, what happened was when the regulation came over in 2014, it mandated what already was the companies were doing, in fact. So that was one thing, and it brought into fold a lot of other companies also, which were doing sort of charity, but they were not really recognized for it, and they were not really streamlined, in fact. So that's what happened, in fact. So when the regulation came in 2014, we were the first country in the world to mandate such a regulation of 2% profit after tax to be given to CSR initiatives. So that's one thing which happened. Secondly, see, the first thing was the regulation. Secondly, was the compliance. Now companies were forced to do compliance. Earlier they were doing it voluntarily. Now they were forced to do compliance. Then we moved beyond into the realm of recently, in fact, like there was also a penalty clause as well launched by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, in fact. So the regulatory was a compulsory thing which happened at the moment. So I'll just keep it for the other panelists as well.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of initiatives. I'll come back to you. What you run as a mega program on health, it shows that we are moving towards, and it's complementing to the existing care. So you talked about compliance also. So when we see the move from a regulation to responsibility, I think it is also driven by compliance to a certain extent, right? Sir, from MP Birla Group of Hospital, you are doing some amazing work in MP, and as a hospital group also, how you have seen the last decade since the CSR Act has come, what has changed?
Good morning, everyone. I first of all thank you so much to making me a part and the organizers. Before I start, I have only one condolence message to my teacher. Anita Borges silently went away. She was not only my teacher, but I think so teacher for many. The final diagnosis was given by her to this country. So we condole her absence. Second thing was, as you mentioned, where we have traveled and how much. Journey has been very long. As a Birla Group, I think so we have completed 150 years on philanthropy. CSR came into 14, but I think so initially most of the temples, corporates were doing all these things for a very, very long time. Act was a compulsion. Reliance Foundation, as ma'am was mentioning, and a long journey of 42 years in rural healthcare has a impression of mine that villages were doing locally something for their community. But when the act came, it became a mandatory path for majority of the corporates to really put in. But what I have seen in my journey is, I am very frank, that effectiveness to one particular cause and the impact evaluation is not being done. This is a critical kind of note which I am giving it to you, because I have seen that they put some trees, they help someone, but for a longer term, say about 10 years, 15 years down the line, as we call evidence-based CSR, is not being evaluated very effectively. As madam, both the madams mentioned on the podium, that evaluation is very important. So when we do any surgery, so after 10 years, मतलब in हमारे यहाँ पे बिरलाज में ये ट्रेडिशन है कि हम बहुत लंबे समय तक उसका इम्पैक्ट देते हैं, चाहे वो हम मंदिर भी बनाएं तो हम देखते हैं उसको. तो अभी तो एक छोटा सा रिमार्क देके कि जर्नी बहुत लंबी है और हर माइलस्टोन पे रुक के पीछे मुड़ के देखना है. आगे तो सब बढ़ रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ना बड़ा आसान है. मैं 42 इयर्स गांव में रहा हूँ, तो मैंने देखा है गांव को. और मेरे ख्याल से 1983 में जब मैंने एक छोटे से गांव में जिसकी पॉपुलेशन 500 थी, वहाँ पे मैंने पैनक्रेटिक विपल ऑपरेशन 8 घंटे का किया था. कुछ फैसिलिटी नहीं थी, लाइट नहीं थी ओटी. तो मैं देख रहा हूँ वहाँ से हम कहाँ पहुँच गए. वहाँ से कोकिला बहन पहुँच गए, वहाँ से HN रिलायंस पहुँच गए. हमने बहुत प्रगति करी है, लेकिन गांव तक अभी हम नहीं पहुँचे, और इसका दुख है मुझे. और मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ, जब कभी भी मेरी बड़े लोगों से, मतलब बड़े मतलब समझ रहे हैं आप, तो बोलते हैं हम छोटी जगह नहीं जा सकते. तो वो डिफरेंस हमको गैप करना पड़ेगा. थैंक यू.
एंड सर आपने बहुत सही कहा कि ये जो इक्विटी है विद इन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, अगर जो CSR के रिपोर्ट्स भी हम देखते हैं, यू नो हाउ CSR मनी इज बीइंग spent across the country, it also varies very significantly. You know, for example, Maharashtra, Gujarat, these are the states where a bulk of expenditure is happening. Whereas some of the states, for example, my own state, Jharkhand or Bihar, you know, the expenditure has been very limited, whereas the need for spending money in those areas are higher. So, and rural areas, urban areas, so those are real questions that I think is in front of us, and you are right that we are moving, but the impact is one point that I take, sir, what you said, and also equity in terms of making that impact across the country. There is a lot to be done. The act cannot compel a company to go and work in a particular area. I think there are initiatives. I think the panel itself will share that many of these initiatives are not restricted to these two states. I am aware that many of these initiatives, what you will hear in the next question, is beyond some of the marginalized area as well. Sharad, I'll come to you. On this journey, Pfizer has been, as a healthcare company, have been doing some substantial work in variety of areas. From your perspective, with your long experience being in this area, where you see we are moving, and what has been your experience around it?
Thanks, Prabhat. And before I start, Kamalji, congratulations. I don't know of many such platforms where you talk about CSR but focus on healthcare. I think it's compliments to you that you're looking so deeply into this area. And rightly so, because as was said in the introduction, if this is the area that's attracting the most CSR investments, we should be debating, discussing, and sharing good practices in this area. So it's a great job that you've done here. Prabhat, I saw this, I was at Pfizer when 2014, this, the CSR Act came. And I remember at that time in the industry, there were two kinds of reactions, right? There was one reaction saying, here is a bunch of things we do today, can we call it CSR? Right? So we do continuing medical education with doctors. Can this be called CSR? Because we are ultimately impacting the community. And then the verdict came very clearly saying anything which is standard course of business is not CSR. So wo band ho gaya. The other reaction was, who will think about all of these things? There are businesses to run, there are things to do. Let's just take this money and put it into some fund. Chief Minister's Fund, Prime Minister's Fund, Emergency Fund, some fund. We'll just put the money there, get done with our compliance requirements and move on with what we do as an organization rather than think so much about what to do with this money. So those were the initial two reactions. Then I think the next reaction was, okay, if we need to do something, let's do it in a way where we can get some goodwill which is very directly relevant to our business. To your point, why is a few states getting so much of CSR funds is because the manufacturing plants are there. So that was then the next thought process. If I have 5 big factories, let me put my money in that ecosystem so that there is some goodwill generated in and around my facilities. It helps me, run my plants more smoothly and so on. But what I'm very happy to see is in a very short period of time, 2014 and now is 10 years. That's a very, very short time. What I'm seeing is there is so much of evolution, so much of creativity, from these very obvious ways of doing CSR to now very, very creative, innovative ways of doing CSR. I have seen that journey. And when you give me an opportunity, I'll share a few examples from our side. But I have seen that transition happen. And I genuinely feel this is the right way to go. While we as organizations would be investing, and I like that word, this word of where do you invest your CSR funds. I love this word because when you say invest, it means in some way you are looking at impact. You're looking at return of that investment. For corporate people, return on investment is something that's ingrained in your way of thinking, which is the best thing that you can do when it comes to CSR. It is not just philanthropy. It is not just give and forget. It is about an investment. So a lot of good questions are being asked saying, where are we investing this money? can we be as creative as possible while being in that space where we are present? A healthcare company will invest broadly and should in the healthcare domain, but do more non-obvious things, do more creative things. I think that is the way that we have gone very, very quickly. Some more needs to be done on the act, and maybe we can talk about that, but I am very, very optimistic where this is going.
Thank you, Sharit. I think before we move to Dr. Vipin, to you, it's very clearly three clear-cut words that is coming is compliance, impact, and creativity. And I think, and when we look at backward, I think definitely on all these three things, we are making a strong move forward. Whether it's the way creatively programs are being designed and implemented, the way impact is becoming more and more critical. I think regulation also makes it mandatory to evaluate impact and report it back, and also compliance. Now, Dr. Vipin, you're a policy person with a 360-degree view what is happening across industry from E&Y side. How you have seen this journey since last decade or so? Your comment on this, please.
Thank you, Prabhatji, and thank you for having me here. The fact that companies are hiring professionals like us to help them being compliant is the biggest story out there. I think as the government has framed these rules, it has also framed compliances. The laws have evolved, and there is a much more clarity in terms of what needs to be done with these, with the CSR funds which are there at the disposal of the corporates. So from a perspective of, it's no longer as it was just spoken that you transfer the funds to a person at the end of, before the end of the year, to a non-profit. That's not the thing to be done. That is not possible. You have to have an annual plan. You have to have a clear direction. And if you have a long-term plan, and if you're not able to spend a certain sum of money, you can transfer to your account, which will only cater to those funds. So much more compliance out there, requirements from the government, maybe much more monitoring, and hence we have seen that corporates over the period of time have wanted to be compliant. The choice of the area is theirs and theirs only, whether it's health, whether it's education, or any other area, or sanitation. Everybody has its own sphere of area. They want to be compliant, and not only be compliant from a perspective of government. Most of them have a clear vision in terms of, as was said, that there is an investment which they want to make. They have been investing in their own products and services to grow. They want to invest in the country where they are working, and hence we see a much more specific directions given to us that this is the area, and that is the area which they want to work in. The next area I think we need to speak is, because most of the professionals out here are working in the field of health. The question which all of these corporates are wanting to do is, how do you measure the impact? And which non-profits or NGOs you should partner with who will do justice to the funds which are being given. So compliance on one side, there is a much more thought process which we see out there where people are wanting to, the corporates are wanting to get a real impact of the money which they are wanting to impact. I'll stop here.
Yeah. So we have seen one thing has very clearly come up. I think each one of you with your own vast experience have seen that we are moving in a positive direction with creativity, compliance, impact around. Now let's hear, on this journey, some of the examples from each one of you. And I remember somebody was saying that, it's a corporate social responsibility. Few companies call it, I remember ITC or something, that it is only corporate responsibility, not a social responsibility. Lot of organizations, lot of leaders, they say that it is not a responsibility, it's a matter of pride for us, that we are, with this regulation, we are partnering on the healthcare ecosystem, and we are doing this. So let's hear from our panelists, what is that pride moment? What you feel that one of your healthcare intervention, which either has complemented an existing healthcare system or any disease-specific initiative which you would like to share for the audience. That also kind of gives us an example that yes, we are moving, and all these small nuggets what we discussed about, whether it's impact, whether it's creativity, or the compliance, which reflects one of it in your example. So I'll start again from you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. The only example which, the pride which you said about this particular thing is that one such project comes to my mind, which in fact I was the one who created that particular project when as part of Vedanta itself, which is Project Nandghar. I think people might have heard about Project Nandghar, which is a holistic project which encompasses health care plus education plus nutritional fight against malnourishment as well. So that is the project which we say it's really like upliftment of rural Anganwadi system. And if you all know that rural Anganwadi is the unit wherein at a village level, wherein the community really goes for their healthcare system, immunization, vaccination at that basic level itself. So, but the Anganwadi structure and system was quite dilapidated. It was under the ICDS program of Government of India, like Ministry of Women and Child Development, that the government launched this particular program in 1975, and it's been around 50 years, and the structures and the infrastructure is quite dilapidated there. So we went there and we really renovated these structures at the grassroots level itself. There are 13.7 lakh Anganwadis pan-India itself. And at the moment I'll be happy, and it's a moment of pride for me that we have constructed and renovated more than 9,000 such Anganwadis and converted them into Nandghar. So that's one thing which is there. At the moment we are targeting 350,000 children and 270,000 women through this particular program. Let me just tell a brief about the health initiative which we do through this particular program. See, we work directly with the government. In fact, we have MOUs with the government, various different state governments as well as the central government as well, to develop these Anganwadis into Nandghar. So that's one thing. And in the Anganwadi structure, there's an ASHA worker also, who's the health the person who takes care of the health of the entire village there. So we provide training and capacity building to them, plus we tie up with different hospitals and also through telehealth services pan-India level. So we at the moment we have at least the best doctors on a panel who can really provide services to the village level, at the village level through telehealth services. So that's the major thing which we have done on the health front when it comes to Nandghar, in fact. So that's what it is, and most of the hospitals are on a panels, and the village the person, as sir has also said, that it is very difficult to go and start a health program in a village thing. So what we have done is the doctors, they are sitting in various cities, the urban areas, but they are catering to the village household also, in fact, on the health front. In fact, we also run mobile health van, and this mobile health van, what it does is there's a cluster of 25 Nandghars, and this mobile health van goes to each and every Nandghar through this cluster. In one Nandghar is visited, two Nandghars are visited in a day for this. So the Nandghar which is visited first, it comes back again on the 15th day. So that's also another thing which is there. Thank you, Prabha.
No, and absolutely. In fact, 24, 25 years back when I was started working, I was working with the ICDS program responsible for these Anganwadi centers. And I think 2-3 years back, I got a chance to visit one of the Nandghar, right? The mere infrastructure of the ICDS center in a non-Nandghar, for example, if we go, which is the first point of contact for lactating mother or pregnant mother or 0 to 5 child, which ICDS used to cover. I think it is transformational. And I think it's a huge round of compliment the way this program has scaled up also. It's
Just wanted to also add one thing that, see, when we talk about CSR and the regulation, see, most of the corporates, they do CSR within their operational areas, so that's what it is. But what we have done as part of Nandghar is that Pan India, 15 states, 9,000 plus Nandghars, we are there. In fact, UP, we do not have any operations out there. We have around 1,500 Nandghars out there. We do not have any operations in, say, like Andhra and Telangana. We do have Nandghars out there. We have, if you name the state, and we are there, in fact. So it's really like that way. We are moving beyond the compliance, that sort of.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that example. Sir, from Madhya Pradesh, as you said, you have been doing a lot of work also around your passion around oncology, the way you are on ground taking healthcare closer to the community. Any example that you would like to share which has shown that impact on health indicators?
भूलता जा रहा हूँ उम्र के साथ. 66 years of age and गांव में काम करने से एक फ़ायदा ज़रूर होता है कि हर दिन जो भी आप काम कर रहे हैं, हर मिनट, वो एक लैंडमार्क होता है. जब 2005 में एक 66 kg ट्यूमर निकाला एक गरीब महिला का, जिसके पास पहनने के लिए कपड़ा नहीं था, उसके पीछे साड़ी का एक टुकड़ा और पीछे सूतली बंधी हुई थी, तो और वो अभी जिंदा है. और एक लड़की जो पैदा हुई थी उसको किसी ने कचरे के डब्बे में फेंक दिया था क्योंकि उसको एनोरेक्टल मैल्फॉर्मेशन था, और उसकी सर्जरी करी. आज 19 साल के बाद मुझे पता चला फोर्टिस फरीदाबाद की वो कार्डियक नर्स है इंचार्ज. तो जीवन में ऐसे कई वाक़ये मैं मतलब देख चुका हूँ, इसलिए याद सा नहीं आता. धुंधली सी यादें के बीच में आपके हजारों सवालों से, मतलब एक शायरी है जिसमें मुझे शौक़ है कि गालिब साहब ने कहा था कि आपके हजारों सवालों से अच्छी है मेरी खामोशी, क्योंकि इसने कई सवालों की आबरू रख दी है. तो मैं चुप रहना चाहता हूँ और काम करना चाहता हूँ. और मैं आप लोगों से, सभी लोगों से, इंडस्ट्री के सब बड़े लोग बैठे हुए, आई बिलोंग टू MP बिरला ग्रुप. बहुत काम किया है हम लोगों ने, इम्पैक्टफुल वर्क किया है, लेकिन बड़े आराम से, खामोशी से. बड़े बड़े बैनर्स, पोस्टर्स, फ्लैक्स, अब ये आ रहे हैं वो आ रहे हैं, मतलब मैं बहुत क्रिटिकल हो जाता हूँ कई बार, क्योंकि काम जो है वो गरीब के बीच में आप जब भी करेंगे वो दुआई देगा आपको. और इस चीज़ का एक्सपीरियंस मुझे है. प्रभु की बड़ी कृपा है हम पे, ठाकुर जी की. और मैं समझता हूँ कि हेल्थ केयर में आप जितने भी लोग हैं, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं, आप लोग इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी. दैट्स नॉट ओनली 2014, बोरिंगर से लेके, फाइजर से लेके, नोवार्टिस से लेके, रिलायंस से लेके, अनिल अग्रवाल जी से लेके, मैं सबके कामों को देख चुका हूँ. और नाउ दैट आई एम वर्किंग एज CEO टू योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ऑल्सो, एंड इट वॉज ए प्रिविलेज विच वॉज गिवन टू मी बाय योगी जी, कि गांव बहुत पिछड़े हुए, गांव में आइए आप लोग. मैंने शायद 3 बार इस CSR पोडियम से रिक्वेस्ट करी है कि आप लोग गांव आइए. गांव में जब तक नहीं आएंगे ना तो 140 करोड़ ठीक नहीं होगा, कितना ही कर लीजिए आप लोग कोशिश. और जब गांव में आएंगे तो गांव का. और दूसरा एक जो मेजर प्रोग्राम जो हम लोगों ने लिया है, 2000 से हमने चालू किया था, स्किल डेवलपमेंट का. 7800 बच्चों को जो पन्नी गोबर कचरा जमा करते थे, 2 रुपये थी, आज मेरे 5 बच्चे पिट्सबर्ग में हैं और 12 बच्चे बिट्स पिलानी हैदराबाद कैंपस में जीनोमिक सीक्वेंसिंग कर रहे हैं. मेरे को बहुत खुशी है. ये होता है जब हम उनको देखते हैं. जब वो पिट्सबर्ग से मुझे कोई फ़ोन करता है तो मुझे इतना अच्छा लगता है कि, और हम स्पॉन्सर करते हैं उनको. और मेरे दोस्तों के घर में रहते हैं वो। तो आपने इतने सारे जो इंडस्ट्री के टॉप डॉयंस हैं, आप कर सकते हैं इस काम को। मतलब मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि ये मेरे जीवन का निचोड़ है। मैंने बहुत बहुत मेहनत करी है इस काम के लिए, और आपको बता रहा हूँ स्किल डेवलपमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट जो रिलायंस, जो वेदांत ग्रुप कर रहा है, बहुत ज़रूरी है मैडम। शायद मेरे ख्याल से सब फोकस अगर हम हमारे ह्यूमन रिसोर्स में लगाएंगे तो टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग को नीचे से हम फोड़ सकते हैं। हेल्थ केयर को सुधारना इस कंट्री में बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट टास्क है, और माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का प्रयास ये आयुष्मान के था कि हम सब तक पहुंच पाएँ। तो मेरे ख्याल से आज इस पोडियम को मैं एक अनुभव के रूप में बता रहा हूँ आपको कि करिए आप लोग, और खामोशी से करिए। कोई ताम झाम और ये सब दिखा दिखू के करने में थोड़ा सा मज़ा कम हो जाता है। ये मेरा सजेशन।
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari sir. I think then a corporate social responsibility के साथ individual responsibility भी आपने add किया, and I think that pride that you take around. Thank you for sharing these examples. Sharad, I'll come back to you on sharing one of many things that Pfizer does, but one example which you feel is one of the most impactful one with the audience here.
So first of all, with a lot of respect, sir, because जिस किस्म का काम आपने किया है and the attitude that you have towards this work, it commands everyone's respect. So having said that, एक थोड़ा सा अलग school of thought है जो कि मैं बोलूँगा with a lot of respect, which is के नेकी कर और दुनिया को बता. Because my point is, and again, it's a different point of view. You have to create a virtuous cycle. The more you are successful in the CSR work that you do, and the more people who get to know of it, the more people you can inspire, the more people you can show कि अरे ऐसे भी किया जा सकता है और ऐसे करके ये भी कम्युनिटी को फ़ायदा हो सकता है, या आपके कंपनी की रेपुटेशन को इतना एडवांटेज मिल सकता है, या आपको फुलफिलमेंट इतनी मिल सकती है. It inspires more and more and more people, either out of respect or even out of jealousy. कि अरे इन्होंने किया तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते. So I know that the traditional and the good mindset is do it quietly, but I also feel कि CSR किया तो डरना क्या. Tell the world, ये हमने किया, ये impact आया, इतने हमको प्राइज़ मिले. कमल जी ने स्टेज के ऊपर बोला कि अपनी केस स्टडी बताओ, so that 5 other people say कि अच्छा, this also gets you visibility, it also gets you admiration, and that creates the next wave of investments and efforts, etc. Having said that, sir, Prabhat, 2 examples that I can share with you. One, which is because we are also an oncology company, one of the initiatives we have, which is what we call the Astha help desks. We chose to set up these patient help desks in 15 of the largest government cancer hospitals. And the need really was that there is enough funding that's available for patients to fund their treatment. But the problem is that patients who are coming to these kinds of hospitals are either not aware, or they are not empowered, or they have no ability to ask these questions, let alone being able to avail of the facilities, avail of the fundings. So how do you bridge that gap? And that was what we did through the Astha help desk. These help desks simply hold the hand of the patient and say, okay, tell me who you are. What is your socio-economic? What is your name? Where do you come from? And at the back end, they have data of all the various schemes, whether it's the Chief Minister's program or a religious charity or some corporate's charity. And there are so many of these very noble efforts to fund cancer treatment of below poverty line patients. And they just handhold, they help make sure that the forms are filled, forms are deposited, follow-ups are done, funding is made available so that the patients can go and get their treatment done. So, very proud to share that we have probably now touched about 6.5 lakh patients through these 15 help desks who've been able to get their treatment done. And then beyond treatment, you know, accommodation for their families, because patients come from a long distance. परिवार कहाँ रहे जब तक सदस्य की treatment हो रही है, तो वो सारा कुछ gets done through this. This I still feel is a more traditional way of doing CSR. Prabhat, I'm sorry, it's going to be a slightly longer answer, okay? The other one that I really want to talk to you about is, again, when this act came, we all, and especially folks like us who had no background in CSR, so we had to approach this in a very non-traditional way. So we looked at the act, we looked at Schedule 7, okay, what are the permissible activities? And then from Pfizer, what we saw was there was one entry saying funding to technology incubators in academic institutions. And we are like, aha, ye to bahut interesting hai, because I am an innovative company. My whole business is breakthrough medicines that impact patients. I'm all about innovation. I'm all about breakthroughs. So we latched on to that and we created what is now a very successful program. We call it Indovation, Pfizer Indovation. And we said we will fund startups. And it was, again, I'm telling you, there is so much potential to be creative with the CSR Act. The government has done a great job by being very, very broad, saying in spaces, you be as creative as you want. So we started running this program, and today we have a partnership with IIT Delhi, with the Department of Pharmaceuticals, who's our nodal ministry, and been very kind to support this program through DPIIT and Startup India. And together we identify healthcare startups. We provide them with funding up to 60 lakhs each. We incubate them for 2 years in any academic institution of their choice. We help them move from an idea to a proof of concept to a healthcare product in the market. And by virtue of that, such interesting new healthcare products and services are today in our country, affordable, low cost, solving healthcare challenges by these startups. So that is another program that I'm very, very proud of.
Yeah. No, and both the, and that's the creativity what you talked about, that both initiatives are, unique in its own space. The first program, I remember I witnessed it in Chhattisgarh, the time a patient comes to hospital, first time hearing about cancer, and the first thing that patient has to do is to fill forms. Majority of them in a rural setup still find it difficult to fill that form in that mental stage. The first person they get is a volunteer who helps them to fill the form, also help them to navigate in a big setup, in a tertiary care center, and hold that hand and to take them from one diagnostic room to the other room. I think these are the examples which truly complement the existing effort what is happening. And I think, and that's why when I was saying that out of 100,000 crore, whatever spend government does, sometimes these, 10% of the expenditure makes that 90% more valuable, right? Because sometime, if this is not there, sometime or majority of the time, patient may come out of that system, unable to navigate. And we see those who are in Mumbai witness it day and night. If you go to Tata Cancer Hospital and see how these patients are lying down, they struggle to have a space on the footpaths. They keep their stuff to block the space on the footpath. रात को वो सोने की जगह बन जाती है, दिन को वो कुछ सामान बेचने वाले की जगह बन जाती है, और रात वो स्ट्रगल हर दिन चलता है कि हॉस्पिटल से आने के बाद whether I grab that place on that footpath. So the supportive system to help them in a new city, and for many of the rural patients, Raipur could be as equal to Mumbai, to look for a place. And these are not 2-night accommodation. It ranges from 30 days to 90 days in those states. And I think these complementary initiatives really makes that 90% of the fund being utilized in a proper way. So extremely a thoughtful initiative, creative initiative, and it is definitely making an impact. So thank you for sharing, Sharad, these two initiatives. Dr. Vipin, I'll come back to you. As ENY, I think you'd be advising to many companies. You'd also have seen this journey as you shared in the previous thing. But I have a different question from you, is from strategy to execution, right? It's not a very easy journey. There has been a lot of internal stakeholders has to be aligned within company. Many of people who are in CSR within our own companies, it is not easy to get a green signal from the board of an initiative, because as Sharad said, that it's an investment, the return of investment, what we are going to get, the shareholders or stakeholders are various different mindset. Everybody has a choice of sector. Somebody will say health, somebody will say education, somebody will say this state. And I think this whole strategy to execution, what has been your experience when you are advising organizations, and what are the key advices if you'd also like to share with some of the practitioners here, so that this journey becomes a little bit not easier, but at least more impactful?
Thank you, Prabhatji, again. And I feel privileged to be in the esteemed company where so much work has been done with the, as they say, with their own hands. Most of the corporates struggle in the sense that they do not have the advantage of the field, understanding the needs of the people who are there at the grassroots level. And the corporates need awareness. So a lot of times when a corporate decides to go into a CSR, they're not aware whether, half the time they may not be aware whether they need to choose education, they need to choose health, they need to choose sustainability, and there are n number of things. A lot of times we get there and help them make those decisions on the basis of what their priorities are, or what this, the founder's priority is, or what the CEO's priority is in terms of their. But there are so many questions which we try to answer, and I'll just try to pick up some of those when we talk about these to the corporates. The first one is, are we compliant with evolving CSR rules and the reporting requirements? See, it's so essential. It may appear to be a question which only a professional like EY can ask the corporates, because it's not about that. But it's important that the corporates are compliant with what is there. You do all the hard work, you have a good heart at your place, and you are trying to invest, but you have to be compliant at the end of the day. Are the CSR programs designed to create long-term sustainable change? See, if you do not have a vision in terms of, if the corporate doesn't have a vision, then the whole purpose of that CSR is lost if you're changing each year. But if you are able to create a long-term program, and that's what the government also wants, that there needs to be a long-term program, or at least a program for a year which will see you through the funds which are which you have earmarked. That's very crucial for any corporate. Then, are the internal processes aligned with the current CSR regulations and compliance and risk management? So the internal processes of the corporates also need to get aligned so that everybody is working towards the same thing. If, say, at EY Foundation, we work extensively in the field of environmental sustainability and education, and we have programs where our partners would work in these fields, will get an opportunity to go for as part of that. So those internal processes should also get aligned so that there is a volunteering activity which is happening. The biggest question is, do we have credible NGOs who are actually working at the grassroots level and with whom we'll invest the funds and they'll and use it to the purpose for which we want them to be invested? That's the biggest question which we are there, which we get to answer, and our effort goes a lot in finding the right NGOs, working with those NGOs to see that the funds go into the right areas where they are intended to. Once the implementation partners are identified, then we look at the impact analysis. And the corporate has to see that the impact which has been created is genuine, and you have to be able to measure that impact. We saw cases of the examples which was given, that if somebody's actually gone to Pittsburgh or has reached a real success value, that's a clear measure of the impact which that program is having. But all those programs which people take care of or invest in may not have those clear impacts. And we help the corporates find out that the impact is in the right diverge. Then there are many others which are there, like how do we manage a diverse CSR portfolio across geographies and partners? Because most of the corporates are across India, they may be across, a lot of them may be part of a global setup. And how does one really map in terms of priorities and all of that? So those were just indicators to see that the corporates are also being compliant given the CSR Act, and they are getting to, and we are helping them reach the place where they can find the right NGOs and create an impact.
Thank you so much. For there are a lot of nitty-gritty. I think it is important for all of us to understand that how do we make it more impactful, how we measure it, how we align our processes and everything. Now, now we are ending to, reaching towards the close of this session. But I just want one raise of hand from the audience. People who are working from corporate or giving money, if you can just raise hand so that we see how the room is. And then I'll ask people who are executing programs. So first, people who are giving money or who represent corporates here, if you can just raise your hands. Okay. The next set of people who you are a partner who are executing program, if you can raise your hands. So we see few hands, people both the side, both the hands. And there are some academicians as well, right? So it's a kind of a fair mix that exists in the room. And the reason why I wanted to ask this question, so the topic what we have been given that, is there a revolution that has happened in CSR? How many of you feel that we have seen that revolution? Those who feel that yes, we have seen a revolution can raise your hand. Okay. So I see more hands accepting that there has been a revolution, right? But still there are few hands who are not convinced that, no, maybe we are waiting for that revolution to happen, right? Or even if there is a revolution, there is a still scope to move forward. Now, I will ask one short comment from each one of you. What is one thing that you feel needs to be done by corporates to see that this room is full? 100% people raise their hand and say that yes, we have seen that revolution in the country in CSR. So sir, I'll start this time from you. What would be that one thing?
I think I'll have to copy what was being said. Neki kar aur sabko bata. Okay. I think we need more awareness out there. I think a lot of good work is being done. It's just not being publicized by anybody.
Okay. And I think if you visualize an annual report of any corporate, I think cover page of most of the annual report will not feature a product of that company, right? Just visualize. I think when I visualize 10 report of a biggest corporate in this country, I think the cover page will be one story which is coming out of one of the CSR project of that company. I think it has been a journey that has come from, and it's a pride. Unless and until that pride is not there, and within company, when the annual report time will come, the CSR team will be asked, share that one picture, share that story, which will be part of that annual report, right? So very true. I think we need to talk more about it so that the impact also is known by others and it motivates. Sharad, what would be?
Yeah, two things, Prabhat. One, internally, I think we need to be better storytellers. The same thing that I had said earlier. Even internally, we need to be able to talk to our boards and our management and show them why this money is well spent. It's not a majburi. It is actually one of the best investments that you are making today. So that's one. The other thing, Prabhat, I think the one change in the CSR Act, which I think the time has come now. As a pharma company, I cannot give my vaccine. As a cement company, you cannot give cement. As a steel company, you cannot give steel. That's limiting. The only times when this was relaxed was during the pandemic, where you could, or during a climatic emergency, etc. I feel like if that is allowed, then you can be even more impactful, because the best business you know is your business. Then I can do an immunization program because I'm a vaccine company, right? And a cement company can make houses for people because they are a cement company. I think that is the change that I hope can come in the act.
Maheshwari sir.
काफ़ी कुछ बता दिया, और साहित्यिक दृष्टि से मैं तो क्योंकि थोड़ा सा गज़ल और शायर लोगों को याद करता हूँ, तो लुधियानवी साहब ने भी कभी कहा, ये जो नज़रें हैं ये भी बातें करती हैं और फ्रेगरेंस फैलाती है। जो गाना खामोशी का था उसमें मैं इसलिए लाइटर, क्योंकि इतनी ज़्यादा हो जाएगी आपको कि सुबह सुबह जल्दी चाय पीनी पड़ी, तो हाथ से छू के इसे रिश्तों का इल्ज़ाम न दो, हमने देखी है इन आँखों की मैं। देखिए, जब भी आप रिश्तों का इल्ज़ाम दे देंगे किसी भी चीज़ को, तो वो प्यार प्यार नहीं रहेगा। तो जो नेकी कर और आवाज़ करके बता, तो मारवाड़ी और गुजराती कभी भी रेत में पैसा नहीं फेंकते। मैं मारवाड़ी हूँ, मेरे को पता है, हम कुएं में ही फेंकते ताकि आवाज़ आए। लेकिन उसके बाद भी रिश्ते जब बने तो हमें हमेशा ये याद रखना है कि ये हमारे को प्रभु ने त्वदीयम वस्तु गोविंदम तुभ्यमेव समर्पे, फ्रॉम गॉड वी रिसीव एंड टू गॉड वी हैव टू ऑफर इट बैक। कब तक रखेंगे आप अपने हाथ में? नहीं रख सकते, देना ही पड़ेगा। और नहीं दे के जाओगे तो ऐसे ही निपट जाओगे, पता नहीं चलेगा। पोलो खेलते खेलते वो एक इंग्लैंड में मर गया और बाकी सब सफ़ेद कपड़े पहन के 60,000 करोड़ के लिए अब आ गए। तो नहीं होता वो, क्योंकि उसने भी यूज़ नहीं किया, इनको भी यूज़ नहीं करने दिया। कुछ लोग सफ़ेद कपड़े पहन के उसका क्लेम कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा कहना ये आप लोगों से है कि बड़ा बनने के लिए हनुमान जी जैसे छोटे बनो। और उसी पे 2 लाइन कह के अपनी बात को मैं ख़त्म करता हूँ कि न मैं रंग हूँ न रूप हूँ, न मैं रंग हूँ न रूप हूँ, न प्रायण किसी आकार का, जो दिखता वो मैं नहीं, फिर प्रश्न क्या अधिकार का। जो आप काम कर रहे हैं वो जनता को पता चल रहा है, आप बार बार मुझसे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? इसीलिए 1866 में गीता में कृष्ण को बोलना पड़ा कि अब गीता ख़त्म हो रही है, अगर तू नहीं समझ पा रहा तो मुझ में समा जा। जस्ट ट्रस्ट इन मी एंड जस्ट इन मी, वो जंगल बुक की फेमस वो है। तो उसी पे कवि की जो लाइन है वो इस तरह से है, न मैं रंग हूँ न रूप हूँ, न प्रायण किसी आकार का, जो दिखता वो मैं नहीं, फिर प्रश्न के अधिकार का, क्यों निज को संकुचित करूं जो रूप है विस्तार का। आप सब लोग रूप विस्तार के, फिर प्रश्न के अधिकार का बार बार प्रश्न क्यों पूछ रहे हो? बार बार मैं क्यों प्रूव करूं कि मैंने 40 साल काम किया है? देयर इज नो नीड। इफ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड फाइन, अदरवाइज मैं भी जा रहा हूं। आधे दिन, सिर्फ आधे दिन ये कंट्री रतन टाटा के लिए रोई थी और आधे दिन के बाद नेटफ्लिक्स देख रही थी। मैं आपको इस रियलिटी बता रहा हूँ। तो बहुत जल्दी भूल जाती है दुनिया। अंश से अंके जिसके बैठे हुए हैं, केएल में कन्हैया लाल जी मेहमानी मेरे पास बैठे थे। राजीव इज़ वेरी गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन। आई हैव मेट सो मेनी पीपल, आते हैं जाते हैं। तो इसको हाथ मत लगाइए, इसको रिश्ते का कोई इल्ज़ाम मत लगने देना, नहीं तो फिर ये रिश्ता बिगड़ जाएगा। CSR इज़ एक रिश्ता है, एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, एक भगवान की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है जो कई सालों से कई लोग कर रहे हैं। नाम दे दो, उसमें कुछ भी चीज़ ऐड कर दो, उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ, दिल में ये कयावत होनी चाहिए कि प्रभु की शिफा, अल्लाह की शिफा उंगलियों में होनी चाहिए, अल्लाह खुद नहीं आएंगे। ये मेरा मानना। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing this wisdom, I think, with us. There is a heart in everything what we do, and I think you made it very clear with all of us. So thank you for sharing. Khurram Sahab will end with your comment.
सर के बाद तो कुछ रह ही नहीं गया कहने के लिए एकदम। तो बस जस्ट एक चीज़ कहता हूँ, I do not see that revolution आया है, it can be an evolution, but revolution तब आएगा जब programs scalable होंगे, like we can really like solve the issues and the problems of the country itself, like through a corporate sector, through a partnership itself. So scalability important है, और CSR में scalability at the moment हम देख नहीं पा रहे हैं programs में especially. हम लोगों ने कोशिश की 13.7 लाख आंगनवाड़ीज़ हैं, वहाँ पे 9,000 तक बना पाए हम लोग. We from this stage, from this panel itself, I call upon every one of you कि भाई please join hands. There's lots to be done in fact in that. हमारे पास blueprint है, we will provide you with the blueprint. अपने operational area में ही करना है. अगर आपको जो corporates हैं उनके लिए कह रहा हूँ, जो implementing partners हैं, please reach out to the corporates जो अपने वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, so that like we can scale this particular model up. In fact जो सीतारमन जी है finance minister of India, उन्होंने 2023 के अंदर budget speech में भी बोला था कि सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी का, और सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी is nothing but 80% guidelines taken from Nandghar itself, जो हमारी meetings वगैरह कुछ हुई थी. तो please come forward, that's what I have to say.
Thank you. And scalability is one thing I think in the future discussion this will come. We thought we will discuss, but I think this was such an engaging conversation. We could hear in detail about all the good practices, some of the wisdom. So it was really a diverse set of experts what I had on my panel today. Do I have 5 minutes to take one question, or we can do this during the tea break? It's a time. So we'll just take 1 or 2 questions. We may have a little smaller tea break, Kamalji, after that. So please feel free to ask. Yes, please.
I'm Dr. Navneet. मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है पूरा. सबसे पहले थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत ही एंगेजिंग कॉन्वर्सेशन था और ये सेशन था. आई जस्ट वांट टू मेक अ प्लिया हेयर. प्लिया स्पेशली जो प्ली जो है हम लोग वो एक ऐसे समझिए कि एक NGO जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग पार्टनर्स हैं उनकी तरफ से, बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी गुड फोरम प्लेटफॉर्म. जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट्स डिज़ाइन करते हैं और प्रोजेक्ट्स जब टेबल करते हैं, तो जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट कॉस्ट में जो 5% का जो ब्रैकेट लगा दिया गया ना, वो ब्रैकेट मुझे लगता है कि रीथिंक करने की ज़रूरत है. क्योंकि मैं सिंपल बात बोलता हूँ, क्या कोई प्रॉफिट कंपनी भी ओवरहेड्स 5% में पूरा एक प्रोजेक्ट कर सकती है क्या? अगर नहीं कर सकती तो आप कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करते हो कि जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन छोटी हैं, जिनका बजट इतना बड़ा नहीं है, तो वो कैसे मैनेज कर पाएंगे? एंड देन ट्रांसपेरेंसी और बाकी सब चीज़ों की बातें होती हैं. जब हम खुद ही ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं रखना चाह रहे चीज़ों को, तो कैसे करेंगे? So it's a blunt statement. Sorry for.
No. It's a very genuine question. It's a very genuine question. What we'll do? Yeah. So if you want to respond to that, yeah.
Thank you very much. मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा आपको बेसिकली कि इसलिए स्केलेबिलिटी का इंपॉर्टेंस है वहाँ पे. वॉल्यूम से अगर आप काम करेंगे तो वो देखिए जितने छोटा काम करेंगे उतना आपको ओवरहेड कॉस्ट और ये प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट कॉस्ट वो बढ़ जाएगा. स्केलेबिलिटी पे काम करेंगे तो कॉस्ट रिड्यूस होकर 5% पे आ जाएगा. तो दैट इज़ वाई मैं कह रहा हूँ. मैं खुद अपना एग्जांपल ले रहा हूँ. नंदघर में हम लोगों ने क्या किया, जब वी वर एट 100 और 200 नंदघर, हमारा प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट कॉस्ट और ओवरहेड कॉस्ट हमारा 20% था. हाँ, बट एट द मोमेंट हमारा अभी भी 5% नहीं है, 7% के अभी भी हम खेल रहे हैं 7% पे, जो कि हमारा 9,000 नंदघर बन गए हैं. ये तब होगा जब हमारा 15,000 नंदघर पे आ जाएंगे, तो हमारा 4% का हमने वो कैलकुलेट किया हुआ है. तो अगर आप वो देखेंगे तो स्केलेबिलिटी इज द की एट द मोमेंट देयर.
My understanding is different. I don't think you need to be within 5%. You can have a higher administrative expenses. That's for every NGO. You can say for this complexity of project, I need 8% administrative expenses. That is fine. The 5% is for us. If I have a resource in my team who's dedicated on CSR, I can claim up to 5% of this funding to adjust for his or her salary. If I can keep 5 resources to manage within that 5%. So that is more on me as a donor, not on you as an implementer. You can have whatever administrative expenses, and those can be negotiated between the donor and yourself.
I completely agree with you, sir. In fact, the law says the same, as you stated. But the problem is, this message has not inculcated very well with the so many other organizations. They have many big corporates have done that. They have make a capping of 5%.
See, I think Our view is very clear. As was explained, 5% on the donor, who's the one who's investing, that should be there. If somebody is insisting for downstream limitation, then it's a relationship between you and the donor, not the donor's responsibility. Law is very clear on that.
Good. So I think this is helpful for, that's the beauty of such discussion. And thank you for asking this question, because it may would have kind of clarified doubt on many of the minds. So with this, we will close this discussion. Please feel free to reach out to the panelists wherever you find them outside and ask your question. You can also reach out to them. Majority of them, you will find them on LinkedIn and others. Ask those questions, because this is important to ask this question. And I'll end with this 3 words, what I got. Again, innovation, compliance, and creativity. And I think the last is collaboration. We need to see more collaboration between CSR initiative. And मैं हर समय बोलता हूँ, लोगो और ईगो की जो लड़ाई है वो जिस दिन खत्म होगी, I think we will see a more stronger or forceful initiative in this. So
इसमें सिर्फ एक और चीज ऐड करनी है जो आपने बोली, उसमें एम्पैथी ऐड करिए.
एम्पैथी, yes.
मेन चीज है एम्पैथी.
Yes. So definitely. So empathy, creativity, compliance, and impact. So these would be the 4 takeaway if you want to take from this panel discussion, and we all will follow it, whether we are executing, whether we are donating money for CSR. With this, I hand it over back to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for be very patient listeners, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers for their thoughts and really some very heart-touching stories that were related in this session. I would request Kamal Narayan to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Dr. Bipin Sapra, Partner, Leader, Indirect Tax and Economic Policy, EY. A memento for Dr. Sanjay Maheshwari, Medical Director, MP Birla Group of Hospitals. A memento for Mr. Sharad Goswami, Senior Director, Global Policy and International Public Affairs, Pfizer. A memento for Mr. Khurram Nayak, General Manager, CSR and Head Governance for Anil Agarwal Foundation, Vedanta. I request you to present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Prabhat Sinha, Director of Government and Public Affairs, Boehringer Ingelheim. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. I request our speakers on stage, you can hold your mementos. Thank you to all our speakers. I request you to please take your places off the stage. We will continue with an important point that was mentioned in this session, and we'll take off from that and talk about communication as a catalyst. Now, this session will highlight how strategic communication goes beyond messaging, how it creates awareness, shapes perceptions, influences behaviors, and ultimately becomes the driving force behind impactful CSR initiatives. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Our speakers for this session, please welcome Dr. Navneet Anand, Director, Rajkumari Foundation. Please welcome Dr. Navneet Anand on stage. Please welcome Mr. Shishir Chandra, General Manager Marcom, Insecticides India Limited. Please welcome Nidhi Gupta, Cluster Manager Healthcare, Delhi NCR, Tech Mahindra Foundation. And Mr. Rajiv Kumar Devnath, AVP and Group Head Sustainability and CSR, Nangya Anderson LLP. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Ashwini Saxena, CEO, GMR Varalakshmi. I request Mr. Saxena to start this session and get the conversation started.
Thank you so much. This is interesting. This is called as just in time. Wonderful. So we have an interesting panel here. And my task is to just bring out the best out of all of you. And if it does not, then it's my mistake. And it is my folly. So the topic is interesting. If we remember that the country was able to eradicate polio, we always remember Do Boon Zindagi Ki, right? When we talk about the way Swachhta Mission was carried out in the country, it was not just about making toilets, it was about doing nukkad nataks, reaching out to people, communicating in a variety of ways by which a change can be instilled in the communities. And so therefore, communication happens to be one of the key pillars when you talk of the development space, the development sector. And all four of you who are sitting here coming from very different kinds of backgrounds, I think it's going to be very interesting for us to see how the different dimensions of communication as a very powerful tool does come out of your excellent experiences that you possess. I'm a little ill-prepared in that sense that one little document which I wanted to keep in front of me is just not there, so just bear with me. So Nidhi, I would start with you, and I was just reading through what Tech Mahindra is. Tech Mahindra is into a number of focus areas: women empowerment, mental well-being, disability inclusion, etc. So you're talking about very different kinds of things altogether. How do you weave all of that into your communication, and what is the key message that you try driving out from your organization?
So Tech Mahindra Foundation works with the key vision of empowerment through education. That's the motto with which we work. So all the programs that we have, be it education, employability, women empowerment, mental well-being or disability inclusion, all of them are weaved together by a common thread wherein we are talking about empowering everybody to rise and dignity of an individual. तो जब भी हम कोई स्टोरी प्रेजेंट करते हैं, द आइडिया बिहाइंड द स्टोरी, irrespective of the program it belongs to, how that particular program has helped the individual to rise, how has it improved the dignity of the individual, at the same time किस तरीके से उन्होंने उनके परिवारों की, उनकी फैमिलीज़ को आगे बढ़ने में मदद की है. I'll talk about a very specific story. Tech Mahindra Foundation does a lot of work in healthcare skilling. We had a student who was physically disabled, 20% disability. She did a program in dialysis technician, and at the time got enrolled, and she's currently working in one of the leading hospitals. Now if I talk about, it's talking about disability, it's talking about inclusion, it's talking about women empowerment. but at the core is how all these programs empowered that individual to rise above everything. Probably she comes from a very small town in UP. Probably their families would have never thought the girl would turn out to be something. So when these stories go out, the idea is to focus on these two things: dignity of an individual and empowering everybody to rise.
Interesting. I'll take a good segue here and I'll go to Shishirji, you. Because you come from a very different background where insecticides India is reaching out, and you actually handle marketing and communications, as I can see from your profile. So you have a substantial market in rural areas. Your role is about marketing but reaching out to large masses. And many times these large masses may or may not be even aware of the products or their need for those products. So how, according to you, your communication strategy pans out for this difficult area?
Thank you. I would just like to mention here is that the main problem or the main challenge that we face is basically the awareness about the latest technology that is available for the farmers actually. The thing is, farmers have been doing a set of crops for a very, very long time, and they basically end up using the technology which has become obsolete now. So the point is to bring and make them aware about the latest technology. Point is not taking our products to them, because obviously if they are using the latest technology and following the what we say is integrated pest control system, so the products will automatically reach them. But our main challenge always stand at making them aware about the latest technology. So I'll just mention a very, very interesting thing here is when we work for insecticides in India, or we work for IL Foundation, we work on a proper theme that is called judicious use of crop protection products. When we say judicious use of crop protection products, we always educate them, and we have got certain histories with us. Here we say that farmers have been doing many more sprays than the recommended sprays actually. So we educate them that you don't have to do that many sprays, and your crop can be good, your crop can be healthy, and you can tackle all the challenges with lesser number of sprays. So we have been working very hard on this. We have been collaborating with various agriculture universities. We have been collaborating with various Krishi Vigyan Kendras. So main point is just to educate them and make them aware about the latest technology. And I feel if the farmers are aware about the latest technology, our half of the work is already done.
Interesting. Thank you so much. So you actually touched upon a very important aspect, that what is the communication need of the people, that also is linked to their developmental need, and how do you connect the two? Rajiv, I'll come to you now. You come from Anderson, a consulting firm, and surely in your course of work you interact with a wide range of stakeholders, and their communication needs would be also equally diverse. So just to build upon what just now Shishir said, how do you think you're able to manage the diversity of the communication needs of the various stakeholders, and what is the usually the before and after? Because you engage with the client, then you help them implement a program, then you again help them monitor it. So what are those different needs at different stages of the program implementation?
Thanks. First of all, good morning to all of you. I hope it's still good morning or afternoon. Okay, fine. So coming back to your question, to the response to your question, Mr. Ashwini. Well, we do interact with a range of stakeholders while we are in our service. So when I'm wearing this, so I wear the hat of both advisory as well as audit. So when I'm wearing the hat of a advisor, then obviously it ranges from the impacted beneficiaries up to the board level personnel. Now, what really becomes very important is communication. Now, what is probably the expectation of the board, that they would like to probably conduct some sort of program, specific program, which may not actually be the necessity of the people for whom it is being targeted. Now, let me share an example with you. It so happened that there was a construction site which was being, which was being built up, and a factory was being built up in a construction site. The CEO was visiting the site quite often, and he used to go for a morning walk, and along with his the factory manager, who was actually constructing that, the production in charge. And it so happened that he saw that there are a lot of people, a lot of villagers who were defecating in the open. So he told the production manager, why don't you construct some sort of, washrooms or some sort of toilets for them? So he went ahead with that. And after 2 months or so, the toilets were constructed. He still found that the people, when they say again going for morning walk or morning jogging, he still found that the people were still defecating in open. And then he went over there to find out where the toilets. They found that there were a lot of haze which had been stacked over there. So the need assessment is something else. So what is my perspective need not necessarily be the requirement of the people. So what's very important is to conduct the need assessment. So that's where from we start, and then probably see what is the baseline at the moment, and then over a period of time, how far it has been impacted, so what's been the behavioral change, so bringing the behavioral change in the people, that's also equally important. And then take them through the stages of implementation, and then help them get it implemented. And maybe if I'm not playing the role of an advisor, if I'm playing the role of a auditor, in that case, assessing what is the baseline and what is the end result. So that's briefly to sum it up.
Interesting. I'll build on the idea of yours, which you said, how behavior change is important. So I'll come to you, Navneet, and your foundation. I was just checking the website. You're doing a whole range of programs. You're working with a large variety of donors, right, across the country. So two key things that you keep in mind when you do your communication strategy. Just two key things. Because he talked about behavior change, and when you're handling such diverse range of communities, a whole lot of expectation from the donors would be around behavior change as well. So if you can cover that and maybe two other key attributes that you keep in your communication strategy for the benefit of everyone, please.
Thank you, sir. So the two main attributes you talked about, the first one is we try to make a clear communication with our primary stakeholder, that is the beneficiaries, and another primary stakeholder, I won't keep it in secondary one, that on the funders. So I'll just, our team or we try to make crisp and clear messaging with the funders or the donors, and like what they want, in what format they want, and in a regular manner, what we need to deliver to them, that should be taken care of. And second, the beneficiaries. So through this CSR, we can provide resources and infrastructure to the beneficiaries. But how to use that, and where to use that, and how to get that, get the benefits from those infrastructure and resources. As Rajiv sir said rightly that toilets ban gaya but uska uses nahi ho raha hai. That was the thing कि उसको एक better communication strategy के through you can communicate कि इसको use करने से क्या benefit है. एक sir just I want to quote an example here. काफ़ी पुरानी बात है, उस टाइम पे स्वच्छ भारत अभियान काफ़ी जोरों पे था. तो हम उस टाइम पे like I was associated with HCL Foundation at that point of time, and हम एक हरदोई ज़िले में एक प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे थे. तो उस टाइम पे हम टॉयलेट्स रिफर्बिशमेंट और वो सब कुछ करा दिया, बट अगेन द चैलेंज अभी भी वही था कि इनफैक्ट उस टाइम पे सुबह सुबह टीम की टोली निकलती थी, गांव वालों की टोली बनाई हुई थी टू इंस्पेक्ट कि सुबह ओपन डेफिकेशन में कौन जा रहा है. तो यू हैव टू मतलब उनको समझाना है, रोक के समझाना है, लोटा पार्टी को वापस करना है. तो वो उस पूरा प्रोसेस चल रहा था. एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम क्या हुआ कि फिर हम लोग कम्युनिटी बिहेवियर चेंज के लिए ट्रिगरिंग मेथड्स यूज़ करते थे. तो ट्रिगरिंग मेथड्स में स्पेशली उनको लोगों को पूरे विलेजेस को जो है 2-3 पैरामीटर्स पे ट्रिगर करते थे, जिसमें उनका जो कहते हैं कि जैसे एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैं, जैसे वो गांव वालों को खुलेआम बोला जा रहा है कि आप बहू आपके घर आती है, हाँ हाँ नई नई शादी करके, तो क्या करते हो, मुंह दिखाई करते हो, हाँ मुंह दिखाई करते हैं. तो ऐसे तो घूंघटा नहीं उठा लेती है, नहीं उठाती है. मुंह दिखाई होती है, अच्छा मुंह दिखाई होती है. तो जो हिस्सा नहीं दिखाना चाहिए सुबह सुबह वो दिखाने के लिए बाहर क्यों भेज देते हो. तो इस तरीके से ट्रिगर, एक बार क्या हुआ कि इस तरीके के ट्रिगरिंग में एक पर्सन था, ही गॉट एजिटेटेड, और वो जो एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे वो उनके ऊपर गुस्सा होकर एकदम कि आपने ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया ऐसे. तो इट वाज ऑल एंटिसिपेटेड कि इस तरीके की चीज़ें होंगी, और बाद में वही हमारा सबसे बड़ा चेंज मेकर बना था जो एजिटेटेड हुआ था. तो दिस इज हाउ कम्युनिकेशन मेक्स वंडर्स एट टाइम्स. थैंक यू.
आपने ट्रिगरिंग मेथड्स की बात की, तो मैं एक कॉमन क्वेश्चन आप चारों से पूछने वाला हूँ. आपने भी बोला कि कम्युनिटी को जाके बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ पे आपने टच किया कि कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट जो है उसके ऊपर काम किया जाता है. सो एक क्वेश्चन तो मेरा ये है कि टुडे वी आर एक्सपैंडिंग लाइक क्रेजी. हम सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस की जो आउटरीच है वो बहुत डाइवर्स है, बहुत वास्ट है. सो हाउ डू यू मैनेज कम्युनिकेशन स्ट्रैटेजीज, कोहेरेंस in different languages, and I assume, suppose that you use different languages for different set of stakeholders in different geographies. So A, how do you maintain coherence in that? Number two, this is the second question to all four of you. Where do you think technology can be a big tool for you, or if you are already using it and you would like to give some examples? And what are the pitfalls of using technology for communication? ये आप चारों से क्वेश्चन है. यू कैन स्टार्ट फ्रॉम वेयर एवर वे यू विश टू. निधि, लेडीज फर्स्ट.
Okay, so when we are talking about the coherence in the communication, and something that we follow internally within our organization is, we work in north, we work in east, we work in south. Whenever we are creating a message, जब भी हम उसको translate करते हैं, the idea is it bringing out the essence जो हमने initially सोचा था? When we translate from English to Hindi, at times the translation is such कि words translate हो जाते हैं, but जो मैं meaning भेजना चाहती हूँ वो नहीं आता है. And that's when we realize probably I don't have to go into a complete Hindi. I will mix a bit of Hindi, I will mix a bit of English, and then weave it around. And I'll give an example for this. We are doing an iConnect technician program. Looking at building the entrepreneurs within the iConnect technicians. We are reaching out to the tier 3 cities, we are reaching out to the villages. तो पहला जो हमने creative बनाया वो English में बनाया. It's a separate team working on it, and then they translated it into Hindi. तो जब हमने उसका हिंदी रूपांतरण पढ़ा तो word by word तो translate हो रहा था, बट कहीं भी मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा था कि इस प्रोग्राम को करके मैं अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकती हूँ या मैं एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकती हूँ. सो द आइडिया इज़, क्या जिस सोच के साथ हमने पहला मैसेज बनाया था, एम आई एबल टू स्टिक विद इट and then modify our messaging in every language? You cannot just have one message translated to 10 languages and float it around.
This actually reminds me a very funny incident. When for the first time, when China was actually getting into, the opening up the economy, and I was reading that so there are a lot of foreigners who are actually going over there to, really scale it up. So the restaurant food items, उसमें एक item था hot dog. So how they have translated that, I hope you understand how they've translated that. So communication actually plays a very important role, how effective it is being communicated and not exactly that stuff. And I agree with Nidhi that at times, while you, for example, you keep a particular concept and you put a particular title to the project. And that title, the language in which it is probably being translated in some other place is different in comparison to how you have actually conceived it. So in one particular location, in respect to Hindi, it may actually sound something else, but if I take it to some other place, it may sound something else. So you need to change that particular phrase, consult with the local people over there, and so that the message is conveyed to the people over there, so that its effectiveness in the program actually shows.
Involvement of the final recipient of the
Inclusivity
message
is very, very
the
important.
messaging itself.
Yes. So I think that definitely plays a very critical role, and especially when especially we are into advisory services. In advisory service, of course, when we are providing advisory services, we meet a lot of people across India. And yes, we do find challenges. So obviously we get the translator, we take people along with us who understand their language, and then accordingly they translate that to us. So there at least we get a good amount of time where we can at least understand what are their problems, and accordingly we try to incorporate that in our studies. Challenge comes when it comes to audit, because you go there for a very limited time. So really getting to know their expectations and accordingly how the program has been implemented, how effective was it, it really becomes a challenge for us. And at times, in a very short span of time, we are also not being able to get somebody who can probably help us in translating the real impact. So at times we do miss out, and that's something which I would say, not only myself, I think any auditor, they probably at times miss out because they do not get the right type of translator who could probably help in translating to know the real impacts so that it can actually come out in the report. So a lot of you are from the corporates. I would suggest that whenever you go for an impact assessment, do give sufficient time to the auditor especially, so that at least they can find a suitable person who could probably help in getting to know the impacts in the local language. That's what I'm saying. Nice.
I would just like to add 2 points to this. First point is we have got a strict policy where we always get any of the matter translated through our regional team only. We normally don't use any translators basically. So we generally get all the things getting it translated from a local person who is working in that particular region, because he basically understands the feelings and the requirements of that particular area. And Sir has very rightly said, we generally make very good slogans in Hindi or English, but once those slogans are being translated to Telugu and Punjabi, their essence gets lost actually. And one more thing I would like to mention here is we have also worked upon using the digital scape or using the videos format, because once we are using the video formats, so we are able to get the message exactly from the consumer or exactly from the beneficiary, and the beneficiary tends to share his feedback in his own personal regional language. Because we have been working in the rural areas, and we have been finding that even in Punjab we get to see so many different tones of Punjabi, and the wordings of Punjabi also gets changed. So I think getting a video from the down particular market or getting some videos out from the beneficiaries can help to take the right impact message or message that can motivate others also for this. Would be an option.
So most of the points have already been covered. So I'll just add 1 or 2 points. First of all, we usually take care that First and foremost important point is being a culturally sensitive content. So the culturally sensitive content should not be missed out. That's why we also follow the same that our regional teams will design all the things, and accordingly they have circulated to the community. And so if we are doing the same program in Delhi and in Odisha, then we try to not to follow the same league. Like might be in Odisha that message be given in different manner, and in Delhi we can simply communicate in Hindi, and in a similar there is a pattern in Delhi to make the people understand. But in Odisha might be there is some different way. So that's why we try to redesign things according to the regional needs. So this is how we try to make coherence.
Wonderful. So now basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a rapid fire question to each one of you. I will give you two options. You have to choose one, and in just one sentence you have to explain why did you choose that option. Okay? So no preference, no this thing, but Nidhi, to you. Sorry, sir. Yes, I have got a lot of flowers here and lots of water bottles that you can carry for home. Okay, so the first one is to you, Nidhi. Numbers or emotions?
Numbers and emotions both.
I asked you to choose only one.
You can't choose one when you're talking about
you will
communication.
Still get only one flower, this I can tell you.
No,
only one water bottle.
If it's between number and emotions, I would say while you can communicate emotions, numbers do hold a lot of importance. Okay. Storytelling with data should ideally be the essence. I can say 70% of my beneficiaries are women, but what those women achieved is equally important for me.
Okay. So the next question to you is exactly to pick up on what Nidhi said. Short and crisp communication or long free-flowing communication?
Short and crisp communication.
That's so precise. Thank you so much. To you, communicating always directly or through a variety of communicators?
I would say a variety of communicators.
And why?
Variety of communication means it basically depends upon the message and the intent that we want to take for the message. So for that particular, based on that intent or the intended message that we want to take, we have to decide.
Okay. For you, it's a difficult one. Pushing norms or seeking ideas?
Seeking ideas.
Okay. Would you like to say why?
So seeking ideas, definitely innovation is the key, and working on the innovation or seeking new ideas and formulating it and realizing it on ground is important, so that this thing will keep us alive, I must say, for a longer run, and in fact keep corporates and donors interested in us also.
Okay. I was tempted to ask another question to you, but nevertheless, I think I should open the floor for people to ask questions. They have to earn their lunch. So,
we can take a few questions.
Yeah, so I'm opening the floor. Anybody who believes they have still not answered some of the questions that you have in mind, please feel free. Just mention your name and ask the question, please. Oh, yes.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I sorry I can't recall your name. I have my question to you, sir, sitting on the second. Yeah. Yes.
That's okay.
Sir,
you ask the question, they'll pick it up.
Sorry.
आप सवाल पूछिए, उनको पता लग जाएगा मुझसे।
सर, आपने पेस्टिसाइड्स और इंसेक्टिसाइड्स के बारे में बताया था कि कैसे आप एजुकेट कर रहे हो। तो सर, आई एम फ्रॉम अ विलेज जहाँ पे मोस्टली जो फैमिलीज है वो डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली फार्मिंग से रिलेटेड है। तो सर, पिछले कुछ सालों में आई हैव नोटिस कि बहुत ज़्यादा एजुकेशन आई है अबाउट द यूसेज ऑफ पेस्टिसाइड्स, इंसेक्टिसाइड्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, बट उसके बाद भी मतलब उसको उस तरह यूज़ नहीं किया जा रहा। लाइक फर्टिलाइजर्स ज़्यादा डाल दिए जाते हैं फॉर रैपिड ग्रोथ एंड ऑल। तो सर, आई वांट यू टू टेल अबाउट सम मोर फैक्टर्स अपार्ट फ्रॉम एजुकेशन जो इस चीज़ को थोड़ा कंट्रोल करें।
थैंक यू। ये एक्चुअली फोरम इंसेक्टिसाइड्स वाला था नहीं, तो मैं इसलिए ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर रहा था, लेकिन आप यू हैव आस्क्ड अ डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन,
यू कैन फोकस ऑन द कम्युनिकेशन पार्ट ऑफ इट।
तो मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। सी देखिए क्या है कि एजुकेशन इज़ वन पार्ट एंड अनदर पार्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग जो अभी सर ने हाईलाइट किया और सर के पास आए, इनोवेशन। इनोवेशन में अभी क्या हो रहा है कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें पे काम हो रहा है। उसमें ये है कि मैं आपसे 2-3 चीज़ें शेयर कर लेता हूँ जो आप सब लोगों को आई थिंक थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा। पहले क्या होता था कि जब भी कोई पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे होता था उसका इम्पैक्ट एक लंबे टाइम तक रहता था। वो रहता था 2 महीने तक, 3 महीने तक, या जब तक वो क्रॉप रहती है। अभी क्या हो गया, जो भी लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोडक्ट्स लॉन्च हो रहे हैं इंडिया में या वर्ल्ड वाइड, उसमें वो जो प्रोडक्ट है उसका जो इफेक्ट है या जो इम्पैक्ट है दैट इज लिमिटेड टू द लाइफ साइकिल ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर इंसेक्ट और द वीड ऑन विच दैट केमिकल इज बीइंग टारगेटेड। तो क्या है कि अगर 15 दिन का उसका लाइफ साइकिल एक इंसेक्ट का या 7 दिन का इंसेक्ट है, तो उसका जब भी आप स्प्रे करेंगे 7 दिन बाद उसका इफेक्ट वैसे भी खत्म हो जाता है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी इज वर्किंग वेरी फास्ट। सेकेंड इज कि पहले जितने भी प्रोडक्ट्स बनते थे वो ऑयल बेस्ड बनते थे। तो ऑयल बेस्ड बनने से क्या होता था कि अगर आपने सही तरीके से स्प्रे नहीं किया या किसी एक जगह पर बहुत ज़्यादा स्प्रे कर दिया तो उससे वो ऑयल आपके सॉइल में जाकर आपको परेशान करता था या उससे कुछ कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स होती थी। अभी जितने भी नए प्रोडक्ट्स लॉन्च हो रहे हैं वो सब वाटर बेस्ड हैं, पानी के ऊपर बने हुए हैं और नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी पे बेस्ड हैं। तो उससे क्या है कि ऑयल का इन्वॉल्वमेंट ही नहीं है, जिससे कि वो जो प्रोडक्ट है वो आपके लैंड के लिए या उस लैंड से रिलेटेड जितने भी लोग हैं उनके लिए और सेफ बन जाता है। और थर्डली, अभी जितने भी नए प्रोडक्ट्स लॉन्च हो रहे हैं इंडिया में वो सब बहुत ही सेफ कैटेगरी के लॉन्च हो रहे हैं, जिससे कि मुझे याद है कि मतलब दिस इज़ नॉट द प्लेटफॉर्म टू मेंशन दैट थिंग कि जब सबसे पहला एग्रोकेमिकल लॉन्च हुआ था तो जिस साइंटिस्ट ने वो लॉन्च किया था उसको नोबेल प्राइज़ मिला था। उस समय उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट को एक एकड़ में 50 किलो या 100 किलो यूज़ करना था, क्योंकि उस समय उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट थी। जैसे जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ी, आज हमारे पास ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं जो पूरे एकड़ में सिर्फ 50 ml यूज़ होते हैं। तो द एफिकेसी ऑफ द केमिकल्स या एफिकेसी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स हैव इंक्रीज्ड एंड ऑब्वियसली आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन हियर कि हमारे पास आज बायोलॉजिकल्स भी बहुत सारे ब्रेक थ्रू हैं, बायोलॉजिकल बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं। तो हम लोग अपने आप को, नाम हमारा इंसेक्टिसाइड्स इंडिया है, लेकिन हम लोग अपने आप को क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन पीपल बोलते हैं। और अगर वो चीज़ बायोलॉजिकल से पॉसिबल है तो वी वर्क एंड एजुकेट द फार्मर्स टू यूज अ बायोलॉजिकल सॉल्यूशन। जो चीज़ बायोलॉजिकल से पॉसिबल नहीं है उसके लिए ऑब्वियसली आपको केमिकल सही तरीके से यूज़ करना है। और अगर आप सही तरीके से यूज़ करते हैं, आपने देखा होगा कि जो प्रोडक्ट के साथ एक पूरा एक मैनुअल मिलता है, उस मैनुअल पे सब कुछ लिखा होता है कि आपको अपना प्रोडक्ट प्लग करने से कितने दिन पहले उस प्रोडक्ट का स्प्रे नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ऑल द डिटेल्स आर देयर। थैंक यू
सर, यू आर गेटिंग इनटू योर मार्केटिंग।
That is what I said. I don't want to get into that, but
any further questions? They all don't want their lunch. Okay, so thank you so much, all four of you. Thank you so much. Wonderful to interact with you. I hope we did the justice to this.
Yes, thank you. The audience, I'm sure, has enjoyed each speaker's instance of trying to explain the importance of communication and what a difference it makes to the campaigns that all of you run. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for coming here. I would request Kritika Agnihotri, leading sustainability at IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. A memento for Dr. Navneet Anand, Director, Rajkumari Foundation. A memento for Mr. Shishir Chandra, General Manager, Marcom, Insecticides India. A memento for Nidhi Gupta, Cluster Manager, Healthcare, Delhi NCR Tech Mahindra Foundation. A memento for Mr. Rajiv Kumar Devnath, AVP and Group Head Sustainability and CSR, Nangya Anderson LP.
Again, here communication is very important. I'm the national partner. I'm not an AVP.
National partner with Nangya Anderson. And a memento for Mr. Ashwini Saxena, CEO, GMR Paralakshmi. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you all for your presence here. We'll now slip into our long lunch break, and when we come back, we'll turn the spotlight on sustainability and the intersection between CSR, sustainability and health. So I hope all of you are back in your seats in an hour's time. Lunch will be late in 5 minutes, so do use this opportunity to catch up with all your friends here.
defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the Council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अदम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the Council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge, empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the Council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all. Health defines potential. Diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अधम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge, empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all.
Since ages, the world has faced its worst wars. Natural disasters, epidemics,
defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अधम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge, empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all.
Since ages, the world has faced its worst wars. Natural disasters, epidemics, and pandemics. We are constantly fighting malnutrition, hunger, lack of education, women and child health challenges, child mortality, climate crisis. Amidst all the struggle, collective efforts and shared responsibility in every facet of life are strengthening us to survive all battles and fight pandemics. India, the first country to mandate CSR law in the world, bringing about genuine social change with the focus on good health. Government organizations, corporates, small and medium organizations, and even startups are doing commendable work in building communities and societies in various segments. For the last 1 decade, IHW Council, a responsible health and well-being organization, is bringing these responsible champions together for sustainable development and positive health impact in the country. The Corporate Social Responsibility Health Impact Platform, CSR Health Impact of IHW Council, one of the flagship initiatives dedicated for the CSR impact makers, is bringing thousands of people from many organizations together to share their passion, life-changing ideas and initiatives which are transforming societies and building communities. It's an honor
to reward more than 1,000 outstanding, life-changing health initiatives and individuals in the past 80 years. Being a responsible health and well-being organization, it is delighted and heartwarming to see the impact of health growing more sustainably among our responsible CSR champions. Welcome to the 9th edition of CSR Health Impact Summit and Awards 2025. Join the movement, be responsible, and make a difference.
building this pivotal moment with sustainability.
Since its launch, Sustainability Hour has ignited powerful conversations across key sectors, from clean air and healthcare to supply chains and innovation, reaching platforms like the SCM Middle East Summit in Dubai and the Good Air and IVF Summit in Delhi. Today, it stands as a global force, rallying leading institutions and shaping the sustainability agenda worldwide. Come, join the movement as it makes another set of landmark footprints in Abu Dhabi in November 2025 and February 2026.
Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future.
Next, we have a Sustainability Hour standalone session by Rachit Gyanchandani and on optimizing the economic impact of outreach programs using statistical analysis, technology and public health insurance schemes. Rachit is a grade 12 student at Dhirubhai Ambani International School and is an accomplished student leader, athlete and chess champion who combines academic excellence with strong sense of social responsibility. His pioneering work on optimizing the economic impact of outreach programs has significantly advanced awareness and access to inclusive healthcare, particularly through Ayushman Bharat PMJ and various state public health insurance schemes. By bridging analytical rigor with practical implementation, Rachit demonstrates not only leadership and innovation, but also a deep commitment to promoting equity and driving systemic impact in the society. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Rachit Gyanchandani.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. When I was first told that I'm going to be giving the first session after lunch, I was a bit worried because everybody's going to be a bit drowsy. But if you could please power through, I promise I won't take even more than 15 minutes because that's all the time I have. I'm a grade 12 student of Dhirubhai Ambani International School. And I have a vision where I want to bring the access to healthcare to every household and make it something that is just a byproduct of what we are and what we do every single day, spreading awareness about this very important subject. So my journey has been a bit unique because you would assume that somebody who's involved in health insurance and public health policy and interested in the economic impact of healthcare outreach and things like that would be a medicine student. Well, I'm the absolute opposite. I'm interested in math, economics, statistics. I'm also a bit of a tech guy. But one thing that I was very interested in was what the benefit of these programs will actually be when we quantify it. Because in theory, everybody understands it. But when you quantify something like this, it's a bit different. Before I begin this initial part of my journey, I would just like to thank the AHW organization for giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts and ideas with you for the next 15 minutes. Sorry. All right. So this was the first part of my journey, the impact of health screenings and early treatment. So I've had the privilege of working with the RFH outreach program, where the initial program was taking mobile van units and offering free treatment and services, diagnosis, things like that to different localities, underprivileged localities. So this is just a conclusion of some of my research. I'm actually in the process of publishing one of my papers on the economic impact of this same outreach program. So as you can see on the screen, there's some data given. So naturally, nutrition has the highest ROI. You'd ask why. It's because when we look at a disease like malnutrition, the target patient is somebody who has not even started 1/10 of their life. I mean, because when we're treating these people and we're not just saving them now, we're saving the 30, 40, 50 years of their working age where they will contribute to our economy. And under 5 years malnutrition, for example, for every 1 rupee invested, there's a 12 rupees return. Now, when there's a chance like this in business, such a huge return, we all jump at it, but not when it's about our long run future and the future of our country. Same with anemia, 10 rupees for each rupee invested, and diabetes is 6 rupees. So this matters to me a bit on a personal level as well, because in my family I'm surrounded by many people in the medical profession, so I know, I've heard these diseases. I myself have studied biology till grade 10, and we learn about the human body and the diseases, but it's not just something technical for me, it's a bit personal, because when I would see people like all around us, people helping us, whether it was my chess coach or my football coach in school, or the help that we have in restaurants, or the help that we have at home, the Uber drivers we sit in, the auto bhaiyas that we use every single day, we speak to them as if, and we talk to them and we share our problems, but we never tend to look at theirs, and it's so easy for us to just give them a solution. It's not even about getting them enrolled, it's about telling them what it is. So it's personal, because health and the access to healthcare is not just something objective that is treating you, it gives you dignity, it gives you power, it prevents you from missing days of work, it keeps children in school instead of in hospitals, which is not what we want. And as I said before, there's a direct impact on GDP, education outcomes and workforce strength. As I said, if they're in schools instead of hospitals, they're going to grow up and one day do something for the country that's even more advanced than this. And the process of giving them this initial treatment is the best thing we can do for the future. So this is the next bit is just about insurance, because as we were in the RFH outreach team, when we would be giving them these free treatment or screenings at a very basic level in a mobile van unit, oftentimes we realize that prevention is great, but that's the best alternative. But and we can give minor treatment, but when we need the next step for them to be able to be treated in hospitals. And we all know there is public insurance out there. It's just that the people who don't need it know about it. So, so this is a bit of a global picture so that we understand where India stands. So, as you can see in countries like the UK, Singapore, Japan, I would just like you to bring your attention to the coverage number. So we're reaching around 100%, and most of the countries are above 90%. Just UAE at 85% and India below that. So why is this? I mean, there's one reason that India, everybody knows, the population is growing very fast and we have to keep track of it. But even countries like USA, which are considered one of the most developed countries, if you look at the key traits, one of them is that it is fragmented, because for a country like India, where the population is so diverse and reaching them is difficult because of the number of people in India. So initially, as I said about we would give the free treatment and screenings in these mobile van units, and we started using those same camps to spread awareness about different public insurance schemes like the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and the Mahatma Jyoti Rao Phule health insurance scheme, and as well as the partnership between them. And what we realized was that when we're helping them, we see that the first question they ask is not how can we sign up, they ask what is this, what is insurance, how long has this gone for. So before we dream of solving this problem, we need to make sure that they understand that there is a solution to the problem. So this is just some statistics regarding penetration in India. So India's health insurance cover, as you saw on the earlier slide, was only 45% compared to the 90 to 100% in UK, Japan and Germany. The public spend is only 3.5% of the GDP, whereas in the OECD countries, the average is over 10%. So as I talked about this before, there is a lot of low awareness in India, fragmented systems, and there's a huge rural-urban gap. And because of the number of people that we have, the solution is not just targeting these workshops where we help them register and give them information about the eligibility. And this is where I really thought that I could use my personal skill sets to, you know, make this faster, at least for my community, the one that I was already servicing. So as I previously used my interest in statistics and data to calculate the economic impact of spending 1 rupee in a certain disease, I tried to use my previous experience in designing apps and websites, stuff that in most international schools we get the privilege to learn. So the next idea we had was to make this digital. Now it sounds great, but trust me, it takes a lot of work. So I told you the most vulnerable people are the urban poor, migrants, gig workers, and daily wage earners who have no idea what's going on most of the time. But the good thing is that in India, like this couple that I was speaking to, I think this was my second or third visit to the mobile vans where I was joining the outreach team, I realized that although they were not aware of these insurance programs, they had children who, even though they were not of the same ability because of previous insurance schemes like the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, where they are getting free training and education, they have access to basic mobile phones and they know how to use them. So what we thought of was, along with the 2,000 plus beneficiaries that we got through our efforts by going into the community and getting people to register, asking for their documents, eligibility, having government officials there to help them register, this 2,000 could be closer to 20,000 if we could make this available for everyone and make everybody initially know about it. So most people who are not using this insurance, I'd say only like roughly 10 to 20% would be actually not eligible, while the rest simply don't know about it. So this is the app that we're making, the Arogya Connect app. So its features include the eligibility check for the PMJ and MPMJ program, the GPS hospital locator, which is really important because when we would speak to them, the first or second thing we would say is that the hospital that we have access to is so far, which in times it may be the case, but they wouldn't know that the same scheme is applicable in many public and semi-public hospitals. So a hospital locator for where their current GPS signals their location, access in English, Hindi and Marathi. And the last point is actually I think the most important point, because we can give them the awareness and that itself is challenging enough. But what happens once they use these schemes is also a problem, because at times when I would speak to some people working in the service sector, they would often say that, oh, we don't really, do you have any private insurance options? Many of them, they're not as happy with the public insurance options. But this may stem from maybe one bad experience or two bad experiences, and it has a ripple effect over anybody and everybody that they speak to. So I think this feedback part is very important. And this is where we hope to get some support from the government, because these are the schemes that we're helping popularize and make it a habit of everyday living. So with the claim status tracking, so what does this mean? So when we see a patient put their problem, their location, we give them the hospital, their eligibility criteria, and they finally actually go to the hospital. They take the step and they go in the hospital. Then after they're done, they have a small section where they have full freedom to give a claim or any feedback, and this feedback will be directly linked to the government officials in charge of that community. And with government support, this could really make a huge difference, because in any case, in each hospital there is an Arogya Mitra, which is another support system of the government to help these people figure things out. Because as you see in the picture right at the bottom of the screen, there's a bunch of people waiting for their treatment because they've signed up for the program and they're eligible for the criteria and they're in a public hospital. But you'd also see some support staff. These are the Arogya Mitras who are helping them in this place and try to figure things out. And then after this, whether that Arogya Mitra was there, whether it was helpful, things like that. So then we can also, on a monthly or semi-monthly basis on this app, we would change which hospitals would be, we'd give them ratings, for example. Because ratings do not just have to be about the commercial aspect of it, it can also be about just doing what's right for other people. So yes, so this is of course a part of the Reliance Foundation outreach initiative, and the CSR funds the outreach workers, digital platforms, and these awareness campaigns that we're so very thankful for. But as I said before, even a big CSR initiative can only take it to the point where we're spreading awareness and getting people to sign up or their eligibility, and that itself is a big burden. However, it will only be complete when we get help from government bodies to, for example, help track their their experience at these hospitals, for them to give their feedback and make sure that their needs were met. Because personally, seeing this is a very basic thing. It's just that every sector has a duty to contribute to health inclusion, because I would say it's one of the, if this is not a big problem, then what is? Because health, it helps our mental peace, it helps the country's workforce, it helps, it gives you a sense of dignity, as I spoke about earlier, which is actually the most important thing. So, before I conclude, I just would like to remind you guys that accessible healthcare for all is not like a privilege that one should only get with a certain level of financial status, but it's a basic right, because this is our duty as citizens who have the small or a big position where we can make a sense of change. And this change doesn't have to be setting up a huge outreach program. It's just about not even telling the next person who needs it. It's just about telling the next person what the PMJ scheme is, what the Arogya Mitra is, what is the Arogya Connect app, what can we do, just spreading it through word of mouth. In a world of social media, sending those funny reels is all good and fun, but sending a few reels and snaps on this would also go a long way. Because my work on this field at this in the last 3 or 4 years has been a very, I've put in a lot into it, but it's only a small part in a very large vision where every family is insured, they're empowered. Empowerment is not just about this position or status, it's also about the ability to have control on your life and your health. Because CSR or corporate social responsibility is not just the responsibility of the corporate, but for every individual in this country who's capable of making that change. Thank you very much.
Very, very inspiring. If the youth of our nation can think of such innovative ideas, we can feel rest assured that our country is in safe hands. Thank you so much for your presentation. I would request Pritika Agnihotri, leading sustainability at IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present Rachit with a memento. We want to thank him for coming here and share the work that he has done. Arogya Connect is certainly something that is really making a difference. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. And we will continue our conversation about sustainability and the intersection of CSR, healthcare, the environment, all of this. I request all of you to turn your eyes to the screen. We have a video coming up, and thank you so much, Rachit.
Nation's General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour. from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability.
Since its launch, Sustainability Hour has ignited powerful conversations across key sectors, from clean air and healthcare to supply chains and innovation, reaching platforms like the SCM Middle East Summit in Dubai and the Good Air and IVF Summit in Delhi. Today, it stands as a global force, rallying leading institutions and shaping the sustainability agenda worldwide. Come, join the movement as it makes another set of landmark footprints in Abu Dhabi in November 2025 and February 2026.
Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future.
We now move on to our next session, which is of course about climate and health. Sustainability are climate and health, CSR at the intersection. Now we are at a defining moment in history where climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a public health crisis. Rising pollution, changing disease patterns, food and water insecurity, and the health risk of extreme weather events remind us that climate health connection is real and urgent. Can CSR be the bridge between climate action and healthier communities? By aligning business responsibility with sustainability, CSR initiatives have the power to protect our environment, safeguard public health, and create long-term value for both communities and enterprises. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our speakers for this critical session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Prabhakant Jain, General Manager and CSR Head, DS Group. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Jain on stage. Please welcome Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson, Center for Sustainability and CSR, Birla Institute of Management Technology. Please welcome Dr. Chinu Quatra, Founder, Khushiyan Foundation. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Amrish Chandra, Founder Director, the House of Mosaic. Please give a round of applause and welcome all our speakers on stage. I will request Mr. Chandra to please take the proceedings further. And just a reminder that the session is for 45 minutes.
Well, thank you very much and a very good afternoon to all of you here. The only rider in today's panel is that I don't think any of us are doctors or from the health circuit per se, but our areas of work bring us to this forum. And before we begin, I would like to congratulate the IHW Council. This is my second participation with them on Sustainability Hour. I think it's an amazing concept. It really needs a very loud round of applause for them having to be able to gather momentum on this very important subject in all that they do and how they dovetail Sustainability Hour into each of the programs that they've done. So congratulations to the IHW Council on that. Taking clue from the first panel and bringing it to our colleagues here, I always believe that when you come to CSR, it is more driven by the heart of the board rather than the agenda of the board. Because I believe that the CSR, the last part of the R, is not just responsibility, but is basically relationship. And relationships are not agenda-driven, they are passion-driven. So when we speak to the people here and whatever I've read of all of you, it's an amazing privilege to moderate this session. For all the audience to know, it might be good for us to break the ice by a brief minute to share as to what your expertise or the areas of work are and what you represent. So could we begin with Dr. Quatra, please?
Thank you so much, sir, and it's an honor to be on stage with Amrish sir once again. After Dubai, this is in Delhi. And always thank you to Kamal sir for giving this young champ an opportunity to be there and talk about the groundwork which we are doing. So this is Chinu Kawatra. I'm a founder of Khushiyan Foundation. We have been working aggressively towards coastal cleanups. India's first one to launch coastal cleanup dashboard, to do cleanups every Saturday, and also recycle the marine plastic waste into school benches. That is the core and heart of Khushiyan. With that, we have multiple projects like shelter homes, early child education school, shelter home for dogs, rescue camps, and many other on-ground projects which is touching millions' lives right now. So that's all about us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. K.K. Upadhyay. I'm from Himachal. Government sent me to do my veterinary sciences. I did my veterinary sciences and went back to the village. एक माता जी से बात कर रहे थे तो उनको बताया गया कि ये पशुओं के डॉक्टर हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं धीरे धीरे आदमियों के भी बन जाएंगे. तो I took that seriously. I went for MBA. Met Dr. Varghese Korean. He started an institute called Institute of Rural Management. So we were the first guinea pigs. So I did my MBA and then worked with National Day Development with Dr. Varghese Korean. And then came to NGOs, worked with international NGOs. Then came to corporates, worked with the JK Group, Boruca Group. Last I was with FICCI, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as a director CSR. That was when I got involved with the law. So I was part of making the law that time, not because of KK Upadhyay, but because of being a FICCI. Then I was head with the Aditya Birla CSR Center for Excellence. After that, I've come to academics. Now I teach with BIMTech.
Hello, I am Prabhakant Jain. Currently I am actually looking after the CSR activities at DS Group of Companies. It is always be a pleasure to actually share the platform with the such eminent leader, KK sir. So basically, I am a social work graduated, and then I worked with few NGOs. And in last 15 years, actually, I am associated with DS Group, taking care of various CSR activities. And at CSR, at DS Group, we are very, very concerned about the climate, not because of course, it's a critical issue across the world, but our stakeholders, our farmers communities are quite vulnerable for that. And they are the community, they actually have very limited capacity to deal with the issues emerging due to climate change. So we will talk about the details in the later stage, but we are primarily working with the farmers community.
Amazing. So I'm going to divide this panel discussion in view of the paucity of time into two aspects. The discussion point for the panel is climate and health, CSR at the intersection. So first, let's try and understand the intersection. Let's try and understand the bridge between climate and health. The impact of climate change. Many a times we might feel that what happens outside may not affect us. But as life has taught us, something outside could also make a change in our skin. And that's why climate affects health. Now let's get an independent opinion on this. And may I begin with you from here as to what would you feel is the impact of climate change on health?
So when I'm seeing the climate, so I'll use the word called Hindi Jalvayu. So when we talk about the climate, so we're not of talking about the energy crisis, energy, carbon, everything, but जैसे हम उसको हिंदी में convert करते हैं, we call it as jal and vayu. It's a two word, water and air. And when I'm talking about the air, so I think the people of Delhi must be aware about what's the condition of the air. And of course, we are sitting in the September. After 2 months, we know that what kind of situation that we are going to face. And when I'm talking about the water is one of the biggest crises. So I'm seeing from these two words, and the climate change is impacting both of them significantly. and both are actually very, very closely associated with the health. More than 4 million deaths are happening due to water and air pollution. So this is not just a number, it's basically the information that is available in the public platform. So climate is very, very important factor for our health. And as the introduction, they said about the similar thing. So I feel that because of this word, actually, I very much related with the health thing.
Absolutely. So well put up. Dr. Padhi, your opinions, please.
I'll take it two ways actually. आपने intersection की बात की. It's a bridge basically, the word used, that's very right. But you have to understand this bridge basically. Let's go little back. जब हमारा देश आज़ाद हुआ, when we were 1700, 34% of world trade used to be from India. Come 1947, it was just 1.4%. So we were looted. Everything was taken away from us. This was the time not with India, it was happened with all over the world. 1948, they found what we call UN now. The UN, they soon realized things are not as good as should be in the world. That's where they talked about, Friedman said, business of business is business. So first thing was profit basically. Whatever you do, even CSR comes after profit only. You first earn profit, then we talk about 2%. That's what most of the activists, most of the NGOs, they say कि जो कंपनियां हैं ये नहीं करती, वो नहीं करती. But friends, just understand one thing. First thing is profit. First comes the profit. Come 1987, UN also realized the same thing. They made a commission. It's called Brundtland Commission. They came out with a report called Our Common Future. It was realized either we can all survive together. These were the times when climate change came into the fore basically. And this is the time when they started thinking about, that's where the word came, sustainability, from the Brundtland Commission report. That's where they started talking about sustainable development. Another thing which was happening, एक तरफ तो कंपनीज अपने प्रॉफिट की तरफ जा रही थी, दूसरी तरफ कम्युनिटीज में गैप बढ़ रहा था. रिच वॉज बिकमिंग रिचर, पुअर वॉज बिकमिंग पुअर. Even COVID time, we were back at the British times. That's where they realized one thing, that world cannot continue as such. That's where we formed 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. That's what we are talking about, Sustainability Hour and all. Come that, the slogan came, leave no one behind. It's a bridge between the society, what society expects, and what companies can do for that. That's where, जब हम लोगों ने अपनी नीति आयोग में रिपोर्ट बनाई, अपना स्लोगन बनाया, we said, सबका साथ, सबका विकास. It comes from Sustainable Development Goals, leave no one behind. When we enacted 2014, the 2% CSR, that's where the role of corporates became more important in it. And second thing is, at this point of time, you cannot just avoid it. You like it, you don't like it, you can't avoid it. जैसे मैंने कहा, मैं हिमाचल से आता हूँ, हमारे यहाँ रोज़ बादल फटता है, रोज़ एक गांव बह जाता है, और अब आप इसको नंगी आंखों से देख सकते हैं. इसको देखने के लिए अब चश्मा लगाने की या कॉन्फ्रेंस करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. That's where CSRs have to donate, but unfortunately we hardly spend 2% of CSR on environment and climate change. क्यों? क्योंकि जैसे वो पिछले सेशन में ही कह रहा था, वो दिखता नहीं है ये काम. आप बिल्डिंग बनाइए, इनॉग्रेशन होता है, फ़ोटो अच्छा आता है. तो जब आप इन्वायरमेंट में काम करते हैं, फ़ोटो अच्छा नहीं आता है. That's where you have to break this bridge between the CSR and the climate change.
Very well said, so thank you so much. I think it has to be community first, commerce second. And nobody better will relate to this than Dr. Kawata. That's why he was laughing. That it is not always glorious to pick those things that you do at the beach. Please, your turn.
So, sir, when you talk about health and environment, I feel जब इंसान अगर ज़िंदा बचेगा तो हेल्थ के बारे में बात होगी, और एनवायरनमेंट की वजह से इंसान मर रहे हैं. 3 days back I was in Punjab, Gurdaspur. I've seen disaster from my naked eyes. The livelihoods are affected. लोग वहाँ पे राशन बांट रहे हैं जिसकी 8 महीने तक ज़रूरत नहीं है. ज़रूरत है livelihoods की. Similarly Himachal, similarly Uttarakhand, yesterday Uttarakhand. So it's all climate is I would say, the Baap and the Guru of everything. Once the climate is, we are playing with the environment, we are playing with the climate to the core, with the development sector coming in and a lot of other things. We can't blame any one single entity for that. But I honestly feel that environment doesn't need us. We need environment. And so health comes later on when there is a good environment. अगर इंसान ही नहीं बचेगा तो health के बारे में किससे बातें करेंगे हम and क्यों बातें करेंगे? And that thing have touched me so bad, the Punjab floods, and we are trying to uplift couple of farmers with the push of CSR. But as usual, the sir said, मुश्किल से मदद आ रही है. For राशन बांटने के लिए 600 रुपए का एक किट देने के लिए लोग इंसान ready है. But when I say कि I want to support the livelihood which will help them to rebuild their houses and their farms, I am only pinch of support we are getting. So that's the irony of the situation right now. But we are a fighter, we'll keep fighting.
Amazing. Yes, absolutely. We have to keep fighting. My third part is basically broken across three components because you all represent three aspects. I'll begin with you. In terms of the DS group and their contributions towards CSR, where is your focus? And one thing I've liked about the panel is that you've been very precise, so I'll request that we all remain precise in time consumption. But coming back to you, your allocation, focus point on the CSR for the DS group.
Yeah, so we believe that actually we should leverage our strength. We should focus on where actually we can contribute effectively. So we identify and we also make the basically alignment with the national priorities also and the common issues that are prevailing in the society. So basically we identify three core thematic areas, or the first area can be divided into two parts. The first one, actually we are working with the farmers community across the country. So we have projects in Nagaland and Assam also, so we work with Rajasthan also. Similarly, we are reaching out to Karnataka and northern part of Himachal also. So we are actually aiming to work for the marginal farmers community, and we identify two core intervention with them. The first one is the water conservation, because once they have water, they will be able to do better agriculture. And second, once they have access to water, then what kind of agriculture they are doing, whether they are moving to unsustainable farming or any other thing. So we are basically encouraging the right kind of, or maybe the best suitable practices for them, whether it's not the right or wrong, but we are trying to initiate the sustainable farming practices. The other two thematic areas is, one is the gender equity. So we basically initiated an initiative that in the society there are a lot of gender discrimination is there, but there are very minimum work that has been done with the male community. So we have created a unique project called Samya. I will not talk about that project too much, this may not be relevant at this forum. And the other one is the community development, where we have business footprint, so we want to work for the holistic development in society. And when I'm talking about the first thematic area, so we believe that, as you said, livelihood होगा तो ही आगे की बात होगी. तो हमारा principle यही है कि when we are working on the livelihood aspect, we are seeing its impact on different other topics. They are able to get the better education, they are able to get the better health access, and they are actually get the exposure to the best possibilities areas. So that is our focus area.
Brilliant. So that's a lot of work being done by the DS group, and you're right that you're using your strength and penetration to do that. You spoke of the bridge, and you actually represent the bridge, and you're also sitting between what a CSR happens and the recipient of the CSR. So I'm going to ask you a question. How do you think, of course, people go from strength. A CSR budget represents the strength of the company, and so that's what the DS group is doing. But do you think, a flat question to you, do you think that there should be a change in the landscape of the law of CSR, which says that a fixed percentage of every CSR budget should be spent towards sustainable development goals, and the rest you can use as per the strength? Your opinion on that?
To be very frank, first of all, there's a disconnect between how companies think and how the things are happening now. We started with the spirit when I was with FICCI, we were forming the law. That the spirit was to let the government make the law, let the companies give the money, let the NGOs spend that money because they have the last mile connect. But what happened really, 48% of the companies work through their own foundation now. Second thing is, for everything, government wants money from CSR now. Every time there's a notice, झंडा भी अगर तिरंगा भी लहराना है तो उसके लिए भी you need CSR money basically. And second, what is happening practically is also the law has become more of a compliance now. As a CSR head, you spend 90% of your time on compliance now. आपके पास thinking के लिए भी time नहीं है. So what you have to change is the ecosystem basically. The whole ecosystem has to change. First, the government has to change. Let the companies do. अरे भाई वो CSR, it's hardly 0.4% of the development money in India. And the way it's projected. So first to change the ecosystem. Second thing is give that power to your boards basically. Boards still think कि जैसे वो पिछले सेशन में भी बोल रहे थे कि हमें क्या मिलेगा उससे. वो क्या कह रहे थे कि दिखेगा तो. That's where the third disconnect is. You need, NGOs also need to think it कि companies work on a different way. एक जो है mistrust है. So somewhere you have to develop that trust also. I won't elaborate that on much, but mistrust is there. हम एक दूसरे पे विश्वास करते नहीं, अभी हाथ में लाएंगे लेकिन उसके बाद फोन नहीं करेंगे फिर.
Very well said. And I think that compliance is how, very well given a word, compliance is how boards think. They have to do it, so they do it. But that mindset has to change. Very well said. Dr. Kwatra, I mean, you are on the side of people, corporates wanting to give. They go across legislation and it comes to you. Now, when it comes to you, with the level of awareness that there is, how important do you think is community engagement?
So there is no project without community engagement. I feel the only place where NGOs are lacking, they are seeing corporate partners as their money partners. Whereas corporate partner should be the mentor partner. When there is we work in that similar pattern that the CSR head of XYZ company of ours who are the partners for us, we take their guidance. We understand what they need on ground. We understand their branding pattern, and then that's how we try to work on their pattern in our way. So it is like mutual agreement between the corporates and the organization. I honestly feel that the strength of communities create an impact, and impact is always seen on the reports. The numbers speak, and the more community involvement, it will make, you're making your own clone. So NGOs won't be needed after 20 years. That should be the goal of the NGOs. एक organizer, मेरा goal यही है कि I will close down my shutter of my NGO when India is a developed nation. I'll go and stay in Pahad because I don't want to work even more. I want to close down my beach warriors the moment it is the cleanest beach we have. So that's the goal, and every organization should have that goal to close down, to shut down their NGOs and make more community leaders so that they can take over the projects and you can concentrate on something else. So that's what I feel.
Amazing. So corporates, we look at corporates as money partners. There should be more ethos and compassion into it, or as you say, mentors. Very well said. The fourth section, which applies to all of you, is I would call him a mentor for me. He's known as Professor Prajapati Trivedi. He is now a professor in Boston University. He's been to the World Bank. He's been Cabinet Secretary of the Government of India. He says what gets measured gets done. Now, in terms of all three of you and your contributions, how important do you think it is for you to know? How do you, and what is the mechanism that you have been a part of policy, or are you in execution, or you in terms of deploying that funds? What is that you adopt to measure your impact? Let's begin with you. Let's begin the DS group so that we know the bridge comes in between.
There are a lot of things to say. The first thing that you raise about the what measurement actually is very, very important. Because as you said about this, it's a compliance. When CSR is compliance, then you are accountable towards the regulatories. If you are accountable, then you have to justify your work, whether you implement it directly or through your own foundation or through NGOs. So basically it is very, very critical. So at the time of planning, you need to define your project very well. What is our aim? What is basically we are going to achieve out of that project? There has to be well-defined indicators out of that. So it's a very standard template that most of the NGOs are following. But it's not about only creating that template. Actually, we have to strictly adhere to that part also. That is one part. And the other two parts, actually, I would like to just contribute to what, sir, you said. You said about the 48%. I think we need to understand why actually this shifting has happened. When 2014 that law was enacted, corporate also don't want to basically involve in the community development work. But they also realize that there's a very big mistrust between NGOs and corporate. And only corporates are not responsible for that. Actually, they have their certain approach, strategic thinking, and the way they want to work. And unfortunately, that development sector is not emerged that effectively in the initial stage. And that was the time between 4 to 5 years of early stage of the legal age of CSR. That time, most of the corporates created their own foundation and they just went ahead. So that was the one of the reason that I feel that. We also actually started with the NGOs, and now around 40% investment actually we are doing through our TS Foundation. Remaining 60%, we still work with the, so we are following the hybrid model. So that is my point of view. And the last thing that you said about each organization should think about their exit strategies. We also think about the NGO should come up with the exit plan. But unfortunately, the things, most of the cases we think is just a sustainable till fundable. So whenever we found that that project is going to, funding is going to close, then project will collapse or its impacts may not be able to sustain. So it's very, very critical things that I think both the sectors should think about it. How can we basically collectively address these mistrust issues?
Very well said. And so whoever put the panel together, I must say that it's really apt that we have, the setting of these three people. Dr. Bade, your opinions on
प्रभाकांत प्रॉब्लम तो ना गालिब को भी थी. वो कहते थे कि कुछ तो पढ़िए कि लोग कहते हैं गालिब गज़ल सराहना हुआ. So everybody has a problem. But Amrish, when you talk about impact, basically, this has been at the core of right when we started making the law, basically. That's where at this point of time, if your project is 1 crore, your budget is 10 crores, for top 1,000 companies, you have to do compulsory impact assessment by a third party, basically. Second thing is, you have to report on BRSR, which is based on ESG, basically, which is very detailed one. But only thing which law has done is, part of it is compulsory, part of it is voluntary also. So you tell everything which you are doing. Idea is right from your board, who are the people on your board, to the last penny you have spent, it should be in public domain. Everything has to be in public domain, so as everybody knows what you are doing. We call it with a name and shame. Now we have also introduced penalty. If you don't work, company can be fined 1 crore. Each officer can be fined up to 2 lakh. 361 cases, 40 cases they have lost in court also. So it's very much there. That's why I said the whole ecosystem has changed now. So measuring is there, but it's also a law now. You have to report and you have to do. That's where, not time today, but that's where this whole story about the mistrust also comes.
Right, very true. I think it's easier measurable on these 2 quarters, but it is many times very difficult to really size the impact that an NGO will do. Some areas it's easy. If it's a distribution, it's the number of houses that you want to hit, it's very easy. But when you do something like that, how do you do it? Is it the tons of garbage that you pick up from the beach? I mean, I'm specifically speaking about Kushia Foundation and Beach Warriors. How do you do it?
Sir, we feel, being a finance student, I feel the numbers play a major role. And when a corporate sponsorship is coming, we should always talk about the ROI, the return on investment, which they are putting up for a project. There is no monetary benefit, but there is a community benefit, there is an environmental benefit which a corporate is getting through Khushiyan Foundation. The one major thing, till last month, I was someone who was talking about 4,000 plus tons of garbage, which was giving a vague number, a collective number of my 8 years of journey. Since last 3 months, we were working upon something, and since data is very close to me, and I felt I should not be saying the common number, the vague number. Why can't I say the exact number when I have MIS with me of 8 years? And I started maintaining, I'm sure that NGOs should have their own MIS, even if you are working for one child or 10,000 child, one environment with or 10,000 places in the environment. MIS is the major core which will give you the concrete data. So sir, we made a dashboard which is coastal cleanup and waste management dashboard. It is not for Khushiyan only. We are welcoming all the cleanups and waste management heroes on that dashboard and put up your data. So the moment you open that data, कितने क्लीनअप हुए, कहाँ हुए, कितना कचरा निकला, उस कचरे में से प्लास्टिक कितना था, शूज़ कितना था, कपड़ा कितना था, कितने लोगों को इंस्पायर किया, कितने वॉलंटियर्स आए, वॉलंटियर्स में से कितने बच्चे थे, कितने बूढ़े थे, कितने कॉर्पोरेट वाले थे. This all data we are getting. And this all the corporate partners get the access of the dashboard, one login and they can. And this is moreover downloadable also. So sir can download that data, use it for the policy and the research work, present that data to the college students so that a small community of beach warriors can do it. Why can't you people do it? So why can't it be replicable? So that's what we are trying to do with the data. And I hope, and for this we have got a heads up with UNICEF also, that they want to get on board with us and push this data thing ahead. But I feel that NGOs should come up with this strong mechanism of MIS and representation of their data.
Amazing. Data representation is very important. In my second last approach to all of you, if you were to speculate on the future directions of CSR towards climate and health, what would you feel from a corporate, from policy, and from the perspective of, do you see any future trends? Do you see trends changing towards deployment of CSR, towards health, climate, or both, Hanina?
I think the change is already happening because the ESG guidelines are actually impacting a lot on corporate, and ESG is more scientific. Why it's scientific? Because it starts from your business assessment, it starts from your materiality assessment. When you do your materiality assessment, then you find out which is the core or critical areas for your business operations. So I feel that in next 4 to 5 years, the most of the CSR funding will be aligned with your material topic. Of course, it cannot be done within the fence or in your business operations, but it will be, investment will be aligned with your ESG goal. That is, I am seeing in the coming future. That is my assessment at this moment.
Yes, I mean, I really wanted you to say, I put the question because I wanted the reference to come to ESG. Sir.
See, it's already happening practically. First thing is health already is one of the top areas where we spend CSR. Second thing is companies are feeling it now. As I told you in Himachal, we have ACC and all. No, वो पहाड़ी खिसक रहे हैं तो वो आपको lime कहाँ से मिलेगा actually. So they are also realizing it. Another thing which is, this government at least is very sensitive to that. They talk about zero goal by 2070 basically. Right. That's where ESG comes. Even companies like say SBI. Now SBI has a subsidiary which invests on companies which are good on ESG basically. So funding pattern is also coming. All the venture capitalists, they invest on ESG. That's why ESG not be a mandatory thing, but something which everybody cares in the market. And now the first thing is, like you saw a young man there, people are realizing that कि अगर आप इससे align अपने आप को नहीं करेंगे तो धीरे-धीरे समाज से बाहर हो जाएंगे.
Absolutely. And on that note, I mean, amazing to hear a grade 12 student, Rachit, being influenced with what's happening and coming to that. So that's well done. Dr. Quatra.
Definitely, sir. I looked 2017, the moment I started with cleanups, and 2025. Till 2020, we had zero support for the cleanup because people are like, kachra uthane ke liye paisa kyun chahiye? So that was the statements which were coming up from the corporates and all these organizations to fund us. But 2020, when one corporate did it with us, Transworld Group, they joined hand with us. We saw a lot of corporate coming in, and it's a branding opportunity also, and it's a showcase also. Their employees can get engaged. A lot of EPR can come on the picture. And that's the reason I feel now the change has happened, but it is a bit slow. It is a bit slow. Environment is still considered on the 4th or 5th or 3rd or number, where I feel it should be on the 2nd number compulsorily after health, definitely. But yes, the change has been seen.
So the good thing is that all three agree that the change is happening. The change is in movement, and it needs. As a final to all of you, if you were to leave a message to all that are here and to all that the message will go, from a standpoint, not a CSR standpoint, but as anything on health and environment, because each individual sitting here contributes to the environment in any which ways, whether they switch the ignition on of a car, or they use a plastic pen, or they decide to carry a bag, a shopping bag which is in plastic. So what is your message on the importance of health and environment to all of that are here?
For me, I think the sustainability starts from the self first. When I am talking about the sustainable corporate or sustainable country, but before that, I think the sustainable individual is very important. We need to evaluate ourselves very strongly, and historically we were quite sustainable, but unfortunately our direction may not be right at this moment, but we need to think about individual first, as a self first, then we can create a change in this.
Amazing. Evaluation of an individual self. I mean, when you leave, when you go to an event, you leave, you don't look at anybody else in the mirror, but you look at how you look. So that's the mirror of sustainability that we each need to look. Sir.
I will start with him. शुरू तो आपसे ही होता है, लेकिन ख़त्म आप पे नहीं होता ही है. That's where you have to start the chain basically. It has to be a movement. अगर आप एक, जैसे आपने movement खड़ा किया, if you don't start a movement, nothing will happen basically. Big will not happen. छोटी बात होगी, बड़ी बात नहीं होगी. और मैं अंत में ये कहूँगा कि लगाए रहिए बातों में, खुल जाएंगे 2-4 मुलाकातों में.
Beautiful. So start from yourself, but don't stop at yourself. Let the movement roll. Dr. Kwatra.
Sir, I feel honestly that we should go back to our old era and learn back from our grandparents. A small initiative of ours, that is Plastic Do Dhan Lo. 40 people in a tribal village have gone zero plastic since last 4 months. Every month they give us their 40-45 kgs of plastic, the 40 homes. So that can be achievable. It's all about going back to the roots, learning from our grandparents what they have taught, and live that moment. It's okay to not live a luxury life, but it's not okay to not live on in this life. Yeah.
Amazing, very well said. But for this, I'm sure everybody will agree that we have to first unlearn this lifestyle to learn the old lifestyle. And before I end and I pass it over to the compere of the event today, from the portal and on behalf of the House of Mosaic, I will only leave one humble submission to each one of you and also to my dear colleagues here. Sustainable development goals. Level 0 is awareness. To whatever you do, whichever firm you work for, whichever school you are, whichever company you are, use the SDG goals wherever you can showcase them. Because that will create a cycle of inquisitiveness that will lead to know what is this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. All efforts, even the smallest one, is worthwhile. I request Kritika Agnihotri, leading sustainability at IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Prabhakant Jain, General Manager and CSR Head, DS Group. A memento for Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson, Center for... A memento for Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson, Center for Sustainability in CSR, Birla Institute of Management Technology. A memento for Dr. Chinu Quatra, Founder, Khushia Foundation. I request you to present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Amrish Chandra of Muse. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph.
Yes, I'm about to ask you. I'm going to both set my number.
We now move on to our fourth session, Women's Health and Empowerment through CSR. Women are the backbone of families and communities, yet gaps in healthcare and opportunities continue to hold them back. This panel will explore how CSR can address these challenges and unlock the true potential of women as drivers of social and economic change. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Pooja Trisal, Director, Flipkart Foundation. Please give a round of applause and welcome Pooja on stage. Please welcome Dr. Swati Jha, Director, Health Outreach Program, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. Please welcome Dr. Santosh Kumar Kaleti, Founder and Secretary, Susheshna Health Foundation. And please welcome Dr. Mudassar Sheikh, Chief Medical Officer, Health Within Reach Foundation. This session will be moderated by Mr. Mohammad Asif, Executive Director, Plan International India Chapter. Please welcome Dr. Mudassar Sheikh. Right, I'll hand it over to the moderator to take this session forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, let me take the opportunity to thank the organizers for bringing us all together. I think it's an honor and privilege for me to be moderating this session on women's health and empowerment through CSR. And as we have already learnt about our esteemed panelists, so I'll not go to name each one of them, but thank you all for giving me this opportunity to moderate and to listen and learn from each one of you, because I know you have been doing amazing work in that in your space of health and empowerment. So just to set the context for our conversation here, what we understand about health and empowerment. And when I say empowerment, it's not just economic empowerment. I'm talking about empowerment in all its forms. And I would like to add 3 more concepts on this as well. The concept of inclusion, the concept of diversity, and the concept of equity. Because health and empowerment of women cannot just be looked at from a neutral lens. It has to be looked from the lens that I just mentioned. And the good news is that we have our eminent panelists who each one of them have been doing amazing work through their respective organizations in pushing the envelope on all important elements of which contribute to the health and empowerment for women. And over the next hour, we'll be listening to their experiences. Now, just to add a few numbers to just to set the context and with numbers, one of the things that we all are well aware, and since I'm talking to people, many of you have been in the space as civil society actors, as corporates, as public policy experts and analysts, that women's health has a very wide spectrum. Right from the question of maternal health, which is something which most women go through by the fact that they are women. Then we have the whole question of areas of non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, a lot of health which is at the preventive health and the pre-preventive health. In some organizations, we are also now talking about self-care as an important element of contributing to health and wellness for women. So there's a wide range of conversations possible within this concept and with this agenda. And the other part is that when you are talking about empowerment, health and empowerment are very much intertwined. They are all connected, and so they cannot be looked separately. And I'm so glad that the organizers of the conversation has decided to put it together and rather than have 2 different sessions. So with these words, and to put a lens with regards to, especially when we are talking about maternal health, what we see is that we still have in our country, the maternal mortality rate is at 88 for every 100,000 births, which is quite significantly high. And the ambition is to bring it down to less than 30, because that's what many other societies, nations have it. Similarly, the government is also working very hard to see how we can improve on the women's workforce participation, which is been hovering around 20-25%, however we look at, and see to it that by the time our country reaches the 100 years of our independence, which is 2047, which will also be the time when the government has placed as its ambition for Viksit Bharat, 70% of the women are in the workforce and participating actively. So with these words, let me first move on to my first panelist, Pooja Trisalji. She, as you just learnt, has been supporting and working with Flipkart Foundation, and which is doing amazing work, particularly in the space of women's economic empowerment. And so let's listen to her experiences of what the foundation and what she has been doing in that space of pushing the envelope on women's economic empowerment, and how that's contributing to improving health, and where does the larger question of CSR also pitch into that conversation. So over to you, Pooja ji.
Thank you, Asif. Okay, hi everyone, very good evening. So, for the benefit of the audience here, Flipkart Foundation was started about 3 years ago, formally in April 22. So, when we started the foundation, of course, we knew that we want to be working with the women, for sure. The stance we have taken is, you know, you talked about it, Asif, that there is that interconnectedness between health and larger women empowerment. So whilst we do some work around the health piece of it, the larger approach that we have taken is the larger empowerment of the women. Now, as part of the empowerment agenda for the women, I'll start with the health and then go on to say what we are doing under the different other pillars as well from a holistic perspective. So under health, what we have been doing is some health camps for women particularly, so that's one piece of it. We have a decent sized menstrual health and hygiene program for adolescent girls and women. And as part of that program, what we have been trying to do is not just provide the period kits, but also sort of, you know, do the awareness piece, because the awareness is important to make sure that the myths, the taboos around the menstrual health and hygiene are sort of addressed. What we have also done, and there are different experiments with different partners as part of our menstrual hygiene program. So in some places, we have engaged with the ANMs and ASHA workers, because you see, you could sort of train certain number of girls and women, but with ASHA workers and ANMs, the outreach becomes a lot more wider from a larger sustainability and scalability perspective. We've done that. In certain cases, what we've also done is not just done the sessions, but also done the anemia screening to make sure, you know, we take it beyond, and if there are girls who also need the iron tablets and all of that, that is made available. So then under this whole program, we've also tried to reach out to larger civil society agents to create that bigger awareness and sensitization. Now, because I talked about the holistic approach, what we do is we have a larger skilling program. Now, under skilling, today, more than 70% of our participants happen to be the overall. I mean, in last 3 years, we have committed to train over 10,000 plus girls, 10,000 plus youth under skilling, and already 7,000 have been trained. And like I said, 70% of these youth happen to be the girls. The idea is the minute you skill them, you know, you're empowering them for a lifetime. They can make their own decisions, become independent. And that has really worked very, very well. And what we see is in our skilling program, about 13,000 plus is the average salary after a few months of training that they do. And our skilling is pretty diverse. I mean, we've been trying to do BFSI skilling programs. We've been trying to do 21st century skilling. In rural areas, we have done beauty services kind of a skilling program. So a very diversity around the skilling space that we have got. Similarly, when it comes to, you know, working with women around the entrepreneurship space, and I often say that, you know, we today need development for women, but we also need women-led development in the whole country. And from that entire premise, what we are trying to do is build the entrepreneurial skills of women artisans, the nano entrepreneurs in the country. And what we have done, and there are different experiments across West Bengal, Gujarat, UP, where we have been supporting in different ways, like the capacity building so that they're able to reach wider markets. And there's a lot of input that goes into it, and if we get time, I can speak more about it. But we also do work around the formalization of schemes, and then, of course, the financing part of it. Now, I think also in today's context, and just the last one quick bit of input, is that, you know, it's important to connect women to the technology. You know, technology is such an enabler in today's world. So there's a lot of work. Like, for example, the work that we are doing in UP around financing and formalization options, you know, where we connect them to the Udyam registrations, PM Swanidhi, and many more schemes, credit linkages. I think there we have used technology to a very great extent to enable it for the women entrepreneurs on the ground. So that's essentially what we have been doing, Asif.
Thank you, Poojaji. I think this is amazing and incredible that, no, you're not just looking at economic empowerment in a sense that no, many other organizations are looking at, but you're trying to kind of no, connect it with several other important elements. No, you talked about no, new economic jobs, which are important part of your economic empowerment agenda. We also talked about no, connect to menstrual hygiene, to life skills. So I think that's very important, because the holistic development is something which is very important, and I think no, it's great that Flipkart Foundation and yourself, you're pushing in that space. Let me now move to my next panelist, Dr. Swati Jha, and she is representing Reliance Foundation. Again, we are all well aware of the amazing work the foundation has been doing no, across the country, and probably one of the largest development actor in the CSR space. And so, Dr. Swati, just drawing from no, what Poojaji mentioned, that how important do you see, and what is the work that you feel, especially when we are drawing convergence on the economic to the health space, and since being a doctor yourself, how do you see the intersectionality, and what is it that your organization is doing towards searching for solutions around that intersectionality and ensuring that no, significant multiplier effects happen for society and for women? Thank you.
So firstly, thank you for giving this opportunity, and Pooja, your work is very interesting. So Reliance Foundation does a lot of work in all spheres. Women empowerment is a very big vertical, but today I'll talk about health. I mean, because I'm a health worker, I think obviously empowerment leads to better health, but one should not wait for to be empowered. If you can provide better health, the woman and then her family will get empowered slowly, maybe not on the same day, but going on. So with our health outreach program, if people were here in the morning, they would have heard quite a bit about it. We provide preventive and promotive primary care all over the city of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. And you spoke about inclusivity, equity. So though it is not very, we do not do it, we do it organically. The program is there's no gatekeeping in the program, in the sense that it is free for all. I mean, you could be the richest person in the locality and come and attend one of our screening programs, come and visit our camps, or come receive services at our primary care clinics. But we have found, because it is in the community, we have found that women form a majority of our patients. So if we see, say, 2.5 lakh patients in a year, more than 1.7 lakh of them will be women. So initially, we started small, and the program has grown both intrinsically in the breadth of services that we provide, and also geographically. So we have slowly, services have been added on as per need. We do, earlier the focus was mainly on infectious diseases. So when I had started out, we had a list of, say, 30, 40 antibiotics. And yesterday, I was checking the inventory list for an NABH audit, and we had only 15 antibiotics, and they don't even move fast. So, changes are happening in the country if they're happening in Bombay. So initially that was the focus, that was the problem, but slowly NCDs have become the big problem. So it was NCDs as in diabetes and hypertension, but now cancer is slowly, maybe it was always there, maybe because we are living longer, the incidences are growing higher, and with the environment and the kind of food we eat. So now our focus has come to cancer too. This year, in the past 6 months, we have a target of screening 50,000 women. We have done more than 27,000 already. Why? Lots of people do screening, lots of people do cancer treatment. Why would I say our program is very empowering to women? Is because we go and do the screening right at their doorstep. In the last 6-7 months, we have held more than 300-400 micro camps. In one camp, you collect together 30, 40, 50 women, do their clinical breast examination, do their pap smear, which is a test, first test for cervical cancer. These women would never have gone to an hospital even if it were for free, because it is right at the door, and most thanks to your kind of skilling efforts, 70% of my staff is women. So these community women find it easier to come and access the healthcare, because most people she sees in the clinic are women, though our men are very good too. So it is easy for them to receive the screening, and what I hope is receiving more information, and then also spreading it to their neighbors, to their family members. And once, you have, because of all these, you have better health and you have empowerment. We also carry out, we do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, and we also do economic impact measurements, which do show that the program is quite effective. Every single rupee for different programs, it is the outcomes are different, but 1 rupee yields at least 4 rupees worth of improved health. And we also do comparisons with cost at government health centers based on studies carried out by health economists, and there too we perform very well, because you do a lot of skill task shifting. Our nurses carry out most of the screening work under the supervision of doctors. You have to face the reality that doctors are few and far between, and given a chance, a doctor, even me, would like to do a job which yields more money, which is in a more comfortable condition, not in the field, in the heat, by the nalas of the city. Bombay is very famous for its nalas. So because we are able to provide healthcare to these women, the health improves, they are able to take better care of their family. And our program is very, community coordinated. So when we had started out, we had to rent out spaces in the community for carrying out camps. An example of how women empowerment has worked is that today, in 2025, when I hold a camp, so in the last 6 months, the 300 or so camps we have held, we have never had to pay a single penny for the space, or for tables or chairs, or for water, drinking water, or fan, or electricity, because the community women come up and tell you that please hold a camp in our area, and we will do all the logistics arrangements for you. So this is, I'm sure if we had just gone on and done healthcare for men, this would not have happened as it has happened now. So another example of empowerment I would like to give is, we have done 10,000 vaccinations for girls in the age group of 9 to 18. So when we started in November, though we carried out large scale, awareness programs in schools, in communities, the first 2 months were really sad. We could hardly get 25, 30, 50 over the entire month. Then I asked my program managers to touch base back with, 5-6 years back, we had created women self-help groups. The idea was that when we exited that area, these self-help groups would take care of health issues of their communities. It didn't work out exactly like we wanted. But in January this year, we touched base with them. We told them that we have these vaccines, and we want to give these vaccines to girls. Can you help us? So the moment the first group that we contacted and the first vaccination camp that we held, we had 300 plus girls come to receive the vaccines. When we had done it on our own, we had to struggle so much. So see, this is the power of empowerment, and we did not do any skilling or any other thing. We had just provided these women with healthcare. So to answer your question, health brings about empowerment. And yeah, so now when we carry out camps, we observe all the special health days. So when we carry out Women Health Day, we all provide healthcare, we do screening, we get lots of different kinds of specialities which women are not able to access regularly. But we also provide special, special programs, like we'll get somebody to teach them how to handle a smartphone. we'll get somebody to teach them how to do, self-protection. And we get a physiotherapist to teach them how to do exercises in the small space that they have in their own homes. And all this, I believe, is helping them get more and more empowered. So we also have nutrition workshops. So we go to next to their homes, and the rule of the competition is that they have to create food based on whatever stuff they have available at home. Actually, this month is the National Nutrition Month, and the competitions are going on as we speak. So when the examiners come to judge the session, the ones who have used the cheapest ingredients to create the best quality of food get the award. And then we ask them on the spot pop quiz. The question would be like, what would you have added which would have increased the protein value or the micronutrient value? And the ones who answers get special awards too. I'll go on speaking if you let me.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Thank you for elaborating on the amazing work that the foundation is doing. And the interesting thing which I kind of took away from your presentation was that like you're looking at the full spectrum, because within the public health space we are talking about, and what I heard was that you're working on the awareness and prevention, and within prevention it's not just about behavior change, but you're also pushing the envelope on vaccination, which is a very important part of the larger prevention and elimination agenda, disease elimination agenda. And you're also working on care and treatment. So the whole spectrum is getting covered and touching the lives of some of the most marginalized women. So congratulations to you and team for doing such amazing work, and I hope the work continues and it will grow further. So let me move to my next speaker again. He's also a very, as a doctor, medical doctor, Dr. Santosh Kumar Kralati. Have I pronounced Kralati? He's the founder and secretary of CSR Health Foundation.
A lot of tongue twisters, sorry.
A lot of tongue twisters. No. So, Dr. Santosh, if you could like to help us understand what the foundation is doing, especially in the space. And maybe if you can also draw from what Pooja ji also talked about, was technology, because one of the areas where a lot of conversation is happening is that how can women's empowerment and technology, how do they converge, where do they converge, what can be done about it? And as an expert in that space and also a doctor, where do you see technology playing an important role, especially technology related to internet? We are talking about smartphones, and Dr. Swati also mentioned about how her organization is strengthening women's capability of accessing and working with smartphones. So over to you, and maybe we may come back with more questions if you have any on your foundation's work.
Thank you, Mr. Asif. Especially thank you IHW for putting us in spotlight, and especially beside two great foundations, Flipkart Foundation and Reliance Foundation. I'm just elated to that I'm sitting beside Reliance Foundation. quite exciting. And thank you, especially from Plan India, such rich experience and expertise you guys have. We are a very nascent and very small not-for-profit working in some kone mein in our country, some place. But then we are trying to do a little bit in terms of what we can do for women and child health, especially in our jargon in public health. We call it RMNCH plus A, which is reproductive, maternal, newborn, child health plus adolescence, and that's where we work. Our foundation was started in the year 2016, and we've been working since then in this sphere majorly. I come from a public health background. I come from beautiful coastal city called Vishakhapatnam, just like your Mumbai. And yeah, we have good beaches, and one of them is just beside our medical college. And yeah, when we were studying and when we went to postings, one of the important things that we notice is deliveries, and especially either normal delivery or C-section in a government hospital is a very, very difficult thing. Especially, it's an emotional trauma for many, many mothers. The kind of scenes that we see, the shouting that happens, the screaming that happens, and what we expect is a very, very good start for a new life. But that doesn't happen many times, and you know how it is. And most of the hospitals, there are doctors and the staff are dealing with 200, 300 deliveries when they actually can deal only with 30 or 40. So we are overwhelmed. And that's when we noticed that a lot of small things like a very good beginning is work half done. And if a mother can start breastfeeding as soon as she delivers, it's a very small thing, it's a low-hanging fruit, but the dividends that it has is huge. And we have noticed that after the advent of technology, especially newborn intensive care units, you see that a lot of premature babies we can save. Of course, we have come from that 90, 80 per thousand newborn mortality to now 22, 23. And in many states like Kerala and Goa, we have come to single digits. But there's a long way to go in many other parts, because a large part of infant mortality is newborn mortality, and a large part of newborn mortality is early newborn mortality, the first 7 days. And we can address this if we can give a good start to the new life. And because of the advent of NICUs, we are able to save babies who are 1,000 grams, 900 grams, 450 grams. We are able to do that. But then the survival has to be intact. The baby must get a good start. The baby's gut must be breastfed rather than formula fed. And we also see that mothers who don't breastfeed or not able to breastfeed or have lactation failure are looked down upon in their families. There's a huge stress, trauma that the mother undergoes. And it's a psychological, circus upheaval that happens. And it is very important for the mother to be confident to have that support during that time. And also for the baby, because the survival indicators, the intact survival indicators are so different when you are breastfed. So we started a chain of human milk banks in government hospitals, which can support premature babies. We are deeply inspired by Mumbaikar Dr. Armeda Fernandez, who started India's first human milk bank, in KM Hospital in Mumbai. Now we have started 25 milk banks, 14 of them have been handed over to the governments as a public-private partnership. And then in 11 we are currently running. In all these milk banks, technology is an essential part. We have state-of-the-art pasteurizers, state-of-the-art IoT devices, and all of them give us a lot of feedback. Now, what we were able to do because of pasteurization and this technology that we have brought into the government hospital systems is, on an average, a premature baby spends 22 days in the NICU. 22 days. Sometimes it can be up to 60, 70 days if the baby is too small. It's very, for example, very low birth weight or extremely low birth weight, then it's like 60, 70 days. You can bring down the number of days if the baby is given pasteurized donor human milk. And not only that, on an average, the daily expenditure for a family, for that mother, especially who's also going to have that economical stress, is another 90,000 rupees on an average. So this is totally cut down to zero because the milk is provided free of cost. So the pasteurized donor human milk. So this is a very, very important thing, and I agree with Dr. Jha. Not that I totally don't agree with the Flipkart, aspect. That if you invest early into healthcare, your economic indicators are actually improved. And I saw a wonderful talk by Hans Rosling You can all see it up on YouTube. Is one of the greatest public health data analyzers at Karolinska Institute. And he says how much you invest into health, and that's what you reap in economic indicators. And the growth of economy is more if you invest early in health, and especially in women's health. And I think that is very, very key. And slowly what we have seen is a lot of volunteers, especially mothers, who come and want to work with these young mothers in the hospitals. We have seen that some of them have donated around 200 liters of their own breast milk. 200. And yesterday I was speaking to one of India's Arjuna awardees and a great champion, Jwala Gutta, who's a badminton player, who donated 30 liters of a breast milk to our government hospital, Nilofer Hospital at Hyderabad. And it's phenomenal, the kind of empowerment these mothers bring. And it's inclusive. There's no barrier of caste, creed, religion. Everyone shares the same milk. And you see that all barriers are broken, and inclusion is the only thing that happens there when everyone shares every mother's milk. And it's so empowering as well that the mothers are so confident once they know how to breastfeed, how to latch, the positions, and then they go and teach the other mothers in the hospital, and it's a great experience. And 94% of all our employees are women in our foundation. And another important thing that I would like to bring before the August audience is that these women who have worked with us as volunteers or have been working with us as staff nurses for now 7-8 years have now starting up their own lactation clinics. India, for example, has only 350 IBCLC trained lactation consultants. A country like USA has 20,000. We would require at least 1 lakh women who can help India's largest demography, 140 crore people. We have the highest number of deliveries that are happening in the world. And Telangana also has a problem of high C-section rate. We have 76% of C-sections. So you have that again has a huge impact on breastfeeding. So we are now trying to help these mothers who can start their own lactation counseling centers, clinics, antenatal counseling, postnatal counseling, and they can do this yoga and many other nutritional counseling for mothers. And they have their own clinics in the rural, tribal, and urban areas. So now a lot of CSR organizations are actually helping us, put up this whole lactation clinics and stuff. And I think it's a huge empowerment journey for the mothers. And having said that, I would want to talk about more probably in the next round about what kind of CSR support we have been getting and how it has really moved the cheese from probably working with staff nurses in the hospital to actually taking them to be entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. I think your conversation brought out a very important point about the infant mortality rate and the amazing work that your foundation and what many women are doing towards not just bringing down the mortality rate, but also improving the chances of survival for the newborn. Because that's something which is so critical, because in our country we have about 30 million births, 30 million pregnancies every year. And I think initiatives like the milk banks and the efforts that you and your foundation has been pushing is going to be not just a game changer insofar as public health and newborn health is concerned, but it also maternal health as well, but also unlock a lot of livelihoods for women, because there could be a lot of new jobs that get created through this. So amazing work, congratulations. And let me now move to my next speaker, Dr. Mudassir Sheikh. He's the Chief Medical Officer at Health Within Reach Foundation. It's quite an interesting name because what we know is that it's a health for all thing, and so you are kind of, your foundation is working towards that agenda. So, Dr. Mudassar, if you'd like to elaborate a little more in terms of the work that your foundation is doing towards strengthening, ramping up women's health, and maybe an area which we have not so much talked about, and if you'd like to draw this panel's conversation around that, on adolescent and girls' health, young women's health, because that would be an area probably that could complete the full circle with regards to women's health. So over to you.
Thank you, Asif. Thank you, ISW Council and all esteemed panel members. Thank you, audience, for putting up a brave front after lunch, because I know it's difficult after lunch for such a rigorous discussion. So basically, Health Within Reach Foundation, we are a non-profit supported currently by Microsoft India through its CSR funding. So as name suggests, our mission is to bring quality healthcare within reach for all through tech-enabled mobile healthcare. So we have chosen an instrument for that. That is, so mobile medical units, though mobile medical units are quite well established as a last mile healthcare service delivery mechanisms, but because of Microsoft's funding, we could introduce a lot of technology inside that, and we could make it quite a state of the art. We are using AI. We have two types of prototypes. One is a woman cancer screening van, where there is digital mammography machine on board. Then there is a pap smear cervical cancer screening gynec workstation. Then there is oral cancer oral cancer detection system, because these three cancers together constitute more than 50% of the cancers in women. Then, and we use AI because there is a general scarcity of radiologists all over the world. So we have tied up with FDA approved US firm. So as soon as scan is completed in the van, we have immediate report within 2 minutes because of that AI software. So we can immediately triage that patient. We can just teleconnect to the radiologist, and we could tell her that, yeah, please look at this patient, because then it would be logistically again difficult to come to that place again, because it's a mobile vehicle, and again call that patient. And you wouldn't believe that after telling patient that she has a cancer, she might have a cancer, because on the basis of AI we can't diagnose, but she might have a cancer, still women are reluctant to go to tertiary healthcare facility. That is the level of lack of awareness our country has. We talk a lot about Vikasit Bharat and everything, though I respect that journey we have undertaken, but this is the challenge we can't ignore. We currently have around 4 patients who are diagnosed as stage BIRAD 4. BIRAD 4 is quite means high possibility of cancer, but we couldn't trace them because after radiologist report came, they immediately vanished. They were contractual workers. We went to their places. We tried to connect means from all the means whatever we could, but those are untraceable. So now we have connected to district health authorities, and that tracing is still going on. And this is not just the problem with the lower class section, lower underprivileged section of the woman. We have an example where a middle class woman was diagnosed with a cancer, radiologically diagnosed with a cancer, and we have really tough time convincing her husband that she should get admitted. He was not at all convinced. She doesn't have any pain. You just came to our place. You convinced her to get a mammogram done, and then you might have a tie-up with the hospitals and all, and you might get kickbacks and commissions. So then she, fortunately, we could convince her kid, and then they got her to the good hospital, and then now she's cancer-free. So we take a lot of pride. The complex in which our office is located, we just took a random camp there for hemoglobin. And then their housemaid came. She was not leaving the place. She was quite hesitant to say something, but she wasn't saying. So we persuaded her our female medical assistant, she examined her. Then she said that she has a nipple discharge since last 1 month, but she was very hesitant. Immediately we followed up, and then that's a Paget disease of the nipple, very aggressive form of the breast cancer, and she is also cancer-free today. So this this kind of examples, they show how much health is being neglected, and especially women's health, because first, there is deprioritization of the women's health because women are socialized in that way in majority of the sections of the Indian society. Then second, there is a problem of accessibility. Then third, the gender appropriateness of that accessibility, facility. So these three factors together are constituting the problems which we are currently facing. So, and in that way, we have devised a solution, that's mobile medical unit, tech-enabled mobile medical unit, where our mobile vans are going to places, and then they are actually diagnosing a patient. They are our dental vans and physician vans actually are treating patients on the site itself. We don't refer them to any other facility. We do root canals, we do implant surgeries also in the van itself. So in that way, more than 60% of our polyclinic patients even, they are females. So that shows that this convenience actually is playing in their favor because of this doorstep delivery, they are getting time and the avenue to get treated. Women cancer screening van anyway is dedicated to women, so that is one part. And about the economic empowerment and the relationship between health and economic empowerment, I would like to put a stat where $1 invested in family planning initiatives actually yield $120 in the form of economic productivity. That is the proven stat in terms of increased productivity, both on qualitative and quantitative front. About the teenage and adolescent health, which you asked, actually our mobile polyclinics are heavily working on school health because especially in females, in teenage adolescent females, anemia is the biggest problem. Menstrual health is quite a concern. So that early intervention and that access to the information. Basically, what our teenage girls want is access to the information. Once they are informed of everything, they have means and withals, at least in urban area, to avail their services themselves. So because of these initiatives, and I'm not claiming that this is the best initiative or this is the only initiative, but this is one such initiative where it is serving that purpose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mudassar. I think you drew attention to a very important challenge that is happening within the public health space, and I think this is not just in the space where you talked about within the cancer, and but also in other areas like HIV, where loss to follow up. When you have an identification of a challenge and then suddenly the person is not seen, and it becomes very difficult to trace the person, and then she gets lost to follow up and gets into more challenge, whereas things could have been done much better. Also, I think the whole issue of improving health-seeking behavior, because in our country, our health-seeking behavior is very low. Quite often, we don't reach the public health facilities on time for treatment and care. And many times I have heard many of my doctors, friends and public health specialists mention that just arriving at a health facility on time could have made a difference between not just the number of days the person has to seek health care, but also many times it leads to avoidable mortality. So I think in the next section, what I'd like to request each one of you, because first of all, let me share that on behalf of all the people here that your organization is doing amazing work. You're touching the lives of hundreds of thousands of women, girls in their journey towards improved health, wellness and empowerment in that process. So congratulations to each one of you and your organizations and the team that you represent. Now, because this is the IHW Awards, and I know the organizers have a very important outreach to people in the policy space. So maybe in the next round, from your experience, if you can identify 1, 2 or 3 maximum policy transformations that you would like to communicate emerging from your work for people, not just in the government, but also in the corporate CSR, because CSR policy is also shaping a lot of public health and women's empowerment outcomes. Because every year nearly 50,000 crores of CSR spend is just happening through corporates, and that does not include the PSUs. So there's a huge amount of CSR investment that's going there. And from your lens, looking into the bigger question of improving women's, girls, adolescent girls' health, what could be the policy suggestions, recommendations that you'd like to deliver from this platform? So let me start with Pooja and then I'll go accordingly.
Thank you, Asif. So I think my recommendations are not in any particular order. I think first and foremost from a CSR perspective, because we do of course talk about that the CSR kitty is growing massively big, yet looking at the overall health spectrum, it's still a smaller amount. So my first thing would be innovation, a lot of CSR players supporting innovations around the health sphere particularly, because you see we have been, when it comes to India, we do talk about the shortage of doctors, the other health staff around, and I think maybe technology holds the answer there. So the first would be innovation for me. My second pick would be, and my fellow panelists talked about it, today there is enough information out there, but that gap between information and action is still wide enough. So how do we sort of bridge that gap, that action is happening, would be my second pick for the sure. And that essentially means, again, one, using technology. Second, all of us, the NGO partners, the CSR players, coming together to sort of make that change happen. And to this, I would sort of add, bringing the collaborations, networks, coalitions coming together. I think my third and most important pick is to say that what India needs today, and for all of us, because we are doing what we are doing, but what we need is a systemic change or a complete overhaul of the systems out there. From a systemic overhauling perspective, you see there are a lot of innovations happening. It's like coming together and bringing that systemic change so that overall the ecosystem players and people at the bottom of the pyramid benefit from this whole experience. So largely, I think those three.
Thank you. Thanks, Pooja. I think the point about innovation is very important, because just 2 days back I was at an accelerator. It's called the Maternal Child Health Tech Accelerator, and I was I was part of the jury there, and I was amazed to see the level of innovation that's happening in the maternal child health space. There were 21 innovations that were shortlisted, and they were presented, and some really amazing thinking that has gone into driving those innovations. So I think, yeah, innovation is happening, but definitely because in our country everything has to be done on significant scale. We are talking about 700 million women who are in our country, and therefore when we are talking about women's health, women's empowerment, it's that big number. So I think there's a lot of space and a lot of scale that we have to work towards. So thanks for drawing attention to those three important elements of innovation, collaboration, and network, and journaling or system strengthening. Dr. Swati Jha, how do you see, and what's your recommendation as a doctor and somebody who's representing one of the leading civil society actors in the public health space, the Reliance Foundation?
Yeah, so I think my recommendation would also be similar, but put in different words. So CSR should be used to pilot and fail. I mean, since CSR is not like government, we are not bound by, what actually needs to be done and what is urgent. We should use the money to fund programs which are pilots. They might not be successful, it's all right, but we'll still learn from them, and then that learning can be used in the future. So again, related, when you look at, investing your CSR money, you should not be looking at, we talk of impact quite a lot. But in health sector, impact, when we talk about impact in 5, 10, 15, 20-year period, it doesn't really mean much. So you should not be looking to invest in, even if you're investing in health, don't look at investing in stuff which brings about short-term impact compared to what will bring about a long-term impact. So we should be mindful of that. And the third was that a lot more money needs to be put in research. So these are all related to each other. We need to do a lot of research in health, which needs to be funded by CSR, because otherwise money is so tight and there's only such a small kitty with, with the government, with the implementers.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Swati. Let me move to Dr. Santosh. Santosh, your thoughts about policy recommendations from your vantage point.
I need not speak. She read my prescription and she spoke everything. What I thought as a small not-for-profit NGO, what CSR organizations, large organizations need to do, she has told everything. When we started our journey in 2016, no one believed that there could be something called a milk bank in Hyderabad. Though it was started in Mumbai in 1985, no one heard about it. No one heard about it, and Dr. Ameda Fernandez had done a wonderful job, but no one knows about it. Even in large medical college hospitals like Osmania, no one heard about it. And when we went to donors, it was like we were going and pitching everywhere and saying, okay, we'll see. And it was very difficult. But then someone like Dr. Jha, they trusted us. That okay, we believe in you, it's an experiment, let's put our money into this. Theek hai, jo hoga, so hoga. And they trusted, because it was an adventure. A lot of people asked us, what will happen if your milk will get some infection? Will they not catch hold of us? What is our legality and all of that? But then I must tell you that companies like Wells Fargo, NTT Data, Cotivity, Pegasystems, the software companies in Hyderabad, they really trusted us when we went and pitched with them. And they supported us big time. And I must tell you that they supported for, again, 4 to 5 years, each of them. This is very, very important, because when we are taking those baby steps, if you, put your money and look for impact numbers, as you rightly said, what is the impact in 6 months, 1 year? There's no impact, you'll have to wait. And after 8 years in Nilofer Hospital, we have treated 97,000 mothers. 97,000 mothers, and 68,000 newborn babies received mother's milk, pasteurized donor human milk. That's because we have a huge support from the CSR community, especially today we have Pegasystems who has supported us in a very remote district which has very high infant mortality and newborn mortality rate. Moving out of there, that we'll work only in our area. This is where we have our company, and that's why we'll work here, but no, they have actually chosen a difficult geography and moved out. So these are a few things that I thought CSR must look at, that they need to experiment, do some adventure, thoda bahut dating must happen, and then you will know how this new NGO is working, and a lot of experimentation, and the journey has to be made together, and support for 4 or 5 years, and then you'll see the larger impact and move out of your area into newer geographies. Just don't limit to where you're having your workspace or something. And lastly, for the policy, I worked with National Medical Commission for 4.5 years, and we brought some changes. One of my professors, she said that when she was in her housey. She got married and she delivered a baby, and she was not given maternal leave for more than 1 week. And she told me that she couldn't breastfeed because she was asked to join duties on 8th day after delivery. And this is not right. We all know that every mother has the right, every child has the right to spend with each other. So in National Medical Commission, we have brought a huge change that any doctor who delivers, have a rightful 6 months of maternity leave, paid maternity leave, if they are postgraduate. So this has to be, taken forward by all the paramedical council, all other councils, and not just by FICCI or CIA, but we have a huge, employment which is not informal employed. They are all informal. So I think we need to bring about that. And lastly, I would like to tell one last thing, that CSR must invest into prevention. And I think we have seen that vaccination is being done and a lot of education is being done. Prevention, because, this is where $1 invested will help you, have $100 of savings in tertiary care. And I think for 1 kilogram of formula milk to be produced, 4,000 liters of water is required. So you need to invest into prevention. Breastfeeding is prevention. Screening is prevention. Vaccine is prevention. And that's what I think CSR must invest into prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. Dr. Mudassar, because I think we are running out of time.
So I will just take hardly 40-50 seconds. So to summarize it basically, so we should always remember that health of the nation is endangered unless it is engendered. So that should be the key takeaway. Still our policy makers, that's basically a government, and even private sector also has a big role to play. We should have some kind of healthcare interventions specific to women, specific to the non-communicable diseases. Because non-communicable diseases, now the era of infectious diseases is, fortunately we have overcome it, we are overcoming it. But non-communicable diseases is a major threat. 3 days back, Lancet published a paper, and India is the only country where mortality because of NCDs have increased among the major countries. So that is one thing. Second, we should explore more on mobile medical units. US, with 1/3 of our population, has 10 times more mobile medical units. Even private sector should explore more on mobile medical units. And this is not a sales or marketing pitch, honestly speaking. Even big hospitals, they can have their own vehicles because actual healthcare burden lies in communities. Those who are actually coming to healthcare facilities, they are late presenters or they have insurance. That's the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I think we had a number of recommendations that are there. I'm sure the organizers would have taken note of it and maybe take it to the right people in the CSR and the government space. I'm not. So, but just using my lens, and while I agree with all the recommendations that have been put, very important, very profound, just wanted to add that self-care is something, the pre-preventive aspect of health and wellness is something which is important. It's part of the WHO guidelines, but it's not been practiced much in our country. So that's an area probably we need to see how, as policy, through a policy process, that can be mainstreamed. So that was my add-on to what my eminent panelists have already elaborated. But before I end, I just wanted to respond to a very point that Santosh has been talking about. Santosh, and for all of us here in this room, so as civil society actors, we are in the business of creating impact. And it's very difficult to say whether one impact is better than 5 impacts. Unlike in the for-profit space, where you can say that, okay, if you're making a profit of 5 rupees and somebody is making a profit of 100 rupees, the 100 rupees is more profitable and 5 rupees is less profitable. So in response to your point, each one of us, since we are creating impacts, small, big, I think every impact, every social impact, every public health impact is valuable. And I think we should all be very proud, and I feel very proud to have shared space with you and with Dr. Swati Jha together, because you have been working a foundation, Swati ji, Reliance, which is a big foundation, Flipkart, an important foundation. So I think it's about creating impact. And so with these words, let me thank each one of you for being very important, bringing important parts to the conversation and ensuring and adhering to the time. And thank you. And it was lovely being here, listening to your work and your thoughts in this space. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you to all the speakers for sharing their thoughts so candidly with the audience. I request Kritika Agnihotri to please come up on stage to present mementos to our speakers. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their expertise with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Pooja Thrissel, Director, Flipkart Foundation. A memento for Dr. Swati Jha, Director, Health Outreach Program, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. A memento for Dr. Santosh Kumar Traleti, Founder and Secretary, Susheshna Health Foundation. A memento for Dr. Mudassir Sheikh, Chief Medical Officer, Health Within Reach Foundation. And a memento for Mr. Mohammad Asif, Executive Director, Plan International India Chapter. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. We'll take a 30-minute tea break. I request all of you to be back in your seats in 30 minutes. We'll resume our proceedings after that.
Health defines potential. Diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good day.
79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage to influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability.
Since its launch, Sustainability Hour has ignited powerful conversations across key sectors, from clean air and healthcare to supply chains and innovation, reaching platforms like the SCM Middle East Summit in Dubai and the Good Air and IVF Summit in Delhi. Today, it stands as a global force, rallying leading institutions.
The 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities.
health defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the Council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अदम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका।
Welcome back. I hope all of you are refreshed after your cup of tea. Request all of you to settle down. We're all set to start with our next session, and it's something about what Kamal Narayan had mentioned earlier in the day in the inaugural session as well. So the topic is CSR for rare, building hope through corporate action. Rare diseases affect millions of people in India, yet patients and families often struggle with late diagnosis, limited treatment options and high cost of care. This session will explore how CSR can bridge these gaps by funding innovative therapies, supporting early diagnosis, improving access and enabling long-term care. Our panel brings together experts from healthcare, pharma and CSR who will share models, partnerships and strategies that create real hope and sustainable impact for patients and their families. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Gagan Sharma, Therapy Area Head, Immunology, Gene Therapy and In-Market Brands, Novartis. Please give a round of applause and welcome Sir Gagan Sharma on stage. Please, Delhi. I'll request Kirti to take this conversation further. I request the council member to please send the hand mics on stage.
Sorry for the delay. So good evening, everyone. Let's welcome to the panel discussion on CSR for RARE, Building Hope Through Corporate Action. So just to give a small context to what our discussion is going to be today. Rare diseases, which may individually affect small patient populations, but together they impact millions of families worldwide. The challenges are unique, such as delayed diagnosis, limited treatment options, and significant financial strain. So today we bring together experts from healthcare, pharma, CSR, and innovation to explore how corporate social responsibility can provide sustainable solutions to this issue at large, and which can begin from funding research and therapies and to ensure access and support for patients and their families. So just to give a small introduction, so I think I'm pretty new to the speakers here, so I think it'll be good to start with introductions. So I'm currently the research lead for a program named Abhay Sarthi at IIT Delhi. We are at the Center for Rural Development and Technology, and we are funded by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. So our project also sort of takes the same approach, where we sort of look at providing Indian truck drivers across India, actually. We look at creating health and social security safety net for them, and to build a, a ecosystem, right, of care for truck drivers, rather than just offer fragmented services. So I come into this conversation with the same perspective because I feel that CSR for RARE also has to adopt such an approach where we are looking at an ecosystem of care rather than looking at just fragmented services. So CSR needs to come in with a formidable amount of empathy along with innovation and an approach of care. So I think we can move on to build the conversation further. So I think we can start with Mr. Gagan Sharma. So Novartis has been at the forefront of therapies, especially in areas impacting rare diseases. So how do you see corporate partnerships accelerating innovation, and also how can they make treatments more accessible?
So thank you very much for this question, and thanks ISW for really inviting me for this panel discussion. In fact, just before this, I was on the other panel discussion which is happening for AOCCN, the Asian Oceanic Congress of Child Neurology, happening at Dwarka. So I think the similar discussions were happening there also, right? So I think, first of all, it's a great deal that many people are coming together to discuss. This is one of the burning topic, because rare disease is one such area where I think everyone has to really join hands to get the needle moving. I don't think that anyone single-handedly will be able to solve this problem. So whether it is government, whether it is public, whether it's private, pharma, I think everyone has to come together and solve this. Now, I represent Novartis, and we are the pioneer in the gene therapies, and we are developing many more innovative therapies for many of the ailments that are prevalent in the society. So for the rare disease, that the product that we have is for SMA, right? And therefore, it's even more debilitating, because the product that we have can really save the lives, of the children. So I think that the product that comes to the market needs a lot of collaboration, even at a before, in the pre-development, clinical stage, development stage, bringing the products to the market. And recently, we have got the approval in India. And the biggest issue here is, and I don't think that we are not aware about, we are fully aware about it. The issue is there that we have patients, we have capability to treat the patients, but the problem is that how do we make the drugs accessible to these patients, right? So a lot of things that we are doing, I mean, as the organization, and many such organizations are taking a lot of efforts to solving this problem in terms of consortiums, in terms of registries, in terms of screenings, in terms of catching these patients at the early stages. But I think the biggest issue once again remains is the accessibility and the affordability, right? And I think a very, very apt context that we are discussing today, that how we can really help, through the CSR if we can help these patients who are suffering from the rare disease. Now it actually started calling as rare, earlier it used to be called as orphan. So, that itself has taken quite a long time to understand this is not an orphan disease, it's a rare disease. And a long mile to go still, but we really need to see that how do we make the drugs for these rare diseases really available to the patients. Each life matter, and there are certain drugs which are really life-saving if given at a right time. The issue is the funding, right? CSR is one such opportunities. There are other multiple opportunities. There are crowdfunding. There are other alternate funding mechanisms available. There are community fundings that are really coming up. But of course, I think CSR is a very big opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that analysis of the situation. And you're right, because rare diseases, again, because of the weak orphan drug ecosystem, were termed as such before. So for the uninitiated, let me just clarify that SMA is spinal muscular atrophy, one of the rare diseases that has been identified by Indian there's been a national policy on rare diseases as well, which acknowledges the rare diseases that are prevalent in India. And often it is very difficult to extend care for people with rare diseases purely because it is difficult to initiate the conversation, larger public conversation. So speaking of which, I would like to talk to Praveen Khan, Sparkman, Shubhi, yes. Sorry there. So you represent Spark Minda, correct? Yeah, so Spark Minda's initiative with disability is quite popular. I think it was named Saksham Initiative, right? Working with people with disabilities. So I have myself academically engaged with disability as a topic. And the discourse, as we had discussed, of chronic diseases and disability is very aligned and very difficult to initiate, right? Because of the emotional weightage and how people, society tends to disavow that conversation, right? Doesn't take responsibility of disability. It's a difficult conversation. So considering that Spark Minda has done impactful work when it comes to aligning disability and CSR, how do you see Spark Minda as a player in probably embedding rare diseases in the CSR framework, and how do you see yourself contributing to this?
First of all, thank you so much for that wonderful question, and congratulations to IHW for engaging this beautiful discussion. This topic, CSR for Hope, Hope for CSR, is a beautiful topic, and hope in itself is such an optimistic word. And when I think of this, I often go back to the very intent of CSR and why was it brought into place in the first place, and which was that the first very intent of CSR is to make business operations, business companies more responsible and accountable towards the society. And how do you really do that? See, building hope is very, very easy. You can stop your car at a longer halt red light, and the person selling something at that red light, that will generate hope. But how much hope are you able to really sustain? And how are you able to close that loop of hope into empowerment, that someone does not have to wait for your car to stop? They're empowered in themselves, they're able to sustain themselves. And I think that is where CSRs really come into place, because they have the right capabilities, right resources, right funding to be able to create projects, fund projects, and sustain them, and also, again, very, very importantly, have an exit plan. So one thing I truly believe is that when you're designing a CSR program, it has to be strategically driven. It cannot be a one-time donation to an organization or an NGO that you really like. It has to be in collaboration with your community when you enter a community, and there are scientific processes in place for you to be able to understand that, okay, what is the requirement over here? Once you enter a community, there is a need for you to do your need assessment, your baseline assessment, for you to work with the community, do some focus group discussions with the key players in the community, with all your stakeholders, with the government officials and on-ground NGOs, and then come down, decide that, okay, this is the project that the community really needs. Which brings me to the project that we have at Spark Minda, our flagship program called, rightly mentioned by you, which is Saksham. Saksham is our empowerment of people with disabilities program. Now, how did this program really come into place? India has, while the statistics say that it has about 2.1% of people with disabilities, I think working on the ground does make us realize that this data might be at a very large number. And out of this, the highest percentage of disability is locomotor disability. Now, what did we do? And now this highest percentage of disability is also located in areas like Uttar Pradesh, followed by Maharashtra, and then there is some in Uttarakhand. So what we've done is that we have placed our empowerment of people with disabilities centers in these locations. Now, another thing that really comes into place is how do you really sustain your projects? And when you have to sustain your projects, your biggest collaborator has to be government. And that is how we've brought Social Welfare Department into picture and established some of our centers in collaboration with Social Welfare Department. Now there is, sir very rightly talked about lack of access in terms of when you're working in this space, when you're working in healthcare space. And it is a well-known fact that, lesser privileged communities does have lesser access to good medical care as well. And that is why we are providing accessible and assistive aids, which is making you physically mobile. For example, if a person does have physical disability, that does not only lead to them not being able to be physically mobile, but they're also socially immobile. They're also financially immobile. So me only providing those accessible and assistive aids, my service cannot stop over there. I have to close the loop by making them empowered. They can't be dependent on me that, okay, they have given me a leg and now their job is over. No, that is where my responsibility as a CSR, which works in, like this program has 35 NGO partners. This program works in close collaboration with government. And that is how we are able to go much beyond providing that technology of accessible and assistive aids, providing them with helping facilitate government services by facilitating UDID cards, which is the unique disability identification card, without which people with disabilities cannot really access government services. And then comes my economic mobility, which is really the key player in empowerment. And what we are doing at Spark Minda is that we are providing Spark Minda Group, which is an automotive company, is a pioneer in hiring of persons with disability. We have 1,300 people with disabilities working with us inside the group. And through our business partners like Bajaj, like Hero, like Tata, we have also facilitated employment of people with disabilities in the manufacturing sector. So again, I'll come back to like how CSRs really need to look at this topic. One is collaboration. To sum it up, collaboration really will go a long way. Working individually cannot work. Deciding that this is my project and this is how I'm going to work cannot work. NGOs need to come from back room to boardroom in the CSR discussion. Bringing government collaborations into place will really help you sustain your projects and also exit your projects, because you can't be in a place for the longest time. And again, then do your monitoring and evaluation, do your impact assessment, and create self-sufficient projects. The idea is for communities to become self-sufficient. The idea is for communities to become self-sustainable. And a good CSR project, I think, will be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, for outlining those insights. So I think you rightly pointed out that sustained engagement is the key, and we have to look for convergence across disciplines. I think Mr. Gagan Sharma also pointed out that convergence is very important. These problems are too big for one sector to solve. Multiple players and stakeholders have to come on board to address it together. So moving on, sir, to Dr. Jitendra Kumar. Sir, from a policy and innovation standpoint, how do you see CSR funds complement government initiatives? As Shruti rightly pointed out, that government and CSR collaborations are important. And to advance rare disease research, and how can biotech innovation be fueled in India?
Yeah, very, very pertinent question. Thanks for that. And thanks IHW for calling me in this deliberations. I feel very honored. Actually, the rare disease is definitely one of the most important crucial challenges from the, at least from the social and the government aspects, because the corporate or the private R&D is not happening in this area. They think there is market size is less actually. The word market itself is not good word to describe this, rare diseases, because it's a debilitating disease. It has to be addressed with sympathy. And, so government is very, very, keen to solve this problem and contribute to its solution. So one of the important things that government has done is, at least from the BIRAC point of view, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, which is the Department of Biotechnology's Section 8 company, its aim is to actually facilitate innovation and nurturing innovations and startups. And also it funds academic partners also and public research institutions, as long as those research leads to the commercialization or it's very close to commercialization. So what we have done is we have a mechanism of launching the calls for evaluating or funding the innovative companies and startups. So we fund a lot of companies through an open call. And sometimes we launch special niche area calls specifically for rare diseases also. And rare diseases are of it comes in many forms, and each disease is very, very important and different from other disease, most of them being from the mitochondrial dysfunction. So this is one mechanism through which BIRAC and the government applies to solve the issue. The second is, if we see that there are innovations that are already there in the government public sector undertaking, say CSIR labs, DBT labs, it doesn't see the day of the light, because as you know, commercialization path in India is very, very difficult. I mean, most of these research institutions have patents and products lying on shelf for, for waiting for commercialization, and there is no mechanism. Like for example, they can license out the technologies to bigger industries, but as I said, bigger industries are not interested in rare diseases. That is one. Even if they are interested, the technologies may not be ready. I mean, there are a lot of things, because they may value that technology less what is expected from the CSIR lab. I mean, the money that CSIR labs or DBT labs or government labs are expecting. So there is a gap actually. They don't talk to each other also. So one of the mechanisms that government is trying to do is creating an institutional mechanism for venture creation. If these technologies are there, government can create entrepreneurs in residence who can take up these technologies for rare diseases, all diseases, but let's talk about rare disease because this conference is about that, and see that they at least take this technology from technology readiness level from say wherever they are to the level where at least bigger companies may be interested, or even if not, then organically they can grow. So that's what our objective is. And the other mechanism is, for example, BIRAC is looking for, or we are already trying to connect with the corporates who can contribute to the CSR fund pool, so that we can deploy specifically for rare diseases or whatever the mandate of that fund is. And that we are in the process of doing that. Now, the other aspect to this is, how do we actually, even if there are technologies and even if there are entrepreneurs who want to work in this area, how it is possible that these entrepreneurs can be assisted so that they can take these technologies for rare diseases to the market. So I have been working with the startup for last 15 years as an innovation head in ICICI Knowledge Park, and then Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, and now heading BIRAC. Here we have to actually see that some kind of subsidy is given to the startup. One way is that we provide incubation centers which are plug and play, and they can come and they can test their ideas, they can get all the mentorship, support, funding, networking, branding, etc. And they can launch the product. This has happened actually. In Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, there's an academic institution called Institute of Bioinformatics and Applied Biotechnology, and they had a product which was catering to the needs of a rare disease. They have a research wing for rare disease. And in fact, one of the startups actually took this technology and actually tried to produce it and sell. However, as we know, the market is small. We should not use the word market again, but it's the potential of catering to the needs is small. So what government provided was some assistance to this startup to actually subsidize the cost of production, or so that they can actually make profit and become sustainable. So I think these are some of the activities which government is doing. And recently, as you must have seen, you all must have seen, government has enunciated a policy, Bio E3, biotechnology for economy, environment, and employment. So here, what is this policy about? It is a policy to create biofoundries and biomanufacturing hubs. So if somebody has a technology, they can go to this biofoundry that we are funding and biomanufacturing hubs and produce them at a very, very subsidized rate. And this, coupled with PLI scheme with government, has, I think, this is the area which can see the light of the day. Now coming to the funding gaps where CSR money can come is very, very crucial here. Because the government can, or public money can go as much only. We can only fund, say, to some extent. Although BIRAC has battery of grants, battery of funding opportunities, but it cannot fund, say, for example, a commercial scale manufacturing, because it's a public money. Or it may not be able to fund, for example, institutional mechanism to create ventures. It may not be able to fund so many incubation centers. Now we have 100, but it may need some more, say, special incubation center for rare disease, for example. We may not be able to fund. So where their CSR activities can come. So we can map the whole area, disease by disease, prevalence by prevalence of disease, and see where the CSR funds can fit, complementing the government efforts, complementing the corporate social efforts. So this we can definitely do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. Actually, what comes to mind from sir's insights is also what was mentioned in the previous session regarding how CSR needs to contribute so that one can pilot and fail, right? So assisting governments in sort of designing programs which can pilot and fail, and sort of take that burden off, right, that financial burden off, but at the same time, forehead research in rare diseases would be a great innovation that can happen in this field. So coming back to you, Gagan sir. So in innovation and access, how can partnerships advance innovation access for a rare disease like SMA in particular? If you have any insights on that.
Yeah, so I have spoken a bit, in the first question itself, on this. So innovation is there, right? And you will see a lot of new drugs that is coming in. And again, I'm not limiting it to only Novartis, but speaking, on behalf of the industry as a whole. So the drugs would be there. Rare disease is also one of the area where most of the companies are working in. From government side also, we see a lot of steps that has been taken care of. But still there is a huge gap which we know, exists. So there is a NPRD policy, which is a significant step towards supporting these patients suffering from rare disease. But that's also, though it's evolving, but a lot of reform still needs to be done because there is a cap of around 50 lakhs over there. So how do we really support the patient, right? Even if the 50 lakhs comes, what could be the other enabling factors? Innovation. Innovation is not that every day a new drug comes to the market. It could be an incremental innovations also, that can be done. End of the day, I think there's a community responsibility, all of us sitting here, that how we enable the patients to get to the drug, right? And how do we solve those barriers? So everything counts, right? And that's what I say. And access, I mean, we have patients, again, we have capabilities, we have drugs. How do we really make sure that the drugs gets to the patient, right? Specifically for a SMA, right, the spinal muscular atrophy, such a debilitating disease. The child will not be able to see most likely the third birthday, right? Most of the child are not able to cross 24 months. The drug is there, right? There are the 2-3 drugs, multiple drugs which are available. But again, the affordability, the accessibility, that limits, the caregivers, the parents, the child to take that drug. Now, as an ecosystem, how we can really help? We have, we are a country with close to 40-50,000 crores, spending in the CSR. Can we apportion a percentage of that to the rare disease? Right? Again, I'm not saying very specific to SMA, but to the rare disease. I mean, to really understand those patients who are, suffering. So, once again, I would say it's a collective effort. I think we are going to win it on it together. It's not individual. Anyone will not be able to make a difference, but as a community at a large, we can definitely make it going and create a momentum.
Right. So building on that, Jitendra sir, I think it would be great if you could also throw some light on the issue that how can these services not remain fragmented, and how can it be a continuum of care for people battling rare diseases? So how can public-private partnerships happen in that regard?
Yeah, it's very important. Accessibility is the most important aspect, and as I said in the previous, deliberation that I shortly made, I told about what government is doing to reduce the cost of actually, if there are innovations, even if there are known drugs, what can be done to actually produce this in India and, reduce the cost? Because many of these drugs and treatments are coming from outside, and therefore the cost is very high. I know one of the, powdered form of, some nutrition, which is specifically given for one disease. I am forgetting the disease, and that was not available in India, and it was coming from abroad. And that is a simple, edible powder which lacks one amino acid actually, so that it does not harm the patient. But it's not there. Nobody is actually producing it. As simple as that actually. So definitely government should try to identify such areas where immediate action can be taken. There's low-hanging fruits actually. And biomanufacturing policy, as I said, has been initiated for this, exactly this. If somebody wants to take this up, what's the big deal? I mean, they can just do the formulation and supply to the hospitals. Hospital chains, there's a procurement system of the government. Prime Minister's insurance policies, and there are, procurement system from the government is coupled with the distribution system, which we already have, can do wonders. So this is one mechanism. However, one important aspect we can do is set up some kind of a fund, as he was saying, specifically for rare diseases, because that will focus more and more. And here government can also partner. So we can also contribute to this fund through, anyway we launch a lot of calls, specifically some kind of funding may be allocated only for rare diseases, which we have done in the past, but it was a fragmented activity, as you are saying. It has to be a continuum of efforts where it's very, very well mapped, as well as efforts are going in right direction, so that it creates an impact. And of course, one of the most crucial aspect is if CSR funds can be deployed. If we create a pool of CSR funds specifically for this, we identify partners who can implement it, like funding bodies like BIRAC. If CSR funds are coming to us, we can always put our funds also, and then create a huge impact. I think those are activities we must undertake.
Sure. So coming back to Shubhi ma'am, I think what is interesting is when we speak about disability in particular, I think we also talk about shifting the lens from charity to a rights-based approach, correct? We talk about disability pride. We talk about how people with disabilities have a right to live and enjoy life as they think is right? So I think what I was talking about when we look at continuum of care, we're also talking about not just giving drug therapies or medical support, as they rightly have pointed out, of course, which is the first point of intervention. But what about all the other ecosystems that need to evolve to support people with disabilities, people with rare diseases, and their ecosystem and families. So that what we are offering is a sort of like a complete ecosystem of care, right? So what do you think about such innovative CSR approaches that can happen in this area? Of course, coming in from your experience with working with people with disabilities, so particularly for rare diseases, do you see any such innovative approaches coming forth from CSR?
What a wonderful question. I think when I started like working in this domain or even studying like social work, a lot of times like people looked at it with the lens of, oh, like you're doing such good work, like, you know, this is charity, but it really is not, you know, this is your responsibility, this is my responsibility, this is everyone's responsibility in the world. And very happy to see that like CSR, especially like India, has been the first country to actually make this a compliance, that you don't have an out to it. You have to be socially responsible. But coming back to your question, we really need to, I think, looking at it, when you look at things from a research-backed perspective, when you look at things from a scientific perspective, it really shifts your perspective from sympathy to empathy. I think like to start with, I don't think that we invest enough in behavioral change. We do invest in a lot of like one-time aids, donations, or even projects, but a lot of times the lens that most of us look at it as that you're doing such good work. Like, you know, this is good work, but this is not good work. This is your responsibility. So to think of it as a collaborative responsibility to raise awareness about the fact that, you know, shifting that lens of quote unquote like hai bichara or hai bichari, isko aisa hai ya usko wo hua hua hai. Let's not look at it from that perspective. Like awareness needs to be there from at ground, where we are able to bring in that behavioral change right in. And this behavioral change does not have to be limited to underprivileged areas, because this sort of behavioral change is required in all communities, right? No matter what the social economic background be. So definitely, and I think in itself, like CSR space needs to invest in that behavioral change, needs to invest in the mindset and the perspective of people. Just working, just implementation, I don't think is the right way to go about it, until and unless you're able to shift the attitudes of people. So integrating behavioral change as a part of your projects or your programs is very, very important. Yeah.
Okay, so I think with this we can open the forum for questions. Also to notify the audience, we have Mr. Abhinav Eri, who's father of Annika Eri, who's currently battling SMA. He's available to us in the audience today. And if you have any questions regarding SMA or the lived experience of SMA, so we can ask questions to him, direct your questions to him as well. Other than that, the forum is definitely open for your questions for the speakers, if any, from the audience.
Can I?
Sure, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah. My name is Abhinav. Actually, my 16-month-old daughter is currently suffering from SMA type 2. And there are two prevailing treatments right now. One is risdiplam, that is from Roche. Second is Zoldan SMA, that is from Novartis. Risdiplam is basically costing us around 6 lakh per month, depending on the weight. And Zoldan SMA is around 16 crores right now. This is a one-time treatment, and risdiplam is the treatment for our whole life. So considering the cost of the treatment, we have went for the crowdfunding, and we are arranging funds through families also. But this is a daunting task. And we are approached some of the CSR teams also. But I don't know what is the right way to approach the CSR companies, and whether we are approaching it in a right way or not, because many of them straightforward said us no. And there are many reasons out of this, just because of the cost, and they might consider is like they can support 100 children out of this cost. So this might be the cause. But we also don't know how we should approach and what criteria these all companies look for while supporting all these children also. We are not aware of all these things. So this is a basically daunting task. And CSR activities you are all talking about, but many of the companies are not taking CSR. They are taking CSR as like adopting a village for women empowerment but not for the rare diseases, I think. Many companies are not working in a direction of rare diseases, supporting the rare diseases. They are, I think, supporting the community as a whole, not the individuals. So that is my main questions to all of you, is like, how should we approach the CSR team, and what is the right way to get into this?
I would let the CSR experts, take up this question.
Should we, if you can address that? Yeah.
Thank you for that question. You're absolutely right in terms of that CSR do look at, because, and this is actually not CSR fault, because according to section 135, our projects need to be in form of like none of our projects can be like a one-time aid or one-time donation to one specific individual. All your programs need to be in a project manner which need to function for at least 3+1 years. So that is how because again, if it is a one-time donation, it's not considered like corporate social responsibility. This is as per law. That is why supporting, like for a CSR to support one specific individual is actually them not being compliant. What the approach that might be helpful for you is that you might reach out to an NGO that is specifically working on this specific disease, that arranges funding for, like, let's say 100 children or 200 children from different CSR organizations. So I think connecting through an NGO that already has a connect with the CSR that is working in this domain might be a better strategy over here. Again, because CSRs cannot really fund one specific individuals, they have to work in a project manner so that their projects are more impactful, more sustainable. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, so is there any company, is there any company or CSR company which is supporting the rare diseases right now? Because I'm not aware of this thing. Is there any company for rare disease, particularly in the rare disease? We know NGOs, but those NGOs also not aware about the companies who are supporting the rare diseases. Yeah.
I'm sure there are many. I'm sure my expert panelists over here are working with certain CSRs. Yeah.
So actually there are NGOs. I'm sure you're aware about the Cure SMA and you're aware about the ORDI who are there. But as I think all of us have kind of said the same thing, right? It's a lot to be done, right? It's still in an evolving stage. There is no ruling, as she was also saying that there is a section, right, where you cannot give it to an individual. So, it's a whole ecosystem has to support. The government has to support. Probably a revision in these kind of sections. Probably, government may also have to give some incentives, to the organizations, especially the CSR, to come forward and do it for rare diseases. I don't know it's going to be what, but the momentum has to start. Somewhere it needs to start building in the entire ecosystem, in the policy shaping. The most important piece is policy shaping. And also speaking, on your behalf, there are so many bottlenecks even today, right? If you get to a center of excellence to reach for the patient to access the drug, so how it can be reduced? There is definitely an effort. There is a will, for sure. There is an intent, but again, a lot to be done. So, from the organization's perspective, there are some organizations which come forward, but again, it's more of a community funding, which needs to be resolved, on a very larger scale, more of a policy shaping, more of a government aided, more of a government push, more of a, creating that you need to allocate some funds to the rare disease, and rare disease will be exempted from maybe a one-time or certain. So there is a reforms, that is required. So
I can add from the larger perspective and from the longer perspective, because see, even if CSR funds comes and covers, as she was saying, to NGO, the cost itself is too huge actually. It's not sustainable, to be honest. Some solution has to be developed in our country. For instance, there are two things I can think of. If the drug is not patented in India, and some companies can definitely take it up as a manufacturing, and government can help, etc., and it can reduce the cost to a large extent. This is one. However, as I can understand, most of these drugs would be patented, I think, in India. But at least we have to see which all may be available. That is one. Second is, there is something called compulsory licensing. Government can actually create some kind of we can create all kinds of a pressure group, or you can say, lobby, or whatever word you use, to push government to license out the technology, compulsory licensing in India, and develop those technologies in India, because those are very, very important thing. You cannot, it's not sustainable. The kind of cost that you're mentioning, I'm sorry to hear about your daughter, but short term definitely yes, as she was saying, some NGOs can help, but long term, if many of our daughters have to be saved, our country has to take lead. It cannot be 6 lakhs per this thing, and it will go for long.
So the cost of risdiplam is 6 lakhs in India, and in China it is around 68,000 INR.
See, because they must be producing.
No, the same companies. Roche is supplying to China, Roche is supplying to India.
So this government has to do
This is the government.
This is government has to do.
It is a rare disease committee that set up this cost.
Yeah. I fully agree.
China,
So this is policy matter. Sometimes government has to act, and it will only act when all of us actually put some kind of petition or some kind of lobbies, policies, etc. can be changed actually. So it's eye opener for me. I'm glad that I was called and I'm here. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have questions with you. Like you are from Spark Minda. Myself, Anand this side. So you are from Spark Minda. Spark Minda is a big group, and you people are doing very well in CSR. And you told that you people doesn't look after for a single case. But our topic of discussion, while I'm saying CSR for rare, building hope through corporate action. So why you people keep this subject for our discussion?
All right. So when talking about hope and when talking about, see, a lot of CSR is legally driven. It is a compliance, but the idea is that an organization needs to go beyond compliance, needs to look at CSR. I'll go back to what I said, that needs to look at the intent of CSR. And when the law came into place, they also looked at it from a lens that CSR money can transform communities. However, and that sort of change is tangible, that sort of change can be sustained, that sort of change can also be replicated. For supporting individual lives, that sort of it is not legally possible. That is us going beyond, that is us not being compliant, and also it's very difficult to track individual lives when you're talking about change. So I understand the sentiment behind the emotion. However, that is how the law is into place, and if you
So let me clarify on this. This is the topic which we have kept, okay? And we definitely want that when CSR is impacting millions of lives in multiple ways, it should also somehow see the possibility of impacting single lives also, because they also matter a lot. And that is why we kept this session, so that we can see where all the possibilities are. And that's why we called you also, that you can share your problem, because your children's life matter, your concern matter, CSR's possibilities and what you can say limitations also matter. Our prestigious guest from Bairak, he mentioned about that there can be government possibilities also, which can change the scenario. But what we do today, when you need the medicine maybe today, you cannot change the whole system today itself. So there can be better possibilities. There can be CSR which can come forward. Like I heard that you are running a crowdfunding campaign. When people as an individually can come and contribute to you, even CSR can contribute to you, right? Even HNIs can try doing that. So to look at it as a positive effort, rather than any effort which is either to put them in the spot or to kind of create any trouble for you. I think it is clear for you.
Just to add to that that part, and thank you for that wonderful answer, is that the idea is also to have as many conversations as possible. And I understand that you're going through a real problem, and I'm not denying that at all. And it is important to have these conversations to understand the kind of limitations that we all have. And as sir rightly said, that yes, CSR as per Schedule 7 does not allow, there is no specific thing that says that you have to contribute this and this much to a rare disease. But we should not limit ourselves. This can be a possibility. We can look at policy changes. We can look at government contributing to innovation and research and development of bringing these medicines at a low cost in India. So it is an ongoing conversation. None of us, I'm sorry, has like the solution right now, but conversations definitely help.
I would just like to add one thing. See, we were fighting for getting this CSR funds to the incubation centers, and I think it was included as one of the CSR activities. Why I bring this point is because you can set up incubation centers specifically for rare disease innovators, and then route your fund to that, and then do the change. This is something that we can do. And we fought a lot for including this as a CSR activity. You must be knowing.
It really is. So Schedule 7 does allow you to contribute to R&D, and that is how Spark Minda has been doing it.
So they have mentioned specific word incubation centers.
Incubation centers, and we have been working with IIT, in fact. So considering, and it's also important to look at the vision of that specific CSR. So let's say that Spark Minda has been working in the disability sector from the past 10 years, and we have been providing this low-cost foot solution. Like we've been providing these artificial limbs to people with disabilities, which is a very tried and trusted technology. But we understand that technology has improved now. So we are working with IIT Gandhinagar to develop a new and improved foot, which is available at a lower cost, but also, let's say, it's more aesthetic, it's more durable, has more strength, so is able to support more. So it's also important when you're looking at R&D, and which is a very, very important and very rightly done, sir. It's important for CSR to invest in R&D, but also, yes, we have to look at CSRs that are specifically working in that specific sector for them, for that vision to go forward. Yes.
Okay, so I think we can wind up this very, session with deep insights and very interesting conversations. I think we can wind up this session. Sorry, we are short of time. I've been told to wind up, unless. But here's hoping to more innovative CSR approaches and more funding and more interesting ideas in this space. And thank you so much, all of you, for contributing to this conversation. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Discussing this topic, and thank you for patiently taking up the questions and considering the various options that can come about to bring relief to the patients who are suffering from rare diseases. I would request Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and for sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Gagan Sharma, Therapy Area Head, Immunology, Gene Therapy, and In-Market Brands, Novartis. A memento for Shubhi Thakkar, Lead CSR, Spark Minda. A memento for Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. And a memento for our moderator, Ms. Kirti Chandrasekharan, Research Lead at IIT Delhi. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to all our speakers. I request you to please take your seats off the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I just, kind of bumped into this podium. Since this was a session which is related to very important aspect. In the morning also I talked about why we need to stand up for rare. And since rare is not that rare in India, there are thousands and lakhs of people who suffer from it. The nature of the rare conditions and disease is such that the treatment is normally very expensive, or for many cases if it is not there. And all those who need it, they need it desperately. There is no other way for them available. We can change the system, we can come up with lot of policies, we can innovate new drugs, we can scale up new drugs, we can do a lot. But all that may take a lot of time. But the clock may be ticking for many who really suffer from those diseases. They go to the public, they go for crowdfunding. You have seen, and I'm sure all of you, since all of us spend a lot of time in social media, we keep seeing those advertisements from Impact Guru to Keto to multiple platforms. Somebody or the other is requesting for our help. This is an area which requires help. There are people who need help. As individual, we talk about individual social responsibility also. We all can do something, big or small, and anything and everything, even a small contribution with a large population is done, impacts a lot. People have raised substantial fund to fund these kind of treatments. But till the time we reach to that level of accessible medicine for all, and something made in India, developed in India, we still need medicines. We tried to get the medicine, when it was COVID situation. We developed vaccine in a fast track, and we are proud of it. But that was for 1.5 billion people. Rare diseases are not impacting those many people, so they do not get that kind of fast track. My request is, because we have a lot of CSR representatives, heads, and those impact CSR decision making, that this can be a pool where you can bring in some relief. And when you will bring, it will impact a lot in their life. You can be bridge between life and death, because if they miss that chance, they will not be able to achieve what they can achieve in their life. So please see, this can be a priority area. Government of India has tried, they made a crowdfunding mechanism and all that. They are trying. You can try by contributing, and it will only be appreciated. It will be appreciated by people like us on forums like this. It will be appreciated by those who will get benefited, and it will also bring a lot of dua, which are some of the speakers said in the morning, that when you do good, you definitely get a lot of good things back. Thank you so much.
Indeed, when we start a dialogue, can we then forge collaborations to find solutions to these complicated problems? And hopefully very soon we will find solutions to these kind of problems. Now, before we move into the grand finale, we have some very special keynote sessions coming up for you. It is my privilege to invite Mr. Prem Anand, Chief Executive Officer, Apollo Foundation, onto the stage. He's a visionary leader driving impactful healthcare initiatives and ensuring well-being for communities across India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Prem Anand.
My presentation. Is it? Thank you to IHW Council for inviting us. It was indeed a very heavy subject, and having representing the Apollo Foundation and me going next, it's definitely heartening to listen to the young gentleman there. I mean, we focused on so many aspects of population health, but rare disease is something, to be very honest, even I didn't think about. I've spent almost 18 years out of my 25 years working in public health. I don't know, sir, what I can do, but you have definitely marked a very hard hit on this aspect. Let's see what we can do. I mean, so best wishes. I'll be with you. I'm going to share a kind of a story about a young pediatric beneficiary before I get started into the Apollo Foundation, what we do. I don't know if it's called keynote. There's so much we do in this country, but so this child which you see is around 6 years old. This happened about 2 years back. We found this child when one of our mobile medical units went to a place called Kumlung in Tripura. And that's a tribal community which lives there, and their parents have been moving from pillar to post trying to figure out what was this child's condition. For 5-6 year old, the child was stunted, and through a simple ECG and other things, the child was suspected to have pediatric cardiac condition, and we were able to connect this child through our tele-emergency system to a specialist in Chennai. And fortunately, we run a program called SACHI, Save a Child's Health Initiative, and we were able to fund this child's surgery, and the child went back, from the time we picked up the child, and from the child got intervened from Tripura, coming down as south to Chennai, it was 7 to 8 days. So yes, these kind of things are possible when we do, committed work on the ground. So with that story, why it was important for me to start with this is a lot of things happened using technology. Though we had an MBBS doctor with 1 or 2 years experience, it had a lot to do with technology to get the ECG transmitted, to get the specialists, to get the diagnosis done in time, and to also the child's, I would say fortune was good that we were able to link up the required funding too. So at Apollo, what do we do? At Apollo, we have about 7 foundations and trusts put together, but I'm just going to talk about 4 of our foundations. What we do there, and for us, what is important is in terms of getting into the depth. We didn't want to do a program which is touch and go. We wanted to really measure every bit of the transition, the solution which we provide. Particularly focus, most of these foundations focuses on healthcare, but we also do other aspects of the SDG goals and in an holistic way. So we also realize that we can't do everything everywhere. So the first foundation which you see is purely created for my chairman's birthplace, native place. He runs a program which runs as a rider saying birth to tomb kind of a program, where he wants to ensure in his community where he was born, where he grew up, that it's not only about better healthcare, it's also about an holistic wellness which he wanted to introduce. So this targeted program we do extensively in a place called Aragonda village in Chittoor district, and also in a tiger reserve in Nalamala forest. It's called Amarabad. The second one is Billion Arts Beating, and that is headquartered in Delhi only, where they focused on other aspects like geriatric support extensively, and also during crisis like the Punjab floods, whenever there is a disaster, this team is ready to move in and start helping. So they do more of a mobile, remote, anywhere deploy kind of a solution. The third one is something which we do very extensively, is work with governments, work with donors, use a lot of technology, and how we engage with them. So third foundation particularly focuses only on healthcare and interventional based healthcare programs. SACHI, as I told you, we fund lower income group families which can't afford surgeries for children's interventional procedures, expensive procedures, we support them only in Chennai and in Hyderabad. Apart from that, we also run a school, a very highly subsidized high-scale school. That's again in my chairman's place. And then we do a lot of research programs. We collaborate more so to build on technology and economic, healthcare economic model to get sustainable way forward in public health system, in population health. So from the time this work is about 3 decades old. I've been involved for almost half a decade, and we've impacted about almost 3 crore population in the country, and this number is very important for that, and we drive it very, very, every number is accounted for, it's digitally captured at source and things like that. But that's an integrated thing that also involves, public-private partnership we do with the government and things like that. The foundation work alone, we've touched about until last year about 83 lakh plus lives in the country, and we intend to double it up and grow. So our chairman's vision was very simple. We have the best of the best healthcare for people who can afford to serve. About 2.5 decades back, he said we should go beyond the boundaries of our hospital. So that's why we have so many foundations and very targeted people working in those kind of foundations. And today we work across almost in all states, 26 states, in various formats. From running mobile medical units to static digital clinics to targeted intervention programs for primary care level interventions in tuberculosis, cancer care, and various other disorders. This is some numbers I wanted to just show you. So if you talk about other than healthcare, until last month, until last financial year, we have dispensed about 3.25 million liters of clean drinking water to communities. We have created awareness for now it must be almost 1,47,000 people. We serve nutritious meal, and our nutrition program is slightly different. Our focus is geriatric orphaned people. So we carry meals, nutritious meal, planned diets, and we feed them. And we are also generating livelihood programs like jute bag makings. I'll share some of it as we move forward, in terms of garments which we manufacture for our own hospital consumptions, etc. Similarly, so on and so forth. So we serve about 1 lakh plus packets of medicines to geriatric communities, and it's a committed medicine delivery for around 300 plus NGOs which manage geriatric orphaned people. So, and we do a lot of awareness session on CPR and life-saving skills. So this is Billion-Arts Beating. We've impacted about 26.5 lakh people, and we do about 350 old age homes where we dispense medicines. We are mostly there whenever there is a flood situation or a disaster management, or when there are huge gatherings in temple festivals, in all faith, we go and set up and support the communities which aggregate there. So that's the focus of Billion-Arts Beating. And Apollo Telemedicine Networking Foundation, which works from doing programs such as tele-ophthalmology, tele-emergency, tele-ICU, and an average day we do about 18,000 to 20,000 clinical interactions in some of the most remotest parts of the country. And I'm also very proud to say this team, when the Operation Sindoor happened, I had 147 of my people working from Kashmir, Kishanganga to the Kutch, and we were the first line of support even in some of the areas for the BSF forces. And none of my team members said that they had an option to come out, but they said they'll stay put with. And few of the locations had drone attacks and stuff like that. So that's what Apollo Telemedicine Networking Foundation does. Particularly in TB screening, we have taken molecular testing with portable X-ray machines to the ground, and we serve in states like Uttarakhand, Gujarat. We do some extensive work in the TB Mukt Bharat, and majority of this foundation's alignment in tandem with the public health system. Like we have equivalent for primary health center is our digital dispensary, trauma support is our tele-emergency, tele-ICU, targeted intervention programs through our PERT projects and stuff like that. So in the total health, we not only do healthcare, we engage with the community for livelihood generation, agroforestry, we motivate people and we get them together into sports activities. We do a lot of health awareness, and almost a population of about 2 lakh people get benefited out of all the works, and this is a targeted program. We have Arjava warriors, I'll show you some slides further, where they go and in communities teach yoga. We have about 70 of them who voluntarily go and teach yoga, and they ensure that it's practiced internalized. So it's about holistic wellness. Most of it I've already spoken about. This is the Arjava warriors, and this is very interesting. So Apollo procures close to about 8 crores worth of our hospital uniforms. So what we did, we wanted to do back-end integration, and we have set up garment manufacturing unit in 2 places, and all our uniforms are stitched by a trust called Aragonda Vikas Trust, and Apollo buys from us. And that way we have generated income for over 60 plus people. On an average, these are lower income group homemaker women. They take home anywhere from 18,000 to 27,000 rupees a month. We also work with the Chenchu tribes in Amrabad, where we buy bee wax from them, convert them into exotic candles, and we procure it into our other businesses. Apollo runs about 84 plus independent for-profit companies, and they consume into that, and we intend to take it globally also. So this is our nutrition thing. Around 400 people on a daily basis get nutritious meal, and that's gone and delivered in the community, and they are we keep a tab on their health care. We engage with them to motivate that they have a family thing, so there's a team which works with them. They don't feel they are isolated and left behind. So geriatric population and pediatric are 2 areas we focus significantly, other than what we focus with women and child, just like many of the other foundations. So what we look for is sustainable, scalable, accountable, impactful. What we mean by this is whatever we do today, majority of these programs, whatever said and done, remote healthcare particularly is still dependent on funding from donors and things. Our aim is to create self-sustaining model where at a price of about sub 400 rupees, we are able to give primary care, diagnostics and medication. That is the next model we are working in the health economic space. I think lack of time, I would conclude my thing on basically what I wanted to drive is there are possibilities of creating self-sustainable, quality and meaningful programs, and that's what Apollo aspires to achieve. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I request Kamal Narayan to please come up on stage and present with a memento. We want to thank him for coming here and sharing the work being done by the foundation with the audience. Thank you. Next, I'm delighted to invite on stage Dr. Hufaiza H. Khorakiwala, Chief Executive Officer, Work Hard Foundation, a dynamic leader who has championed innovative models of healthcare outreach and CSR, touching countless lives across the nation. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Hufaiza H. Khorakiwala.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be over here to be part of the IHW Council Healthcare CSR Summit, and I compliment the good work done by Mr. Kamal Narayan over the years, championing the cause of CSR and healthcare together. And I've been at his other conferences also, and it is indeed motivating that thought leaders of the field of CSR and healthcare come over here, and also awards are given and good work is recognized over here. So regarding Wockhardt Foundation, Wockhardt is a healthcare company, and it is headquartered in India, but 80% revenue comes from the international places, especially Europe is 50%. And but however, it was started in India around 1970. So it's an old company, it's around 55 years old. And we are the world leader in global antibiotic drug discovery. So we have 6 products in antibiotic drug discovery, which are having a QIDP status by the US FDA. So it is going to save 5 million lives a year. And since the time when Alexander Fleming invented penicillin, the 6 products that Wockhardt has is going to change the face of antibiotics, and lot of ICU patients, when nothing is working, they give one of the antibiotic, which is called Xenic, and there is a 97% clinical efficacy in that. Regarding Wockhardt Foundation, we are operating since 2008, and our biggest program is the mobile clinic program, where we operate mobile medical vans, and each van has a MBBS doctor, then they have a pharmacist and a driver. They have around 70 type of medicine, and one van covers 20 villages every week. And in 1 year, and one day it sees 90 patients a day. It gives a primary healthcare in the Indian villages. And in 1 year, around 20 to 25,000 patients receive primary healthcare. And in the last 12 years, our approximately 210 mobile clinics have given the primary health to 40 million patients in 21 states of India. Today, I would like to touch upon a topic which is not discussed much. Peace is a very important thing. It is the foundation of economic growth, social prosperity, everything. And today, there is a thing I would like to put forward to you, that is promotion of peace, is it a part of the CSR? Okay. So what is CSR? It aims to uplift the communities, and peace initiatives, which are dialogues, especially amongst interfaith dialogues amongst the community, trying to create harmony, communal harmony, anti-violence camps. They directly reduce the conflict. They build a trust, and they create a safer society, which is also one of the goals of CSR. Then employee well-being and workplace peace, like training in employee well-being, ensuring employee well-being through healthcare initiatives, and also to ensure that there is peace in the workplace. That is also part of CSR, because it increases productivity, it increases inclusion and loyalty. Then comes business sustainability and risk reduction. So companies which are operating in conflict zones, they face high risk. And that is why it is important that they should invest in the peace efforts, because it reduces instability and it protects the long-term business sustainability. Now, this is a very important point. Point number 4 is Sustainable Development Goal of United Nations number 16, which is peace, justice and strong institutions is directly linked to peace. So, according to the Indian Corporate Act, anything which aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal of United Nations, it can be considered as CSR. So, the number 16 Sustainable Development Goal is peace, justice and strong institution. Then building corporate reputation and trust. So, the peace efforts, they help in building a good corporate reputation, and that corporate is seen as trustworthy. Then there is inclusive growth and social justice. So, very often peace efforts, they address issues like inequality, marginalized communities, etc. And this increases the company's social license to operate. And the last 7th point is philanthropy, strategic CSR and shared value. So, peace is also part of a strategic CSR. It is not just that you are giving some fish to somebody who is poor or something. It is part of strategic CSR of a company. And in a very short way, peace efforts are not just nice to have CSR. It is not just nice to have. They are strategic CSR directly linked to long-term business stability, employee well-being and sustainable development. So we have a global I Am Peacekeeper movement, which is a worldwide movement, and in that there are 7 human values in the movement. That is truth. Each human value is celebrated for one day of the week. And this I Am Peacekeeper movement is not linked to any political affiliation or to any religion, because human value belong to entire humanity. So the 7 human values are truth on Sunday, gratitude, forgiveness, love, humility, giving, patience. So giving is a value which is celebrated today, that is on Friday. So we have 1.8 million peacekeepers on Facebook. So the way they celebrate the value is they wish each other happy Giving Day. And beside that, there are 28 gems of world peace. So 7 gems are peace with the nation, how the country can find peace with themselves. And in that category, we cannot do much because it is linked to the political leadership of the country and all. Then the remaining 21 gems are, 7 gems are peace with the justice and the law. 7 gems are peace with people around you. And lastly, 7 gems are peace with oneself. So the 7 gem of peace with oneself comes through the understanding and practice of human values. So like the bottle of water is there, you go to the supermarket and in the currency of $1 or 1 rupee, 10 rupees, you buy 1 bottle of water. So in the same way, in the currency, in the supermarket of inner peace, the currency of human values, you can buy inner peace for your own self. So this is the concept of peace, how it can be aligned to the CSR also. And I thank you for inviting me over here. And I would like to wish ISW Council all the best. May they have a lot of strength and vigor to carry on the good work that they are doing. And thank you very much. And I wish all the CSR stalwarts who are sitting over here to carry on the CSR work. And today is a giving day. So giving is one of the main principles of CSR. So when you give, you don't only give from the body. You also give with a smile, you give with love. So you give with the heart and the emotion also. So it is a giving of the material thing with the body, but also it is service with a smile and service with love. So thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
I request Kamal Narayan, CEO IHW Council, to please come up on stage and present Dr. Hufaiza Khurakiwala with a memento. We want to thank him for coming here and sharing his views with the audience. And now, it is my honor to invite on stage our guest of honor for the keynote address. Please give a huge round of applause and welcome on stage Srimati R. Vimala, IAS Resident Commissioner and Secretary Maharashtra Southern. Please give a huge round of applause and welcome ma'am on stage. I would request Kamal to please accompany her on stage and present her with a plant. We want to welcome her to this event and we look forward to her thoughts on how Maharashtra is channelizing CSR for holistic development with a focus on healthcare.
Happened to look at one thing is nutrition. So when we were working felt that nutrition was one of the most important parts, and eating good, healthy, nutritious food is one of the best steps. And so we could create about 2 lakh nutri gardens which cater to the people and which were also a source of livelihoods for the women who were working. So if any of the activities for CSR looks at that, would also be one of the things which was discussed here. So government is definitely looking at options to get support, because in the last mile certain things really don't work. While general medicines are there in the hospitals, facilities are there, sometimes they may not be up to the mark because of the paucity of staff, because of the multiplicity of numbers, and the humongous task which is there, not to guarantee anything which is being done or which is expected from you. But when government looks at support, definitely there are niche areas and niche places where one can really help. And mental health, I would request all to keep in mind. We are seeing a spate of incidents which happen, whether it is natural disasters or whether it is human competence to cope with pressure. My son happens to study in our peculiar institutions, and one of the biggest problems which I feel the educational institutions are facing today is making children cope with the stress of education or the stress of social media and personal life. So perhaps CSR, when you look at counseling for government, I was, as I mentioned earlier, also happened to be in the Commissioner of Women and Child Department. But for me to get a counselor, to hire a counselor, it was a difficult task. Because first of all, to get a person with that kind of expertise, and the numbers are huge. So if that is something which could be really, so people do say कि आप CSR से देखिए, CSR से कुछ नहीं है, कर सकेंगे. So these are the places I feel that probably reaching out to people, communicating, connecting people. Otherwise, there's an area that is coming up. But what we need most today, I feel, is reaching out to people as human beings and getting connected with them. Because if we don't survive as a society, as a community, so the COVID generation of students, as it is, people talk that the education values or the education which they received at that time can be a challenge. So how do we really cope up with that? So I request on this forum, if attention could be paid that, and if the IHW really pays attention to that one part. As Maharashtra government, I am always available at Maharashtra Southern. Any support you need, any communication to government of Maharashtra, to the Department of Public Health, the Education Institution, Medical Education Department, or to the government of Maharashtra, I am available at Maharashtra Southern. This one always there to support you. And I also seek forward, and it was a pleasure to listen to the two speakers who were there, Polo Hospital and Mr. Matiwala, who always a sign and a person who peacekeeping. I think it was really a very important topic which he touched on. We are somewhere losing peace within ourselves, within people, amongst ourselves, whether in the name of community, caste, or perhaps resources. So I hope forums like these keep happening, and I'm always available for you anytime, as I mentioned, and I'm grateful to you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your speech. And now we come to the part that all of you have been eagerly awaiting for, the CSR Health Impact Awards 2025. We are delighted to have ma'am on stage to present these awards, and I would request Nikki Gupta, founder, Team of Communication, please join ma'am on stage to present these awards. Through the day, we have seen the impactful work being done by a number of companies with the CSR projects to improve the health and well-being of people in our country. And now the time has come to recognize all these ideas, initiatives, and leaders who are shaping the future of healthcare and well-being in our nation. So I'll start with the first award of the evening, and the award is for the Young Achiever Award of the Year. This award goes to Rachit Gyanchandani. Please give a round of applause to this young leader who is making a huge impact. He is an accomplished student leader, athlete and chess champion from Dhirubhai Ambani International School, he combines academic brilliance with a strong sense of social responsibility. His pioneering work in optimizing economic impact of outreach programs has advanced awareness and access to inclusive healthcare under Ayushman Bharat PMJ and state health insurance schemes. Congratulations to Rajit. We have already seen a presentation on the very impressive work done by him with Arogya Connect. Congratulations. Our next award category is Transformative Health Impact, and the Gold Award goes to Work Hard Foundation. Please give a round of applause to Work Hard Foundation. I request Ms. Korakiwala to please come up on stage to receive this award. Our next award category is CSR Preventive Health Urban, and the Bronze Award goes to Prayas Trust. Congratulations to the team of Prayas Trust. They have been strengthening access to preventive healthcare in urban communities. Congratulations to the team. I request the representatives to come up on stage to receive the award. All the award winners to take the stairs on the left side of the stage. Once they have received the award, they can come up on this side and they can exit from that side of the hall. In the same category of CSR Preventive Health Urban, the Silver Award goes to Bridgestone India. Congratulations to the team of Bridgestone. They are driving impactful initiatives to promote healthier lives in cities. Congratulations. The Gold Award in the CSR Preventive Health Urban category goes to DLF Foundation. DLF Foundation gets this award for their outstanding work in building healthier urban communities through preventive health programs. Congratulations to the team of DLF Foundation. We have another Gold Award in the same category, CSR Preventive Health Urban, and this Gold Award goes to embark, Aditya Birla Education Trust. Congratulations to embark. I request the representatives of embark to come up on stage. embark is championing mental health and preventive care in urban India. Congratulations. Our next category is Most Innovative CSR Project. The Bronze Award goes to SMFG India Credit Company. Congratulations to the SMFG India Credit Company team. They have been introducing fresh and innovative approaches to CSR impact. Please give them a round of applause as they come up on stage to receive their award. Congratulations to the team. The silver award in the same category goes to Birla Cellulosic Grasim Industries for setting new benchmarks with creative and sustainable CSR solutions. Please give a round of applause to Birla Cellulosic, the silver award winner in the most innovative CSR project category. And the gold award in this category goes to Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Congratulations to the Maruti team. I request them to come up on stage. Maruti has been redefining CSR through innovation and forward-thinking initiatives. Our next category is CSR Health Award Large Corporate. This award, the gold award here, is awarded to Vedanta Bauxite Mines Aluminium Business for delivering exemplary healthcare initiatives at scale. Please give a round of applause and welcome the team of Vedanta on stage. The next category is the CSR NCD Control Project, and the silver award in this category goes to Sanofi. Congratulations to the Sanofi team. Please give them a round of applause as they come up on stage. Sanofi is advancing prevention and care for non-communicable diseases. The gold award in the CSR NCD Control Project goes to Biocon Foundation. Congratulations to the team for driving impactful programs to combat NCDs. We have another gold award in this category, and this gold award goes to Public Health Foundation of India, PHFI, for scaling nationwide efforts for NCD control and awareness. Please give a round of applause to the gold winners in the CSR NCD Control Project category, Public Health Foundation of India. And we have yet another gold award in this category, which goes to Novartis Healthcare Private Limited. They are doing tremendous work leading initiatives to tackle NCD challenges effectively. Next is Gold Award for CSR Primary Healthcare Project of the Year, and this award goes to Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital for strengthening primary healthcare delivery systems. Please give a round of applause to the team of Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. Congratulations. The next category is CSR Health System Strengthening Project, and the Silver Award goes to Smile Foundation for building stronger and more resilient healthcare systems. We have another silver award in the same category, CSR Health System Strengthening Project, and this silver award goes to Dharampal Satyapal Limited. Congratulations to the team of Dharampal Satyapal Limited. They have been reinforcing healthcare infrastructure and services. Congratulations. The gold award in this category goes to GlaxoSmithKline Asia Private Limited for enhancing health systems with impactful CSR programs. We have yet another gold award in the same category, which goes to Aster DM Healthcare Limited. Congratulations to the team of Aster DM. They have been driving excellence in strengthening healthcare systems. Our next category is CSR Environmental Sustainability Project, and the bronze award goes to IIL Foundation for promoting sustainable and eco-friendly practices. This is, of course, the CSR wing of Insecticides India Limited. And the Silver Award in the CSR Environmental Sustainability Project category goes to 197 Communications Limited for advancing sustainability through environmental initiatives. Next is the Gold Award in the category of Social Impact Business of the Year. And this award goes to Vastu Housing Finance Corporation Limited. Congratulations to Vastu Housing Finance Corporation Limited. They are creating lasting social impact through responsible business. I request the team of Vastu Housing Finance Corporation to please come up on stage. I think they're not in the hall. We'll move on to our next category. And that is Best Hospital Healthcare Infrastructure Award. The Gold Award goes to Vedanta for delivering excellence in healthcare infrastructure. In the next category, CSR Preventive Health Project Rural, the bronze goes to Maruti Suzuki India Limited for strengthening preventive healthcare in rural areas. I request the team of Maruti to please come up on stage once again. Congratulations to the team. The Silver Award for CSR Preventive Health Project Rural goes to Apollo Foundation Total Health, advancing preventive healthcare for rural communities. We have 2 gold awards in this category, and the first gold goes to Banger for driving excellence in rural preventive healthcare. And in the category of CSR Preventive Health Project Rural, another gold award goes to NTPC for implementing impactful preventive health preventions in rural areas. We would like to thank Ma'am, our guest of honor, and Nikki Gupta for presenting the awards to the awards winner and encouraging them. Thank you so much for all the encouragement you have given to the award winners. I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Huzaifa Khurakiwala, CEO Wokhart, and Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson, Center for Sustainability and CSR, Birla Institute of Management Technology, to present the next set of awards. The Gold Award in the category of Health Focus NGO of the Year goes to Rajkumari Foundation for the dedicated service to advancing health and well-being initiatives. Congratulations. Our next category is Best CSR Impact Maker of the Year, and the Silver Award goes to HPCL for driving measurable change through impactful CSR efforts. Please give a round of applause to the HPCL team making up their way onto the stage. And the Gold Award in this category goes to the Akshay Patra Foundation for setting benchmarks in CSR impact with large-scale projects. The next category is CSR Women and Child Health Project. The Silver Award goes to Sushena Health Foundation for improving health outcomes for women and children. And the Gold Award in this category goes to Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital for delivering excellence in women and child healthcare projects. The next category is CSR Water Harvesting Project, and the Silver Award goes to SMFG India Home Finance Corporation Limited for innovative, sustainable solutions for water harvesting. And the Gold Award in the category CSR Water Harvesting Project goes to Galaxy Surfactants Limited, driving impactful water conservation and harvesting projects. Our next award is CSR Health Project, Large Corporate, and the Silver Award goes to Grasim Jan Seva Trust, Bilra Celluloid Kharch, for delivering large-scale health initiatives with impact. The Gold Award in this category goes to Vedanta Limited Lanjigarh for leading large-scale health CSR with excellence. Congratulations to the Vedanta team. The next category is CSR Plantation Drive, and the Bronze Award goes to InnoData India Private Limited for advancing green cover through impactful plantation drives. Please give a round of applause to the team of InnoData India Private Limited. Congratulations to the team of InnoData. And the Silver Award for CSR Plantation Drive goes to IIL Foundation for sustaining environmental efforts with large-scale plantations. Congratulations. The next category is CSR Nutrition Project for Children. The Silver Award goes to Sustainable Development Society for improving child nutrition through focused CSR programs. And the Gold Award for CSR Nutrition Project for Children goes to Sushena Health Foundation for championing child nutrition for healthier future. The next category is CSR Sports Promotion, and the silver award goes to Gridstone India for promoting sports and active lifestyle through CSR. Our next category is CSR Nutrition Project for Rural Areas, and the gold award goes to Apollo Foundation Total Health for strengthening rural nutrition with sustainable initiatives. In the category of CSR Waste Management Program, the gold award goes to HPCL for driving excellence in waste management through CSR. In the next category, CSR Sustainable Livelihood Project, the gold goes to Bharat Aluminium Company Limited, BALCO, for creating livelihood opportunities through sustainable CSR. Congratulations. Our next award is for CSR Nutrition Project in Urban Areas, and the gold award goes to Pega Systems, advancing nutrition programs in urban communities. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Please give them a huge round of applause. With that, we will conclude the award session. Thank you both gentlemen for encouraging all the award winners. Now, this entire award ceremony would be incomplete if we do not thank our esteemed jury that has played such an important task and such an important role in deciding the winning entries for the day. It is my privilege to now introduce our jury members. Okay, I think since everybody is in the hall and feeling very excited about the trophies that they have, I request all the award winners to please come up on stage with their trophies for a group photograph. So I request all the award winners to come up on stage with their trophies. I request all award winners to please bring their trophies on the stage. Someone to stand. Perhaps some of the award winners can come in front of the stage so that everybody fits into the photograph. Please give a huge round of applause to all the award winners on stage. Congratulations to all the award winners. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed jury members who have worked painstakingly to go through all the entries received this year and pick up the winning entries. Big thank you to our jury chair, Justice Swatantra Kumar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India and former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal. We would also like to thank Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, Chief Executive Officer, Anil Agarwal Foundation, Dr. Anupama Shetty, Mission Director, Biocon Foundation, Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson, Center for Sustainability and CSR, Birla Institute of Management Technology, Ms. Deepa Menon, Founder, PVR Nest and Senior Vice President, Corporate Communications, PVR Inox, Mr. R. Pavitra Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, JSW Foundation, Dr. O.P. Goyal, Professor and Program Director, IIM Nagpur, Mr. Mohammad Asif, Executive Director, Plan India, India Chapter, Mr. Prabhat Sinha, Director, Government and Public Affairs, Boehringer Ingelheim, and Ms. Mamta Saikia, former Chief Executive Officer, Bharti Airtel Foundation. We are very happy to unveil the Healthcare Groundbreaker magazine, which will feature the top CSR projects within healthcare. The copy of this edition will be shared with all participants after this event. Once again, heartiest congratulations to the winners and please do join us for dinner.